Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
Your live sport will return soon. ABC Sport. It's your home of cricket. AFL, NRL, football, rugby, tennis, basketball, and specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sports news and stories with ABC Sport on socials via Facebook, X and Instagram. For the best experts, analysis and live sport, listen to ABC Sport on your DAB Plus digital radio 24 hours a day or on the ABC Listen app.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. This is going to be all over. Yes, it is. Comprehensive victory by 76 runs for South Africa.
Evans, big swing, top edge, caught at short third. But it was an entertaining end to this Zimbabwe innings. Really good striking from the all-rounder. But the West Indies, they win by 107 runs in their first Super 8s game.
Hello to you and welcome to our coverage of the T20 World Cup and a significant day in Group 1. We've got two matches today. First up, West Indies against South Africa. Later, India against Zimbabwe. And as things stand, after one match each for all four teams, it's India who are feeling the pressure in this group because of the size of South Africa's victory the other day against India in Ahmedabad. West Indies also winning heavily against Zimbabwe as well by 107 runs. So something's got to give today because both teams have won all their matches so far. Just looking at this game, looking on, if you're India, I think you want South Africa to win this match and kind of try to ease the West Indies out and then try to win your last two matches, Zimbabwe and West Indies. Otherwise it might go down to net run rate, and at the moment India's not very good. Of course they could improve that later against Zimbabwe. We'll have to wait and see. It might be that Zimbabwe will cause a huge upset in this match. So much to play for today as we have these two matches, and we'll bring you all of them, or both of them, every single ball of both games. Right, first up, West Indies against South Africa. It's Ahmedabad again, and let's join Ian Bishop out there speaking to the two captains at the toss.
It is very, very warm out here in the middle of the largest cricket stadium in the world, the biggest capacity, very important match. Neither of these two teams have dropped a game yet, but in 4 hours, one would have done. Shehoff leading the West Indies, Aidan Markram leading South Africa. Javagal Srinath is the match referee, and we've got a toss rep who will pass the coin over to Javi, who will give it to Shea, with Aidan calling.
Tails.
So South Africa have won the toss. Aidan, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first, Bish. It looks a pretty good wicket. We've played here 1 or 2 games before. Feels slightly tacky, if anything, so hopefully that moisture sort of gets less and less throughout the game and we're able to chase nicely later.
That familiarity, I know you still have to execute, but this is the 4th game. As you said, there's experience of playing here. How much of an advantage, if any, is that in a contest like this?
Yeah, look, we've been lucky. Lucky to have played a few games here now. Each wicket has been quite different from the other. I mean, the game we played against India the other night was completely different to this side of the square. So, like you mentioned, still being able to execute whatever the conditions give you, and the boys have been doing that nicely. So, another exciting opportunity for us again tonight against a good team, and we look forward to that.
Any changes to your lineup for this game?
No, we're on the same team.
How's KG been going?
Yeah, good. Been leading from the front as he does. It doesn't always reflect through numbers and performance, but behind closed doors where no one's watching. He's putting a lot of love into the team, giving a lot of info to the guys as to what works here. Obviously, he's played here now in the IPL as well, and he's just doing his thing as KG does.
All the best to you.
Cheers, Bruce. Thank you.
Share your thoughts on Aiden's decision. How do you feel?
I just feel as though we got to put runs on the board this time around again. We probably would have bowled first as well, but again, we got to put the batting first.
Any changes to your lineup for today?
Yeah, one change. Rawson Chase comes in for Akil Hussain.
What has influenced that change? Off spinner for the left-arm spinner?
I would just say, opposition, obviously the conditions as well. Certainly not being dropped because he's been performing really well for us. It's just about more so being a tactical change and trying to see what's the best 11 for this particular opposition.
And these two teams met in the Super 8 of the previous World Cup. South Africa got the edge. How do you get over the line this time?
Yeah, we just got to play our best cricket again today. They've been playing really good cricket. And it's important for us to make sure we keep that momentum going, especially here in this important game. And I'm sure the guys are ready up for it.
All the very best to you.
Thank you.
Right, just a reminder of what has happened out here. South Africa have won the toss in the bright sunshine, and they will be bowling first.
Thanks to Ian Bishop. Now, those with very keen ears might have heard two calls at the toss there. Aidan Markham saying tails. I think it might have been the match referee saying it was a head, but the coin did come down tails. Anyway, some strange goings on there, but I think they sorted it out. I think they absolutely got the right decision. Let me give you the two teams. West Indies, Shea Hope, Brandon King, Shimon Hetmeyer, Rodman Powell, Mario Shepherd, Shafane Rutherford, Jason Holder, Matt Ford, Roston Chase into the team today, Gudakesh Moti and Shamar Joseph. And South Africa, De Kock, Markram, Rickleton, Brevis, Miller, Stubbs, Janssen, Bosch, Rabada, Maharaj and Ngidi, two very powerful teams. Our team today is Melissa Story, it's David Milan, and it's a very warm welcome to Tatenda Taibu, former Zimbabwe captain who got skin in the game, of course, in this group, despite that bit of a thumping by West Indies the other day. Tatenda played close on 200 matches for Zimbabwe, including 167 white ball games. Hello to you. How do you see this game, Tatenda? Two fine sides who've been in good form.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. It's really good sides here. West Indies have won everything, and together with South Africa, who's won everything as well. And if you look at the head-to-head, South Africa has got the upper hand there. And just having a look at the toss, I think the Jew factor is going to play a big role in this game, and it's really going to be a good contest.
Where does Zimbabwe fit into all this, do you think? I mean, are they just grateful to be here, or is that a little bit patronising?
I think they've got a lot of confidence now coming in, having won against Australia. I think after they won against Australia, the tails were wagging, and then went on to beat Sri Lanka. And I think that they will be looking to win some more games. They're playing some good cricket. I think Blessing Zarabani has been bowling really well. Brian Bennett has really been batting well, and the top two have really been batting well. Only a little bit of a worry is the boundary options in the first 6 overs. If they manage to do that better against India, I think they'll be able to cause another upset, and that's what they'll be looking at.
Yeah, it's a big game for them, isn't it, against India in their home conditions. That's coming up later. Focusing first, we'll bring ball-by-ball commentary on that game later between India and Zimbabwe. Both teams under pressure after heavy defeats in their opening games. So Roston Chase in for West Indies today. Just speculating why that might be as the two teams make their way out. Presumably the off-break bowler against South Africa's left-handers.
It will definitely be a combination of the two lefties up the order, Rickleton and De Kock. And I think both teams had a lot of thoughts around the Jew. That's why they all wanted to bet first.
Yeah. So,
To bet second.
Yeah. Both captains of the toss saying, they wanted to put the opposition in today.
Yes.
It's a 3 o'clock start, so as we'll keep an eye on the Jew, what are we going to get? So match finishing about 6:30 local time. The two teams are out there in the middle. Let's pause for the two anthems.
South Africa, followed by West Indies.
Now rally around the West Indies. The West Indies coach really belting that out on the touchline, really getting into it. This is home for home, or home from home for South Africa. This is their 5th match in Ahmedabad. I wonder, Tatenda, how much of an advantage that is for them.
It will be an advantage. They know the conditions. They know what the ground, the size of the ground. They would know how the wicket plays and the dew factor, which seems to be a very important factor in this match. Just hearing the two sides, or the two anthems, it's quite interesting that the two sides are quite similar to their anthems. South Africa quite more serious, and then the West Indian anthem is a bit more fun and jovial, and they play the same way as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting observation. Yeah, the teams play like their anthems. OK, well, we'll leave that thought with you. And what we're going to do, have a double change here. Melissa Story is going to pick up the commentary. We'll hear more from Tatenda later. And Melissa will be alongside David Milan.
Thank you, Simon. I must say they are two of the anthems as well, which kind of have you bobbing your head along. And Rally for the West Indies is the one anthem, David, which I probably sing the entire time going along with it. So it's pretty captivating, and you can see how much it means to all the players out there following those anthems. In South Africa now, their bright yellow kit making their way to their fielding positions. So, a big game in the context of this World Cup. Plenty of eyes on it as well from the Indian team, Indian supporters as well. It's the clash of the heavyweights, both unbeaten in this World Cup. And the West Indies openers, Shai Hope and Brandon King, striding out to the middle now. David, what can we expect from this opening pair?
Well, good afternoon or good morning to everyone. I expect a bit of fireworks, really. I think if you look at the way the last couple of games have gone here, it's a big scoring ground. Batting first, it's probably not in your advantage, considering there is a potential dew factor later in the day. So you'd expect both these batters to come out with a really positive intent, trying to put South Africa under a lot of pressure. South Africa look like they're going to open with spin as well, which is very good tactically from them. It's the first time they've done that so far in this World Cup, but it just allows them to have a bit more flexibility in the middle orders or middle overs, where the West Indies left-handers Rutherford and Hetmeyer have been so successful at taking down spin. So it's a really good tactical change, but it's going to be a really good clash between these two teams. They've both got a lot of power, both got good bowling attacks, so it'll be a fascinating game if both teams play to their potential.
Brandon King is going to face up for the first ball of the innings. There's a slip in place, Marco Jansen position there, who's I think approximately 6'8", is it, potentially? He's a tall figure out there and probably has the wingspan to cover for about 2 slips. So a benefit there for South Africa. Shai Hope at the non-striker's end, just doing a few stretches. There's Keshav Maharaj with the new ball. Here the umpire just waiting and now signalling that we're all good to go. Here comes Maharaj outside the off stump, and it's thumped off the back foot straight to extra cover for no run. And it'll be interesting to see whether Maharaj here can extract any spin. Tends to be a bit unlikely, this newer ball, as he follows King into the hip, dabs it into the onside, but there's a larger gap towards mid-wicket, allows them to stroll through for a single and off the mark. One without loss, the West Indies, after 2 deliveries.
And you heard Aidan Markram talking about the wicket felt a little bit tacky. Sometimes that does help when the ball or when a spinner bowls, and does help a little bit of turning. Just looking at the batters marking their run-up, it does look quite wet where they are. Marking their run-up, marking their guard. It does look slightly wet, so there might be a bit of moisture in it. It might help Maharaj if he can get his pace right.
As he creeps in again now. And he's pulled up in the air. Potentially away for 6 runs, in fact. It just kept going down the ground. And it is 6 runs to the West Indies captain. Gets off the mark in some fashion. Just so quick to that length. Going deep in the crease and swatting it over long on. Score 7 without loss.
It's a fabulous shot, that. It wasn't a bad ball by any means of the stretch, and he's rocked back and pulled that straight for 6.
This time goes over extra cover, whipped away, and there'll be 4 runs. Didn't quite get all of it, just opened up that offside, got underneath the ball, and Shai Hope here is on the attack. West Indies move to 11 without loss.
Yeah, very good batting as well. The ball before hung back and pulled that, knowing that the bowler's got to overcompensate and bowl fuller, and managed to hit that over the offside.
Maharaj under the pressure here, backing away, slapping the ball to cover. It's fielded nicely inside the ring by David Miller. No run. He's certainly timing it sweetly. As you say, just assessing these conditions early on. That's the pitch for the spinners. Maharaj drops it short, goes over long on again, and the fielder takes the catch but carries it over the boundary. His momentum was always taking Brevis there over the rope. Just didn't have time to parry the ball back in. So 6 runs to finish the first over, and the spin experiment for South Africa not too successful. 17 without loss. Almost getting that wicket. That last ball.
Yeah, it's fine margins, isn't it? South Africa taking the gamble, trying to get the left-arm spinner out of the way early. Shai Hope has gone on the attack from ball 1 to him, and he's really put him under the pressure. He's created an opportunity there, Maharaj. Brevis, unfortunately, just not able to take that. But it's great intent from the West Indies. They're understanding that this wicket could potentially get easier. They're understanding why Maharaj is bowling that first over, and they've played the game and the situation in front of them incredibly well to be able to put him under pressure. And that's going to give Aidan Markram a lot of headaches now with how he's going to bowl and set his bowling lineup up, because he'd have probably liked to have squeezed 2 out of Maharaj in that power play, but it won't look likely now.
Do you think Brevis could have done a bit of a better job there, whether he could have flicked the ball inside the boundary rope or just...
Yeah, well, there's 2 options there. He's either just trying to catch it, which he did there, or he's just trying to parry it back. He maybe didn't know how close he was to the boundary edge.
As Jansen to bowl the second over. Starts with a good leg ball on the leg stump, knocked towards mid-wicket for no run.
As he was running away from himself there, the ball was going over his shoulder, so it was sort of quite high, and it almost looked like the momentum took him away. So I think he's done the right thing trying to catch it. It's almost like the momentum has just taken him too quickly before he realised how close he was.
Because you can see almost his arm looking to flick it back, and I think in that split second, as you say, he made the assessment that his arm might get into a bit of an awkward situation. Fuller this time finds the gap on the onside, perfectly timed by King. They'll go away for 4 runs. Just bisecting those fielders, wide mid-on and mid-wicket. Such a small gap, but he found the gap perfectly. The West Indies moved to 21 without loss.
And his timing there was fantastic. A little bit of shape, swing into the right-hander from Madhu Jansen. And for such a tall guy to hit a ball in front of square like that on the leg side is a tough shot. And his timing was fantastic. He didn't overhit it at all. Just managed to find the gap. And this looks a fantastic wicket so far.
2 fielders out. Deep square. And a deep backward point as he beats the outside edge of the bat. Beautiful delivery there from the left arm. Quick. 21 without loss, halfway through this second over.
Yeah, brilliant skills from Jansen there. The ball before shaping in. This one, he's bowled a wobble seam delivery and just carried on with the arm and beat the batter on the outside half. Really skillful bowling from Jansen there. Shown him the one that swings and then gone across. So the batter now will be trying to premeditate a little bit what he's going to bowl next and see where he's going to land it.
As Jansen past the umpire now. Flicked away, down towards fine leg and away for 4 runs. I mentioned those 2 fielders out at point and square leg. There's no movement at all when Jansen there just only strayed slightly offline. King only needs to get a slight touch on that one. And the West Indies 25 without loss now. A dream start.
Yeah, and I like that from Brandon King. The games before, he's been a bit guilty of trying to overhit the ball and trying to force the game too much. So far in the first couple of balls he's faced, he's just played really good cricket shots, used the pace of the ball, used his timing. So it looks really good for him in this innings. Looks like he's getting his tempo right.
There's a shorter ball from Jansen, top edge, flies over the keeper, away for 4 more. 3rd boundary this over. 29 without loss now. But a fortune there for Brandon King, who moves to 13 off 7. Certainly the West Indies won't mind that too much.
No, very good fortune, and the shot was there. He's got square leg back, so there was the right ball to be bowling. He's used his change-up really well, waited towards the end of the over. Brandon King getting a top edge there, and the West Indies are flying here. And, you know, we've spoken a little bit about West Indies not being challenged too much. South Africa are being challenged really well here by West Indies.
Final ball of the over from Jansen, defended back to the bowler for no run. 2 overs gone, 29 without loss. David, when you're opening the batting and you get a surface like this where you almost don't need to smack it too hard, you can just caress the ball around and get value for runs. Is there that little voice in your head just reminding yourself to play the ball for the merit because you know you'll be able to capitalise, or is there that temptation just to go, this is a great batting surface, I can just absolutely unleash here?
Well, I think you play the conditions in front of you, and when you start batting on a wicket that feels flat and it feels like the ball's hitting the middle of the bat consistently, you end up keeping that intent for longer. Your intent is always to score boundaries in T20 cricket. Your first thought is to hit a 4 or a 6, and then you adjust accordingly. But sometimes when you play on good wickets, even the good balls tend to go for 4, and that's when you feel you can tick over. The one thing you have to do is you still have to respect the game. If you get too giddy, you could easily be 40 for 2 here and then fighting on a good wicket. So you have to still find ways of taking low risk to get boundaries with putting bowlers under pressure.
Kagiso Rabada starts outside the off stump, and Hope wafts at that one through to Quinton de Kock behind the stumps for no run.
But it's never easy when you get on a good wicket, because the expectation from a batter is that you have to be scoring quickly. As soon as you have a couple of dots, the pressure starts building. So you have to find ways of ticking over, whether that's working with your partner by getting off strike, by getting him on strike, or waiting for your change-up or your match-up to come on.
It's interesting as well with the depth and the all-rounders in this West Indies lineup. We saw them score that big total against Zimbabwe earlier this week. Still have those expectations to follow up as well. Sharon Hetmeyer coming in at number 3, Rothman Powell with that half-century the other day. There's hope deep in the crease, outside the off stump, a tickle through to the keeper. And South Africa have their first wicket. The West Indies captain, Shai Hope, goes for 16 off 6 balls. And Rabada, that hard length outside the off stump, didn't quite commit to the shot. And South Africa, 29 for 1.
Yeah, you're right. Didn't look like he was fully committed to either playing with a straight bat or a cross bat there. It was a short ball shaping away a little bit, sort of on about 6th stump, and he's trying to straight bat that through the offside of the back foot, and he's managed to get the edge. So South Africa managing to find that wicket. All great stuff for Rabada as well, who's had a tough tournament so far, hasn't been at his best in terms of statistically and taking wickets, but that would put him in a really good place to hopefully change this game and hopefully have a game that could put South Africa into a really good position in this tournament.
As you say, I mean, it's probably more in the camp of batting error than fantastic bowling from Rabada, but he does have that bit of extra pace. The South African lineup, and even those bowlers on the bench are some of the fastest bowlers we'll see in this World Cup, but we'll give them a bit of confidence early on. Exactly as you say, it's been an ideal World Cup, and this will be the big wicket South Africa will want to get. Zimbabwe made the mistake on Monday of dropping Shimron Hetmyer, not once but twice, and you can see how destructive he can be against spin. How will he fare against the pace of Kagiso Rabada?
Yeah, well, I think that's been the challenge for him moving up to number 3, and he's done a fantastic job. Let's be honest, he scored a lot of runs for the West Indies in that position. He's changed the dynamic of the game, having a left-hander there to replace where Pooran was. It's almost a like-for-like player. But what I've liked about Hetmyer so far is the way he's approached his game. He's taken the game on from ball 1. He's not let bowlers dictate, which sometimes when you go up to number 3 from middle order, you end up just sitting in a little bit.
As Hetmyer faces up to Rabada, chips it up in the air, and it bursts through the hands of mid-on. Rabada not happy with his fielder there. And that could be a fatal error for South Africa. Hetmyer must be thinking the luck riding with him in this World Cup.
Yeah, I think he might go down to the casino at some point and put all these chips on red or on black, whatever he fancies at the time. But yeah, he's got away with one there. Rabada bowling a full ball, a little bit of shape in. Hetmyer continuing with his attacking options, going from ball 1 as he did in the last game. You have to say there, you'd think that you're mid-on.
There's Rabada into Hetmyer in defence, back to the bowler, 31 for 1.
You'd have to say you're mid-on there for the first ball for a guy who's been so attacking in this World Cup and has played his shots, should be on the ring there, and if he was, that probably would have been a comfortable shot. So whether that was a mishit from Hetmyer or a tactical sort of field placing, wrong tactical field placing or position from South Africa has cost them there, but you have to say Corbin Bosch would take that catch probably 8 out of 10 times. So yeah, Hetmyer got away with one again.
As Rabada into Hetmyer, pulls in the air, and this time it's taken. Maharaj with the safe hands at mid-wicket. Corbin Bosch will be sighing a deep sigh of relief, because his drop catch just 2 balls previously, not costly, only costing his team 2 runs. The West Indies 31 for 2, and their coach Darren Sammy looking frustrated there. Their in-form batter rocking back, pulling the ball. Maharaj just to the right above his head takes the catch. Rabada, he's got 2 wickets to his name.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch, as you said, would be a very relieved man. I think Rabada would be too. He probably thought it was going to be one of those days again where nothing goes his way, and he's managed to get the big in-form batter, Shimron Hetmyer, out for 2, and it was a fantastic catch for Maharaj, who was deeper on the mid-wicket ring, and probably not on the 1, which has helped him take that catch. So better field positions there from South Africa, knowing that when you've got a hitter in, you probably want to sit a bit deeper on the ring instead of being on the 1, because historically the West Indies are not really known for running their singles in the power play. It's all about power, so you could probably sit back a bit. And this brings Rovman Powell to the crease. He had a fantastic innings in the last game. He got his tournament underway. Probably had a bit of a quiet one to his high standards leading up to that. So good to see how he goes in these conditions. Rabada getting a little bit of shape, and I'd say it's probably an earlier start for Powell than he usually comes in.
You mentioned that innings against Zimbabwe, 59 previously to that. Scores of 32 against Afghanistan in a warm-up game. with actually 24 being his highest score against Scotland. See him warming up now, shaking his body, just trying to get his head into the game here, because from what was a pretty dynamic start for the West Indies, they're now 31 for 2, and exactly as you were saying earlier, David, you don't want to find yourself in a tricky situation on a good wicket where there is that expectation to score. And now West Indies rebuilding from the ground as Rabada, 2 wickets in this over, is on the money outside the off stump and navigated into a gap into the covers. Powell immediately gets off the mark. 3 overs gone, 32 for 2. In terms of that shot which Shimron Hetmeyer got out, that pull shot, David, I mean, was that the right shot to kind of play? Was it the right decision, or was it that kind of execution which was just the error there for him?
Yeah, it's just the execution. That's one of his shots. I think one of the things you can't be critical about in T20 cricket is when guys take the positive option. Yes, maybe you could look at situations in certain stages in the game and ask whether it was the right shot at the right time. He's played that way throughout this tournament, and we have all been so complimentary of the way he goes about it. So for him to get out to one of the shots that he plays consistently, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But now the pressure is on the West Indies. So how they go about it now, are they only 3 overs into the power play? They're 33 for 2. If I was batting now, I'd probably soak up an over of pressure, just play some good cricket shots, look to target the 5th and the 6th over a little bit more, see if you can get up to that 50 mark, create the partnerships again, because T20 cricket's all about partnerships when you bat.
Lungi Ngidi, next bowler in, starts outside the off stump, awkwardly guided down towards deep third by Powell, almost looking to close the face on that one, which is the opposite to the conventional approach to guiding the ball down to deep third.
Yes.
Didn't look too comfortable there.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard when you're expecting the ball to be straight at the stumps and someone bowls it on about a 5th or a 6th and it shapes away. You get dragged into it a little bit and you end up fighting with your hands. And he's actually done well to hit that with a closed face down to third man, because it's sort of a waft of a shot, really.
He moves on to 2, brings Brandon King back on strike, who's been watching the chaos from the non-striker's end, leans into this one and just pierces the inner ring at cover. The ball racing along the outfield and away for 4 runs, 37 for 2 now. And just an illustration of that timing, which seems to come a bit easy on this surface.
Yeah, it does look a really good surface at the moment. And Brandon King, probably the similar ball to the ball before that Rodman Powell sort of had a bit of a swish at that went down to third man. But this one, King's got his weight in the ball beautifully. He's not trying to overhit him. He's pierced that gap. And as we said earlier, this looks a fantastic wicket. Yes, there's a little bit of swing, a little bit of nibble, but it looks a really good wicket when you play good cricket shots.
Really over the wicket, outside the off stump, slapped away, same result. No fielders back there. And 12th man is walking laps around the boundary, collects the ball, returns it to the fielder. And then Gidi, a bit too much width here to start as the West Indies 41 for 2.
Yeah, all 3 balls way too wide for an opening bowler with a new ball. You want to be attacking that off stump, bringing in LBW, bowled and caught behind in. So he's just getting his line wrong. It's actually been the way he's gone about it in this World Cup. He's probably not been at his best for his first over, and then he sort of works it out when the ball stops swinging. So maybe put the swing away, try and run the ball back into the right-hander, try and buy a few dots, bring a few more dismissals into play.
8 wickets in this World Cup so far from Ngidi, who's straighter now and gets an edge behind. Brandon King goes now. The West Indies 41 for 3. He's dismissed for 21 off 11 balls. He's looking comfortable out there. Just straightening the line to Ngidi. And the lightest feather through to Quinton de Kock. South Africa just dragging things back. And we'll be feeling pretty happy with this start here. 3 dangerous batters dismissed.
Yeah, they are. And Ngidi's changed his line and his length. He's pulled his length back a bit, and he's bowled probably a yard straighter, and he's dragged Brendan King into playing that delivery. It was actually almost like a test length, wasn't it? A test delivery that he's nicked behind. And he'd be disappointed, Brandon King, because he's looked really good. It's probably the first game in this tournament where he's probably felt good, looked good. It felt like everything was hitting the middle of the bat, and he'd got his innings underway. So to get out that way is disappointing, but South Africa will be extremely pleased with that. 3 wickets in the power play, that's always your goal. They've got rid of 2 out of their main 3 batters that have scored the most runs for them in this tournament. So South Africa would just be looking to hunt one more wicket in this power play, and they'll be able to squeeze in that middle and hopefully chase a below-par score.
Roston Chase, the new batter for the West Indies, brought into the side today for Akil Hussain. Most likely, as mentioned at the toss by Captain Shai Hope, because the presence of those 3 left-handers in that South African batting lineup. The first challenge, however, to get a score on the board, which they can defend with those spinners and Chase. Pretty versatile batter to be able to come in at this stage for the West Indies. They'll look to play that anchor role really throughout these middle overs. But first of all, survival of the power play, because we're only in the 4th over. And this over from Ngidi, 4 balls in it so far. So a bit of everything, 2 boundaries and a wicket. As Chase, the right-hander, prepares to face his first ball. 2 slips in now for South Africa. Ball's on the pads, clipped away to the right of the fielder, stationed at mid-wicket, who will run to the boundary. Maharaj returns the ball back to de Kock behind the stumps with a full 360 spin and a bit of a awkward-looking stumble at the end of it, which I'm always concerned with Keshav Maharaj after he celebrated that one time so hard. He ruled himself out of the next game for South Africa for quite a while, I think it was.
His Achilles. I think he tore his Achilles celebrating.
Which, you know, people don't speak enough about the dangers of celebration. Ngidi, final ball of the over. And it's an inside edge onto the stumps. They're 4 down now, the West Indies. Ngidi has got 2 in the over. Bit of a nothing shot there, really, from Roston Chase. Just goes back, not showing that full face. And South Africa, elation for them and their supporters in the crowd. The run rate's looking good for the West Indies, but that wicket, Colin David, looking worrying. 4 down now.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Another soft dismissal, you have to say, from the West Indies. Yes, you need to have the intent, you need to find ways of scoring, but you have to also understand the situation of the game. We spoke about it a little bit earlier on air, that sometimes when you don't get good wickets, you don't earn the right, you don't respect the wicket, you don't respect the way that you have to go about it. And I'm not saying West Indies haven't, but you have to find ways of scoring on good wickets without giving your wicket away. So you have to be finding those low risk for high reward options. And Roston Chase there just got caught in 2 minds. West Indies in a lot of trouble now, 4 down. They haven't been tested so far in this World Cup. They've played against some good teams, but they've been able to bully them. This is the first time they've been bullied by another team. We've got a lot of pace and a really good team at the top of their game. So they're going to have to find a partnership here. They're going to have to find a way of batting to that 10th to 15th over by ticking over, by allowing the West Indies to get a partnership. I know they've got a lot of all-rounders, but they have to find a way of batting deep here and getting a 20, 30, 40-run partnership here and being able to swing the momentum of this game.
Shafane Rutherford comes in at 6 for the West Indies, and with a surface, as you say, which is good to bat on. The current score not suggesting that, but is there a tendency to just get a bit too relaxed and almost presume that the ball's just going to come onto the bat nicely? I'll get your answer to that in just a moment as Rabada starts his second over, 4th stump line. Leaning into that one is Powell, pushing it out towards deep point for 1, 44 for 4. Like, can your concentration almost drop because of that presumption?
Well, I think one of the biggest mistakes we can make is when you're sitting watching is to have preconceived ideas just based on what the players are batting like out in the middle. So you can watch Shai Hope going and smacking the first over for 17 and thinking, wow, this is a 250 wicket. But you still have to go out and assess the conditions yourself. You have to work out if the wicket suits you, because a wicket that suits me might not suit Rutherford. You know, we both have different ways of playing, and you have to find ways of scoring at the same rate, at the way that plays to your strengths. And West Indies seem to have been caught between 2 minds at the moment.
As Rabada defended by Rutherford towards extra cover for no run.
I must say, I was surprised that Chase didn't come out at 4, actually. It's something they've done quite a lot in the past. They've used him at that number 4 when they've lost a lot of wickets early on, because he's almost their anchor. Darren Sammy, having played with him as a captain, he likes to have that run scorer, a guy who's got the ability to take the pressure off the bowlers by sitting in a little bit and allowing players to play around him. So I'm a bit surprised he didn't come out earlier and they kept the bigger hitters for later.
Going on the back foot, punching the ball past backward point. Deep third, coming round to his left. Returns the ball to the bowler's end. West Indies return for 2 runs, 46 for 4. Certainly, as you say, I mean, by getting that kind of anchor roll a bit higher up the order and just adding that bit of calm back into the innings now for the West Indies, there's just been this flurry of wickets. You can assume there's a bit of panic in the changing room, even if it's not being shown, particularly by their coach Darren Sammy, who looks pretty relaxed on the boundary. Back of a length again, goes back in defence for no run. Does Rutherford, 46 for 4.
Yeah, and I don't want to be drawn into calling it an anchor roll, because I was probably put into that sort of pigeonhole myself to some extent. But you want to have a run scorer, so someone who's able to score runs on the wicket in a high reward for low risk manner, and someone like a Roston Chase does that. He picks his opportunities to the spin, he plays with a straight bat, he plays good cricket shots, so he's still able to score at a good rate, but he's not one of those that are going to take risks every second ball like some of the other West Indian batters do.
Rabada outside the off stump, leaning into that one nicely as Rutherford, guiding it down towards backward point. 47 for 4, 1 ball left in this 5th over.
When you look at the way these two batters have gone about it here since that last wicket, they've played with a good straight bat, they let the ball come, they've played good cricket shots, and they've managed to score 5 off the over without even playing a shot in anger, and all they need is 1 ball out of the middle to make it an 8 or a 9 run over, whatever it is, and suddenly they're up at 50 after 5 overs again. It's just that wicket column that's a little bit in the red for them, and they just have to find a partnership here.
As Rabada runs in fact begins to run in, and then Powell not quite ready yet. Comes in now, final ball of this over. On the stumps and solid in defence as Powell. So 5 overs gone. Rabada figures of 2 for 7 of his first 2 overs. And it's been a bit of a show from the South African seamers so far in this power play. 1 over to go still. David going to take a bit of a break and pick up the commentary from Simon Mann.
Thank you, Melissa. Well, action-packed start to this first group game of the day on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sport website, BBC Sounds, ABC and the ICC website as well. Highlights as well, you can see on the BBC Sport website. And fascinating matchup between these two teams, West Indies and South Africa. West Indies off to a good start in that first over, 17 off the over. And South Africa striking back. So much to play for today. India watching on as well, favouring, I think, South Africa, just looking at the permutations in the group. Here's Jansen going into bowl to Rutherford, left armour to left-hander, dabbed away into the offside. He's picked up a cover and there is no run. Start of the 6th over, 47 for 4. That's the situation in the group, just to clarify it. So if South Africa were to beat West Indies today, then for India that kind of simplifies things, because it means they know that if they win their 2 matches against Zimbabwe and West Indies, they will be through to the semi-finals. If West Indies were to win, then India's best hope then is likely to be net run rate, and that does presuppose that South Africa beats Zimbabwe. Here's Jansen bowling, dabbed away by Rutherford into the offside towards point, and there's no run. So there are a few ifs and buts in this, but it might not be totally straightforward for India. If West Indies were to win today, they would be the fancied team more under pressure.
They definitely don't want to leave it to the run rate. You always want to control things, so they'll be rooting for South Africa to win.
Yeah. Tatenda Taibu with us throughout the day. He'll be joining our team in Chennai later as Jansen bowls, and that's caught. Oh, dropped. It's dropped in a deep gully position, short third position.
I think he lost it somewhere there, because after he dropped it, he started looking around. He was in total surprise. I think it's a matter of just losing the ball somewhere, maybe when his hands were coming up. Let's have a look here. I think he timed his jump. It looked like he timed his jump nicely, but he definitely lost it somewhere.
Yes, and Gidi at short third, he leapt in the air. The ball went through his fingers, and then the look around, where's the ball gone? It's not a straightforward chance, but South Africa normally pretty sharp in the field. Frustration for Jansen, the life for Rutherford. It's 48 for 4. They went through for a single, so 4 down to Rutherford.
They've been catching really well, and these catches.
There's Janssen ball to Powell, who comes forward and strokes that away into the offside, stopped by Maharaj in the covers to Tender.
Yeah, they've been catching really well, and as the old saying goes, catches win matches. And we saw Zimbabwe dropping a couple of catches in the previous game, and South Africa don't want to be doing that. They want to catch everything that comes their way. And if the bowlers can create a chance, and the fielder has got to do the rest, which is to catch it when it's in the air.
Yeah, and the dropping of Hetmeyer twice during his innings, once fairly early on, there's a relatively straightforward chance as well. Here's Janssen bowling. That seems to tuck up. Powell gets on him a bit quicker and bounces a bit more than expected. Drops the ball down to his feet. Ball goes away into the offside. And there's no run. It does make it a bit easier if you have 3 knocks, doesn't it, within one innings, as Hetmeyer did the other day. Still played exceptionally well. But when you're in your 3rd innings,
yeah, it's amazing what pressure does, because normally if West Indies were really playing well and not losing wickets, that would have been a single in that previous ball. So when there is a bit of pressure, sometimes the mind freezes, the body freezes, and there's no relaxation and just freedom to just play what's there. And it looks like West Indies is in that frame of mind at the moment.
Yeah, last ball of the power play. Janssen bowls. It's full. It's a half volley, driven for 4 by Powell. He's accepting that gift. It was right in the slot there for Powell, and beautifully played away. High elbow, classic off drive. West Indies, interesting power play. 6 overs. They've got 52 on the board, but they've lost 4 wickets. 52 for 4 as the drinks come onto the field, and so too does Darren Sammy as well. Well, what's your assessment of that power play to Tender?
4 wickets down in 6 overs. That's a little bit challenging for West Indies. It'll be interesting to see how they will go about things in the next 6 overs. But if you had said to West Indies, you're going to be 52 for 4 after 6 overs, they would have said no chance. There is no way we are going to be 4 down after 6 overs. So they still have power hitters. They still have Powell and Rutherford out there. If they can build a partnership, that will bring the team back. However, South Africa will realize that. They will know that. And South Africa will be looking to put the screws on and make sure that they kill the game right away. Holder can hit the ball. Shepherd can hit the ball. And we saw Ford is no mug with the bat as well. So they still have a couple of batters to come after this. But the big question is, can they build a partnership?
Yeah, 2 more quick wickets here. And you feel West Indies will be under pressure, but yeah, they still have batting to come. These 2 teams played a series in the lead-up to this T20 World Cup. They played in South Africa, which you feel is not quite like for like when you compare it to, say, Indian conditions. Of course, it depends on which surface you play in India. Some pitches are absolute belters. They played one game at Centurion, which is a unique venue. I think the ball just flies around there. It's at altitude. It was a very high-scoring game. And they lost by 7 wickets. Actually set South Africa 222, but de Kock made 115 not out off 49 balls with 10 sixes. They won a match at the end of the series on Duckworth Lewis, a weather-affected match in Johannesburg, and they lost the first game in Powell by 9 wickets. So South Africa winning that series by 2 matches to 1, coming to this T20 World Cup. But this is the intensity of a World Cup. It does different things to players. Those bilateral series. I feel there's like another game coming. I don't know, but this is on the day, isn't it? It really matters.
Yeah, it's a different kind of pressure. This is a World Cup. This is a one-off, and you want to control things by winning every game that you play, because you're playing for a cup. When it's a bilateral series, there's a different kind of pressure to that. So yes, they will take in lessons that they would have had in that bilateral series, but this is a World Cup and you want to be winning in a World Cup.
And both these sides so far have won all their matches, so something is going to give today. And we have had a tie in this competition on this ground involving these 2 teams. Of course, I say a tie, but it has to be decided. So we had a super over. We had 2 super overs that match against Afghanistan. One of the, a game for the ages, that match earlier in the competition. Well, something's going to give today. One of these teams is going to walk away with 2 points and one with their first defeat of the competition. At the moment, South Africa ahead. West Indies 52 for 4. Here's the first ball after the power play from Bosch outside the off stump, forced away by Rutherford, out towards deep backward point.
Oh, he looks quite calm. I like the way he just used his hands to guide that. Instead of guiding towards third man, he made sure that it went towards the sweeper. And it's got a good feeling when you're hitting the ball towards the sweeper rather than just guiding it down.
A nice looking shot, yeah, indeed, by Rutherford. He was able to come back for 2 runs. So he goes to 6. West Indies to 54 for 4. Start of the 7th over. Bosch right arm over to the left-hander. It's hoofed away into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket and into the crowd, into the orange seats.
He does look a calm character. He loves hitting a cricket ball, and he just used his hands, no feet there, but just used his hands, but his balance and steady head just got him to get into a strong position and be able to hit that one all the way for 6. Lovely cricket shot.
Magnificent shot. It goes to 12 and West Indies to 60 for 4. It's 81 metres. That's 6. Huge ground this, and our spectators in. Of course, they're watching on keenly because this is a big game for India as well. Here's Bosch bowling. Oh, that's up in the air. This could be out. De Kock's underneath it. Should take the catch. Straight forward for De Kock. He tumbles over to take it, but he's clung on, and Rutherford has gone for 12, and West Indies are 60 for 5. Rutherford looking to play another big shot. He lobs his bat in the air and catches it in frustration as he walks off. Rutherford out for 12. We're midway through the 7th over, and West Indies are 5 down for 60. Top edge, comfortable catch for the keeper.
Well, De Kock is normally just cool as a cucumber. He normally doesn't celebrate. You can see how important that was. He just had to make sure. That's why he had that little tumble to make sure that he had that catch. And West Indies in trouble now. Rutherford, who's been batting well throughout the tournament and was looking calm and steady and composed, and now walks back after just a short stint. And that brings Holder onto the crease.
And they keep on playing their shots, West Indies, but they're running out of wickets. Jason Holder then in at number 7 for West Indies. We did see New Zealand pull off a remarkable recovery yesterday from 84 for 6.
Oh, it looked like the game was gone yesterday when New Zealand were 84 for 6, and the last 5 overs they just went ballistic, and it's just amazing if you stay composed and you stay in the game and you take your chances like New Zealand did, and they turned a game where it looked like they were gone and dusted and out, and ended up winning really, really comfortably. And West Indies will have to take a leaf from that book and apply it, and this will be the partnership to do it if they are to do it.
One thing that strikes me, Tatenda, is that West Indies 65 is they presumably have seen this pitch, seen the outfield, it's a very fast outfield, and thought about the conditions later, possibly with some dew. The game's still being played in sunlight. I'll come back to that in a moment. Bosch goes in, bowls to Holder, who covers up and plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. So they'll have an idea of the sort of score they need to be competitive on this pitch. And I mean, so in a tricky situation, because it doesn't look to me to be a sort of 130, 140 pitch, which is where they're heading at the moment. If they continue to lose wickets, you feel as though they're going to need a decent score, especially against this strong South African side. So they're almost caught between a rock and a hard place at the moment.
Oh, and it's not only the score, it's the dew factor as well that you take spin out of the question.
Bosch goes in and bowls to Holder. Holder plays defensively into extra cover, and there's no runs. A bit of a fumble, but there's some backup fielder.
I've been quite impressed with Bosch's speed. He has bowled really quickly, and he's bowled really well, and he's consistently bowled quick, and he's been quite a surprise. And to have him as a backup bowler to bowlers like Rabada and Ngidi is a big plus for South Africa.
His father was a pace bowler as well. Tertius Bosch. He's 31 years of age, born in Durban. He's playing his 20th T20 international today. Goes in now, bowls outside the off-stump. Holder tries to guide it down towards deep third, misses it through to the keeper. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 7 gone. West Indies are 60 for 5. Their innings is tottering. Need someone to stand up here, or two people to stand up really and play significant innings if they're to get a totally thick challenge this all-conquering South African side on this Ahmedabad pitch, which has got some bounce in it. Comes on nicely, and the outfield is very fast, and the boundaries as well. One boundary is 60 metres, which is not particularly big. Straight boundary is 72 metres. We've got a 60-metre boundary square to a 70-metre boundary square. Those are the dimensions today.
Just looking at the way the West Indies have gone about their innings, it doesn't look like they're looking at that at all. They're not looking at the size of the boundary. It looked like they just wanted to have a proper goal, which is what they've been doing all through the tournament, and they've been hitting scores of over 200 a couple of times, and they've scored scores over 180.
There's Maharaj bowling. That's tight to off stump as Powell gives himself some room, plays it out towards extra cover. There's a slight pause between overs there as Powell took his helmet off and put a cap on, West Indies cap. Maharaj bowls. Powell plays across his front pad there into the onside towards mid-wicket, or mid-on, and they go through for a single. Maharaj has put a slip in for Powell. He's on to 8. West Indies are 61 for 5. 7.2 overs bowled. This game is rattling along.
Lovely change of lovely captaincy from Aiden Makram there to bring Maharaj back.
Maharaj bowls. Got 2 right-handers on at the crease at the moment to bowl that, which he would like. Holder plays that quietly away into the onside into a gap from another single. West Indies at the moment, they just look as if they're... Well, Holder's come out just having a look, just regrouping, because he's such an experienced cricketer. There's that thought in the back of their minds that they might need a decent score here to challenge South Africa. As Maharaj bowls, played away by Powell into the onside. He might have just switched on 5 Sports Extra and thought, oh, 60 for 5. It must be a tricky pitch. Well, there is something in it for the pace bowlers, a bit of bounce, but it's not look like a 60 for 5 pitch.
Definitely not a 60 for 5 pitch. And Maharaj, after going for 17 in his first over,
bowls now, and that's hammered by Holder down the ground, out towards long off and over it. But he couldn't resist it, climbed into him there. Holder gets his first 6. He's on to 7 to get the regrouping. He's had a look. Bang, 69 for 5, coming towards the end of the 8th.
That is a beautiful cricket shot, considering the circumstance, considering the situation, and he's just had a nice flow of the bat to hit it straight over his head.
88 metres, Maharaj bowled, just dragging his length back a bit there, pushing it through, nudged into the onside by Holder. Maharaj had his hands in the air there. He thought for a moment he got through onto the pad, not quite. End of the over then, to tender, 8 gone. West Indies 70 for 5.
That is really a courageous shot from Holder. You would think that after the first couple of at the first over that Maharaj bowled, that they would try to just tick him over. But as soon as he saw it tossed up, then hit him straight over his head for 6. The big game that's coming later, and all the Indians will be looking intently for that game, and Zimbabwe will be looking to cause an upset, and everyone is looking forward to that one after this one.
Yeah, India, Zimbabwe is coming up at 1:30 UK time today. Tatenda will be contributing, joining our commentary team in Chennai for that one. 70 for 5. Holder on 8, and Geedy bowls, turned away by Holder, ball outside the off stump, just moving across the stumps there into the onside towards deep back with square leg, only just goes just outside the circle in the end. But Holder is through for 1. 71 for 5. West Indies started the 9th over. They've lost hope. They haven't lost hope altogether, but they've lost their captain. Shai Hope, King, Hetmeyer, Rutherford and Chase.
Clever batting from Holder, just stepping across and just working the ball on the leg side. you've got to find ways to keep ticking, and he's managing to do that.
Ngidi going into bowl to right-handed Powell outside the off-stump. Witt clattered away, but straight to cover. Brevis holds on. It's another one. Well, it felt like it was there to be hit, and Powell tried to pummel it away, but he's hit it in the air, and Brevis has clung on, and West Indies are 71 for 6 in the 9th over. And exuberant celebrations from the South Africans. They know the power of Powell, but he's on his way. Brevis falling away to his left and backwards, and clinging on to the catch around about chest height. Big problems for West Indies.
Catches win matches, as they say, and Ngidi is having a day that he will remember for the rest of his life. 3 wickets gone, and Powell gone for 9, and 6 wickets in only 8.2 overs. West Indies are sinking deeper into more trouble, and South Africa will be all arms and all happy in the situation at the moment. And who's going to bring that partnership? Someone is going to raise their hand up from the West Indian camp to bring a partnership and at least bet all the 20 overs. And South Africa will be looking at Ngidi to hopefully get his fifer if he can. He's still got plenty of overs to go to be able to achieve that, and he'll be looking to get men of the match for this and just kill the game straight away.
Taking 3 for 12 from 8 balls. Ngidi, West Indies continue to play shots, and they continue to perish. It's what makes them so beguiling to watch in a way, but when it goes wrong, of course, then there are big problems. Talking about this game in terms of India, it's also a big game for West Indies as well. They were to lose today because they then play India, and they're then vulnerable in that match against India. There's great matchups in the next couple of days, not least that India-Zimbabwe game this afternoon. There's at 4's out there at number 8. And first ball is outside the off-stump. There's a flash at that one. Well, it was there and away for the shot. It was quite close to the wide line, missed it and went through to the wicketkeeper de Kock. 71 for 6, middle of the 9th.
Short and wide, that should have been hit, but there was a lot of bounce on it. And just looking at that again, and catches win matches, as they say, and Brevis did take a nice one. And if they continue fielding like this, South Africa, they know that they'll be on their way to be in the semi-finals.
They've caught 5 catches so far, and then Ngidi induced chase to play on. Ford is forward, driving into the offside towards deep cover, and they trot through for a single. Ford is not a bad lower order hitter. You mentioned this earlier to Tender that he can play his shots as well. But it's a strange situation here. He probably never played an international T20 where he's had so much time. Normally coming down the order at 8, he would have a few balls.
Yeah, he wouldn't have played so many balls, and he has to brace himself and be able to stick with Jason Holder and build a partnership until the 15th over or somewhere there.
Ngidi bowls for Holder outside the off-stump. He goes for a cut, and the extra bounce there nearly does for him. Goes past the edge, through to the keeper. So Ford's best score in a T20 international is 29 not out. He does have a strike rate of 153. He's 176 runs. So he's got that licence to come in down the order. His highest score in T20 is full stop. He's played 70 matches in all competitions around the world. It's 52 strike rate at place on 150. So he can hit the ball forward, but at the moment he's got a different kind of job to do, unless they just keep on going hard and see where it takes them. Holder gets one outside the off stump, dabbed away, straight to backward point. There's no run. It's the end of the 9th over. Ngidi's bowled 2 overs and take 3 for 13. West Indies are 72 for 6 after 9 overs. We're a little bit in New Zealand against Sri Lanka territory from yesterday, and we saw what happened there, where New Zealand had that wonderful recovery. But I wonder whether South Africa will be as insipid as Sri Lanka were yesterday in pursuit of 169. I think there's a great deal of wailing and gnashing of teeth in Sri Lanka at their team's performances in the 2 Super 8 games. A lot of disappointment, and they are out of this T20 World Cup, even though they've got 1 game left.
Yeah, they will need to pluck a an apple from the tree that they saw yesterday. Because New Zealand scored 60-odd in the last 5 overs. It just goes to show that if you just push it to the 15th over, and be able to really have the freedom that New Zealand had, they might have a total that is defendable.
You've got to keep on believing, stay in and see where it takes you. Here's Janssen bowling outside the off stump. Ford looking to force, misses it. Just think on this pitch, though, South Africa's pace bowlers, they're in the game because they can induce the edge, they can induce the full shot, and there's plenty of them. You think of teams in India, Sri Lanka, they've got a lot of spin. New Zealand went 3 spinners yesterday, for example, at the Premadasa. But South Africa have got Janssen, Rabada, Ngidi, Bosch, pace bowlers. And it's served them well at this venue at Ahmedabad. There is some bounce here as Janssen goes in and bowls. It's pulled away over mid-on. It's gone to the boundary before. West Indies not holding back. Ford has slapped that out to the boundary. He goes to 5. And West Indies to 76 for 6 in the 10th.
It looks like they're going to continue playing their shots, and this one was shot on the offside, but you dragged it on the leg side. Mid-on is up, so not a bad shot, not a bad ploy. And it looks like the South Africans have got a different tactic. They're bowling a little bit outside off stump now. As soon as they got the 6th wicket, both the seam bowlers have been bowling outside off stump, maybe trying to induce an edge and bowl them out as quickly as possible.
Janssen to Ford. Ford is beaten by a good one. That was a much tighter line there from Janssen, and the bounce as well from the tall left armour. Past the edge and through to de Kock. Anything can happen here. It's kind of like 4 6s or wickets, basically, this game.
It is the Calypso way of playing cricket. All excitement. It's either the ball is flying to the boundary as a 6 or a 4, or the fielders are in celebration and keeping the crowd on the edge.
Janssen bowls to Ford, who goes big into the onside. And big enough as well. He's hit that into the lower tier at Cow Corner, into the orange seats. 6 more, 82 for 6 in the 10th.
That is quite interesting. This is fascinating stuff. You would think there would be a little bit of consolidating, but no. Let's continue playing some shots. Let's continue. There is some words being said between the two. Definitely some words being exchanged between the two teams, and a bit of heating up of the situation in this tournament. Exciting stuff for on.
Yeah, what we're going to see here is Janssen and Ford. Something to say to each other. Janssen goes in and bowls full slower ball, just taking a bit of pace off. Ford leant on it, played it out towards cover, and there's no run. 82 for 6. There's 1 ball left in the 10th over.
That's clever. That's clever from Janssen, because normally when you're having a few words and the two players are having a go at each other, you would think, the next thing is a bumper or a really quick one. But he followed up with a slow one to try and induce him to play a little bit early, a little bit in front of his body, and get caught.
Janssen does bowl a short one there that flies through. Umpires say that's fine for height. Yeah, it's a really good point, that, actually, isn't it? Yeah, fast bowlers just can't help themselves most of the time. But he did bowl a tempting, foolish, slower delivery. So well done to Janssen. But in the end, he couldn't help himself because he had to bang on in short. Last ball will be over. OK, we've reached the halfway stage. Thanks so much to Tender. More from you in a short while. West Indies are 82 for 6 after 10 overs. Holder has 9. Ford has 11. So a double change. David Milan and Melissa Story.
Thank you, Simon. Had a bit of a conversation there between Jason Holder, Matthew Ford and the umpire after a few words were exchanged in that previous over there, Dermot. You can see Ford and Janssen I'd love to say exchanging a few polite words, but I'm sure after that 6 it was maybe less polite.
Yeah, and it was a bit of, I didn't say anything, it wasn't me, it was him, a bit of pointing and finger pointing there, but it's good to see there's still a bit of aggression in the game.
As Bosch over the wicket outside the off stump and run down to deep third, where Janssen will collect and return to the keeper for a single 83 for 6. There's plenty of people who used to play or still play mention that Obviously, with the rise of franchise cricket, where more and more international stars are playing on the same team as their competitors, that there's a bit less of this in the game now. But I like to think there's still a good amount of that passion out there in the middle at times, and things can get heated to the right amount. As Bosch is picked up, scooped, but not far enough to go to the boundary. Fielder running in, takes the catch. They're 7 down. Bosch has a second wicket to his name. And Ford goes for 11 off 9 balls. South Africa continue, or the South African seamers to be precise, continue to run through this West Indies lineup.
Yeah, Ford playing sort of a in-between pick-up to a scoop, somewhere in between, and managing to just almost give catching practice to deep square leg, and Rickleton's taken a fantastic catch running in. It's been sort of noticeable how South Africa have bowled. Their seamers have bowled really short. They've used their pace on. They've hardly bowled any hard volleys in this game, apart from maybe 1 or 2 in Ngidi's first over. Apart from that, they've really banged the ball in. Maybe that's the fact that this is their 5th game of playing here, and they're used to the surface, they're used to the conditions and how they want to use the dimensions of the ground. As we've said before, it is a lot shorter, squarer. So whether that home advantage have played into their hands, who knows? But South Africa are using the conditions very, very well here. In the West Indies, it's a stick or twist situation for them. There's still 9.4 overs left, and one of these 2 batters here is going to have to chance their arm and see if they can get a 30 or a 40 of 15, 20 balls, and see if they can get themselves up to a 150, 160 mark, and hopefully their bowlers can defend that.
Certainly is. Mario Shepherd comes in at number 9 for the West Indies. I think here, the conversation going on between Holder and Shepherd, but Holder will be saying exactly that we need to stay in here. We saw in the game between Sri Lanka and New Zealand, where Sri Lanka had New Zealand 6 down in an uncomfortable position, and resurgence between Santner and McConkey at the bottom of the order propelled them to a good total. There is a chance for the West Indies, as deep in the crease goes Shepherd, clipping the ball to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, and the West Indies bat really deep as well. I mean, Shepherd batting at 10 or 9, wherever he is now, that's a fantastic batting lineup to have that amount of power. And you still look at it now, Shepherd and Jason Holder can both change the game on their own. They can both easily be capable of getting a 50 of 25 balls if they can get themselves in and kept going. So they have to focus on this partnership, whichever way they want to go about it, whether they want to sit in for a little bit or they want to attack from ball 1, but they have to get something going here, otherwise this game's gone for them.
There's Bosch with a shorter ball and strike Shepherd on the helmet. He ducked into that one. Immediate signals for the physio to come on and run a concussion test.
Yeah, it's never nice to see that when guys get hit. But you're right, he's not played that very well, Minister, has he? He's ducked into it, he's taken his eyes off the ball. Just saying a bit earlier, South Africa have really used the short ball in this innings. They've not missed full. So as a batter coming in, you have to be prepared for that. But you have to say, it probably wasn't short enough to duck. Oh, it's just come off his shoulder, so he might have taken a bit of the power or the speed of the ball off it. So, but it's still going to rattle a bit. It's never a nice feeling when it hits you on that grill. You always take a couple of seconds to realise where you are, and no matter who you are and how many times you've been hit on the head, it does affect you a little bit. So it is good that the physios come on, they have a look, check the batter's all right, and it gives you a little bit of time to regain your composure.
And we're seeing batters in the modern game now with that extra protection around the back of the helmet. It doesn't have that around the side, and as we've mentioned, because it was played poorly and he turned his face away from it, he's actually exposed that kind of part of the lower jaw and side of his neck where there's no additional padding. So I think the physio here just wanting to really make sure they ask you all the questions, of which, to be honest, most of the time when I've gone through a concussion test, I don't know the answer that I'm not concussed. So they have to do those kind of base level tests. As we continue now with Bosch straying onto the pads of Shepherd, he whips it away behind square on the onside, and they come back for 2. Well run by this West Indian pair. 85 for 7, and you'll know better than me, Darren, but they'll kind of ask you the months of the year backwards and alphabets and what you had for breakfast that morning.
Yeah, you're right. Also, on the field, they ask you those bizarre questions, don't they? They ask you, what day of the week is it and where are you playing and all the basic things that you should go, because I'm guessing they're trying to hope that you pass the test so you can keep batting, although there is a rule now that you can substitute someone in.
As Bosch, back of a length, punched nicely by Shepherd. Out towards Rabada on the deep cover boundary. Single taken, 11 overs gone. West Indies 86 for 7, Holder on 10, and Shepherd on 3.
But it's those baseline concussion tests that you have to do in the changing room afterwards. Those are the ones that get you, and they ask you, 10 words, and it's bottle and mirror and what have you, and then 5 minutes later they ask you to repeat as many as you can remember, and then you're a bit like, I couldn't even remember them when you told me, and then you write the months backwards, and then it's days, and then you have to walk in a straight line, and then you have to close your eyes and stand on one leg, I think it is, and hands on hips. So there's so many things that you have to go through. And most of the time you probably fail them without even being hit on the head. Well, I definitely do. So I always try and get a low baseline before I get hit.
I hope the physio's not listening to this one. As Rabada is in, driving on the up is Shepherd, straight to the fielder at short extra cover. I must say my approach for those kind of random words is to try and create it into a story. So you get nurse and dog and all of this, and you can say, well, my dog visited the nurse, and the nurse found that the dog had eaten a spoon, and it's the only way I can do it. And in the end, you just get stuck with this weird story, which is like some fever dream, or if you'd eaten a bit too much cheese before going to sleep. Rabada, shorter ball, looking to pull his Shepherd, goes through to Tukok behind the stumps.
Yeah, I've never tried that theory. I might think about that the next time. I usually try and memorise the first 5 words they give me. I try and repeat them over and over and over, and then when they tell you which ones you've missed out, I try and repeat those over and over and over, and then hopefully by the time it comes to my final test that I've got the first 5, and then I can just guess 1 or 2, and then I can walk away with a 6 or 7 out of 10 and everyone's happy.
Sounds like a good approach.
It's just all luck, isn't it?
As Rabada into Shepherd, drives into the gap at cover. It's picked up by the fielder. Return to the keeper for a single, 87 for 7. Plenty of the South African fielders wearing those floppy hats, and in fact that catch by Ryan Rickleton, deep square leg, previous over. He did a very good job to cover 25 metres of ground, dive forwards and keep the floppy hat on the entire time.
Yeah, that is a skill, isn't it? And he's a keeper as well, so he probably would be bouncing his head up and down when he runs in, not like the traditional fielders that try and keep it still. So he's done very well there. But it is good to see them wearing it. It's a nice addition. The West Indians used to wear them back in the day.
Rabada, slower ball full, and Holder calmly drives it down towards Long On, who's well off the boundary rope. Scored to 88 for 7. What do you mean there by kind of fielders keeping their head more still than a keeper?
Well, I guess keepers in general, they don't really do a lot of running to catch balls, do they? So it's, and they've got their gloves so they can get away with a bit. But as a fielder, when you're on the boundary, the hardest thing is when you're running flat out is when you're running, your head moves up and down. So the ball sort of bounces a little bit in the air, and it feels like it bounces. So the key is to try and keep your head still. So A.B. de Villiers used to talk about jumping just before he got the ball, because then his head would be level and his eyes would be still.
Well, a full toss from Rabada, just dipped up so slightly on Shepherd, who doesn't do the usual batter's tactic of looking immediately at the square leg umpire, begging for that no ball call, but the dip saving Rabada on that occasion. Single to the total, 89 for 7.
And Jason Roy does the same just before he catches on the boundary, just gives himself a little bit of a jump, so both feet are sort of in the air and his head can stay level, so it just helps the bounce a little bit. I'm not as skilled as that. I was just lucky to get 2 hands on it.
Clipped into the onside, big gap between Long On and mid-wicket, and fielders converge. Just the single though, 12 overs gone, 90 for 7 the score. Holder on 12, Shepherd on 5. You're far too harsh on yourself, Howard.
No, I just like to take the mickey out of myself. It's the only way to do it. But going back to this game, actually, Melissa, I think Rabada would be, South Africa would be incredibly pleased with Rabada here. He's had a quiet World Cup and he's bowled his 3 overs for 11 or 12 runs, 2 for 11. Which is brilliant for him. He's been under a little bit of pressure, so for him to come in a big game like this and have his standards back is always good for them, because you're always trying to peak at the right time in these tournaments. You're trying to find the combinations that might not have worked and try and get the players into as much form as you possibly can. So that'd be a really big tick for them if South Africa go on to win this game.
Maharaj is going to come back into the attack. The only spinner used so far by South Africa. Comes into Holder, who punches back to him for no run. It's been so interesting assessing the conditions across this World Cup and across the two nations in India and Sri Lanka. Last night we saw Sri Lanka and New Zealand spin play a huge role. This one heaved out towards the mid-wicket, fielded by Brevis for one. Leisurely single between the wickets for the West Indies, 91 for 7 the score. And obviously some teams have had that advantage of playing more fixtures at a certain ground, such as South Africa today, playing at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Maharaj flatter, darted into the pads, and Shepherd goes on one leg, tucks that down the ground.
Yeah, and that's played in South Africa's favour massively, because they're not really a team that favours a lot of spinners. They don't generally tend to pick a lot of spinners, and I guess they've not been put under pressure a lot recently, so they haven't had to use a sixth bowler, which most teams have had to go to so far.
It's Maharaj into Holder. He has a big heave at that one, doesn't make contact, and the ball dribbles out into the onside behind square. Cock comes round to collect. Dot ball, 92 for 7, just the 2 runs off this over so far. I mean, could that be a detriment to South Africa, I guess, as we go throughout this competition? Maharaj inside the off stump, flailed at in the air, but past the fielder at backward point, down to the deep third boundary before Maharaj frustrated there with that outcome. Holder moves to 17, the West Indies 96 for 7. But of course, we speak about adaptability in T20 cricket so much. If South Africa come against that opposition who take down one of their bowlers, do you think they almost would have preferred having that game where they could have tested those 6th, 7th bowling options? I'll get your answer after this delivery from Maharaj, who follows Holder into the onside. He tucks it square. He'll get a single, and 13 overs gone. The score 97 for 7.
Oh, definitely. I think part of the group stages in tournaments is about finding the combination. South Africa have obviously found a combination that works for them with their 4 seamers at this ground, with the dew that comes in latest. They want to tick all boxes. They've got Markram that can bowl. They've played George Linder in one of the games, or 2 of the games, so they've been able to give guys a little bit of a run out here and there. It's just, I guess, trying to find that balance, because South Africa have been so successful. If they were to go and play in different conditions now, how that would change their team, and whether they'd be comfortable doing that, or whether they would still stick to backing their 4-seamer ploy that they've used and has been so successful. So the conditions that wherever they play is going to have to dictate that, and it's going to be interesting to see how brave they would be and whether they would change it depending on the conditions. But I think the Afghanistan game was one of the few where South Africa were really punished and put under pressure. Markram had to bowl himself, but apart from that, a bit like the West Indies in this game, they haven't been put under pressure leading up to a big game yet. So this will be a test for the West Indies as well.
Ngidi, 3 for 13. His figures so far off 2. He's pulled away by Holder without much timing. It's up to the fielder, Rabada at deep square. Scored to 98 for 7. The shot there of the West Indies dugout with Gudikesh Moti and Shamar Joseph, the batters to come for the West Indies, sat down looking somewhat nervous with their helmets on, almost like when you've got under-11s cricket and the coach has got to make sure all the batters to come in have got their helmets safely on, and you're waiting for your chance to go in the middle.
Yeah, and I think both of them will be hoping these two bat for a hell of a lot longer than they are now.
Ngidi to Shepherd, slower ball, and it's gone straight up, down the ground, and over the fielder. Shepherd muscles that, launching on that over-pitch delivery. Ngidi, grimace on his face, 104 for 7, and 100 up for the West Indies.
It was really well bowled from Ngidi. He's changed the pace up beautifully. He's gone to that fantastic slow ball he's got. He's bowled the right line as well, quite wide and dipping slow ball, trying to get him to miss-hit one. I think he actually did in there, but Romario Shepherd, the power that he has to hit that, because he didn't hit that clean as well, and he's hit that 10, 15 yards back into the crowd. So just shows the power the West Indies have, and it just shows that if these two could bat for another 4 or 5 overs, because the intent that they've shown over the last, I'd say, 8 balls has shown that they really are wanting to put their foot down and change this game. So if one of these two can come on, then West Indies could easily get to that 160, 170 mark.
Ngidi over the wicket, beats the outside edge of Shepherd's bat through to de Kock, and on this occasion he's got the sly grin on his face. And of course the West Indies, with their bowling lineup as well, and seeing what this surface has had for the South African seamers, they'll know that if, as you say, they can get to that even 140, 150 score, they have something to bowl at.
Yeah, and they have 4 seamers as well, which helps. They've got a really well-balanced bowling attack too. And, the West Indies have got some really tall guys. Jason Holder's, highest release point. The bounce that he'll get off this surface will be good as well. So if they can get to a score that they think that if they can get a couple of wickets in the power play, they would obviously, back themselves.
Ngidi, back of the length, pulled by Shepherd out towards deep mid-wicket, while Brevis collects, returns to the keeper. Single to the total, 105 for 7.
And the West Indian bowlers would have learned from the way South Africa went about it as well. They'd have watched the lengths, they'd have a bowling coach, the analysts would have sat there and said, look, South Africa have hit this length consistently. This is where we want to go about it. And if we can hit these lengths, we might be able to get the same amount of movement or bounce out of this and challenge the South African batters. Obviously, they are different, the South African batters. They do hit squarer. They played on the surface a lot. There's more of their strength is to go square of the wicket.
Ngidi, outside the off stump, cut away by Holder. And evades the fielder. Deep cover, Rickleton there. Far too much work for him to do. So 2 boundaries in this over so far. And Ngidi just slipping into that wider shape. He's pushing the ball outside the off stump. Holder just had to rock back, guided away, and easy pickings.
Yeah, it's been a trademark of Ngidi so far. He's actually bowled really well, but whenever he's bowled a bad ball, he's really missed wide, which is not something you've got to do when you've got 3rd man up and a point up. So he wants to be attacking the stumps as much as he can. He wants to be bringing in the LBW bowl, the consequence if you're playing a shot across the line. And I just don't know if that's a technical thing that he's getting wrong or if he's just missing his line by quite a long way. But that was a short on the wide line with both guys up. And Markram's coming to chat to him now, probably asking him the same question of why are you bowling short and wide, mate, when you've got everyone set on the leg side for you to bowl straight at the stumps.
We've seen him before, absolute fire in those leg stump Yorkers. He's entirely capable of as he comes in again now. It's a full-length ball outside the off stump. And it was ballooned up towards extra cover, I think, for the moment there. The fielder not quite realising Maharaj. It was a catching opportunity. He reacted late to the ball. The cries of catch it from Ngidi and de Kock behind the stumps. And he just didn't get forwards. Silence from the South African players. It was a slur ball, well disguised. I can understand why he would have thought that was a bump ball, but Jason Holder just chipping it up. Maharaj nowhere near it in the end, smacking him in a fortunate place.
Caught him in the middle stump there, I think. That's not ideal, but yeah, the South African fielders are not happy with it there. Jason Holder has done all ends up with a fantastic slow ball, a lot fuller than he has been bowling it, and he's managed to just chip that up. And for some other reason, Maharaj, whether he didn't pick it up or didn't think it was going to carry, didn't really give it the best opportunity to catch it. And South Africa probably feel like they've let one go there, and West Indies still probably feel they're in the game. 6 overs to go, 7 down. Wickets obviously not great, 110 on the board, but 2 batters in that could both have the power to change a game. So this game's not fully done for South Africa yet. They are obviously in the driving seat, but they don't want to be too comfortable because it takes 1 over of a 20 and suddenly this game's changed and they're going to have to bat really well again to win a game.
Just a reminder of the context of this game in Group 1 with that clash between India and Zimbabwe a little later, 1:30 game coverage on Sports Extra BBC Sounds. Of course, India with a lot to watch in this game. They'll be hoping that South Africa can win today, and ideally both of their remaining matches against the West Indies today and Zimbabwe, or alternatively lose both of them. Even if South Africa beat West Indies today and lose to Zimbabwe, India will still be assured of a place in the last 4 without net run rate coming into play. However, if South Africa lose to the West Indies today and beat Zimbabwe, and 3 teams, South Africa, West Indies and India, will all be level on 4 points. And in that case, net run rate, that will decide the fate of these teams. And for India, they don't really want to be relying on net run rate after that heavy defeat to South Africa. And West Indies, huge win against Zimbabwe on Monday, 105 runs the margin in that defeat for Zimbabwe. So lots to focus on in this Group 1. Certainly will that be a costly moment for South Africa. Holder on 23 off 20. He had the kind of awkward moment there as Maharaj had to slowly get his way to his feet in a little bit of pain and go over to Ngidi and make a bit of an apology.
And there was no sympathy shown from any of his teammates either. They were like, you should have caught that. And no one even gave him a tap on the shoulder to see if he was all right when he was just rolling around in pain.
Brutal. And now he's come into bowl, sliding that one into the pads of Shepherd, who goes back, doesn't make contact with the ball, and it dribbles out towards point for no run.
Going back to your groups there, this is a fantastic group, isn't it? The amount of different combinations.
Wide and slapped away for 6 over extra cover. Shepherd there playing a glorious stroke, moves to 19 off 14. Maharaj doesn't look best pleased, 115 for 7.
Yeah, that's Maharaj's go-to. He generally attacks the stumps, and whenever he thinks that you're going to come after him, and especially batters with power, he tries to hold the ball as wide as he can and bring the length back, but Shepherd just too good there, and the power that he's got is unbelievable.
Maharaj to Shepherd, who backed into the onside. Originally looked like he was going to open up the offside. Opts to just punch it down the ground for a single where Janssen collects. 116 for 7. The dimensions at this ground, square boundary 60 metres and 70 metres. Straight down the ground, 72 metres. Maharaj coming in now to an advancing holder in the air and on the bounce in the end to Janssen at long on. It's fortunate he didn't get all of that one. Single to the total, 117 for 7 in his 15th over.
Yeah, it's noticeable that West Indies really are trying to put their foot down. This Maharaj's last over, the last over of spin going to be bowled. Probably fancied themselves and trying to get a couple of boundaries here and just hopefully getting a little bit of momentum for the last 5.
The Shepherd respectfully pushes the ball back to Maharaj. Collects in his follow-through, dot ball. Almost see Shepherd hit, as you say, going for the big shot. Is Maharaj in? Instead, he just goes deep in the crease. Chips the ball down towards wide, long on for 1. Maharaj, his 4 overs complete. Figures of none for 43 after that expensive first over. And he's been the bowler West Indian batters have gone after today. So 5 overs remaining. West Indies 118 for 7. David to take a break and to pick up commentary. Simon.
So 5 overs left then, or 5 overs available to West Indies. And it's possible if these two were able to break free here, they could get 160, 170, but wickets, and of course it's going to be 130. So that's the goal ahead for both these teams in these closing overs. These two rebuilding. Holder 24, Shepherd 21. Shepherd's got a strike rate in T20 internationals of 145. So still a bit of power there.
The 8-wicket partnership is building up.
Here's Bosch bowling to Shepherd, who goes for a huge mow into the leg side. He might have got a little tickle on that, but it bounced in front of de Kock, who gathered it well. And the upshot dot ball to Tender Taibu with us now.
Yes, they've got building a nice partnership here. 33 of 27 balls, and if they can really put some impetus in the last 5 overs and get a respectable total, as a slow ball and just couldn't carry to the keeper. And both these batters can hit a long ball. Shepherd, we've already seen, has hit a couple of sixes, as well as Jason Holder.
Shepherd on strike. Bosch goes in to bowl to him, and he launches that one into the onside, and he's hit it over wide long on for 6. Right on cue. Just as Tatenda was saying what a big hitter he can be, Shepherd's gone to 27. It's 124 for 7 in the 16th over.
How easy did he hit that? Just a little tap, not even a follow through to that hit. And Bosch knew straight away after it has been hit that it was going to go for 6. And if they can continue at this rate in the last 5 overs, it will make a very interesting game. And it doesn't matter what cricket you're playing, whether it's Test cricket, one-day cricket, T20, you need partnerships. You need two batters set to assess the wicket and to play according to the wicket and to accelerate at the right time.
Made that look ridiculously easy. Bosch goes in to bowl to Shepherd, wide of off stump, drags him wide. Full delivery, reaches for it, misses it on its way through to de Kock. So 124 for 7. Markram out there directing the troops. He knows that there's still threat here in this partnership between Holder and Shepherd. Both big hitters, 4.5 overs left. He doesn't want to get away from him as it got away from Dasan Shanaka yesterday in that match at Premadasa. Remarkably so from this stage, basically. In fact, New Zealand were behind where West Indies are at the moment. Score predictor is 157. Well, a lot of variables there because they've only got 3 wickets left. Shepherd waits. Bosch bowls to its full, and it goes to the drive. It goes underneath the toe of the bat there on its way through to de Kock. Another thought strikes me as well, just talking about the permutations of this group, net run rate. If West Indies were to get rolled for 130 and South Africa knock them off quite quickly, that would damage West Indies' net run rate. So there's also a benefit for them here in extending the game and making it a longer game. Well, I'm sure they're not thinking about that at the moment, but that is a factor with net run rate. There are so many permutations in this group in the next few days. Bosch moves in, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Shepherd. It's full outside the off stump in his hitting zone. Powered away for 4. Goodness me, he's hit that hard. I mean, it was there to be struck. He had a couple of sighters, he bottomed a couple of full balls, and Shepherd has muscled it to the boundary. 128 for 7.
Oh boy, can he hit a cricket ball. It doesn't matter where it is, whether it's full, whether it's a full toss, whether it's a short ball, short and wide. A batter still has to put it away, and Shepherd is doing it so easily. That's the scary thing, is it does it so easily. So it kind of...
Bosch goes in to complete the over, and it's full. It's powered down the ground towards long on. Only be a single this time, so 11 runs off the over, and there were 3 dot balls in there as well. Bosch has gone 3 overs, 2 for 23. West Indies with 4 overs left are 129 for 7.
It kind of hamps the thought of a bowler if a batter is hitting the ball so easily and cleanly through the gaps that if he then has a full go, and even sometimes when he mishits, they will always go for a 6 or for a boundary. And Shepherd is looking to be that player, and it's not only him. Jason Holder can hit a long ball as well, and it looks like I'm sure the message will be clear from the coach that okay, we're down to the last 4, let's give it a proper go and see where we get ourselves to. But they still have to do that with the Rabada on the other end, who's been bowling really well. 2 for 11.
Yeah, 3 overs, 2 for 11. Last over, his first ball is pumped away by Shepherd. He's hit that into the crowd at deep back with square leg, and I think a gentleman in a white shirt has caught it as well. He's delighted. He's dancing on his seat and holding it up. There's his moment of fame. So he's got a shirt which says Bishnoi on the back. Well, Rabada comes in for his final over, just back of a length delivery, and just helped on its way. Magnificent blow by Shepherd.
You've got a bowler who's got 2 for 11 after 3 overs, and he's just been muscled for 6 easily by Shepherd, and he's having an innings to remember.
Rabada bowled down the leg side, taken by de Kock, wide signalled by umpire Dharmasena. Every little helps, and West Indies inching forward here. We thought it might be a short innings, but they're batting on, and they've got some hope here. As long as these two can stay together, they put on 53 from 36 balls. They have got some good ball strikers in this team, West Indies. And today they've hit a few up in the air, but they're keeping on going. Here's Rabada bowling. That's a slicing drive. Now, where's this going? It's going over extra cover, just out of the reach of the fielder, who has to run back. And Markham, the captain, he's a very good fielder, so if Markham can't get there, then no one can. He had to run back there, and he went over his head. And Shepherd got away with that. A slice for 2 over extra cover.
Yeah, no wonder why these two teams have been won every single game they've played so far. They don't have a never die attitude. From the situation that West Indies were in, you would think that game would be done and dusted quite quickly, but
here's Shepherd playing that towards short, fine leg that time. Throw comes in, and they can't get through for a single, so a dot ball there. Yeah, they were 83 for 7, and now 138 for 7.
And if they can continue, just on this hitting spree, they'll be able to get 160, 170, and that's a total that you can feel.
Yeah, you're in the game, aren't you? Shepherd gets a full ball on his pads out towards deep backwards square leg. We saw South Africa the other day make, what was it, high 180s against India, win the game comfortably, albeit a night match. West Indies and South Africa, it's such a fascinating matchup. West Indies playing lots of shots and losing lots of wickets, but they're still going.
That's the Cavaliers' ways.
Rabada bowls to Holder, who dabs this time into the onside. Well, there are 2 or 3 ways of doing it, and Holder is there saying, I'll take the one.
Yeah, was happy to take that single. Slow ball from Rabada, a change of pace, which is necessary at this stage of the innings. And who would have thought? They thought they would have been bowling to bowl them out. We all thought that. I thought that. But looks like they are now bowling to complete the 20 overs and make sure that they restrict them to a low total.
140 for 7. Last ball of the 17th. Rabada bowls to Shepherd. It's full. Struck on the pad. Rabada there was appealing for LBW. Also realised he had to pick up the ball as well and prevent the run. I think that was angling down the leg side. It's been given not out by umpire Dharmasena. There are 2 reviews left. What's Markham going to do here? The clock's ticked down. Oh, they are going to review it. Look, it was full on the pads. It was given not out. So that narrows the stumps.
TV umpire...
Well, they've still got 2 reviews, and it's a half-half. It looks from our angle, it looks like it's sliding down the leg side. But, if we're wrong, and it's a 50-50 chance, and they get a wicket, which is important at this stage.
Split screen. Ball seems to pass under the bat there.
Definitely going under the bat.
Just have a look at Aldridge, please.
Definitely going down the leg side.
This is Richard Illingworth, our TV umpire. Just got to decide whether there was an under edge first on that. Let's have a look.
Okay, we've got a very big spike with the ball next to the bat, and no need to go for ball tracking. We'll go back to Kumar on field. Got no gap between bat and ball. Squeeze the ball onto the ground so you can stay with your original decision, Kumar, not out.
There we go. He didn't bother with the tracking because he thought there was an under edge. But I didn't think that had a lot going for it. It looked as though it was sliding down. Once it was given not out, then it just narrows the stump, so umpire's call in favour of the batter as well. So, South Africa blow a review there, but they've only got 3 overs left. And they've still got 1 review left. A bit of a punt, that one. 140 for 7 with 3 to go.
Yeah, West Indies will be looking to get up to 160, 170. You've got Jansen, who's been bowling all right, decently well, with good bounce, good variation. And if he can close off, that'll be good for South Africa.
There's Jansen bowling, and Holder smacking him over the long-on boundary. Well, you knew from the moment that left the bat that was going to be 6 from Jason Holt. I don't think he got it perfectly, but he's such a big man, so strong. And he had big follow-through. He went high in the air and over the rope at long on. It was a ball outside the off stump, lifted away. West Indies here, can they bank 170 minimum? But these 2, anything's possible here the last 3 overs, and they really climb into the bowling.
Definitely with these 2 in, still at the crease, 170 is possible. And they strike the ball so nicely.
Now 25 balls, 49 runs. Jansen bowls, short outside the off stump, huge swipe from Holder. It was pace off delivery, always wide as well. Everything just going West Indies' way at the moment. Umpire spreading his arms out wide. So one more to the total, 147 for 7. We had 17.1 overs. These last 2.5 overs are going to feel quite long for South Africa if these two are continuing to hit.
They've definitely taken a leaf out of the book of yesterday's game. And as long as you can just hold in, stay in, and just take the opportunities when they come, and at the end, really launch, and that's what they're doing.
Janssen bowls to Holder outside the off-stump. He does him with a slower ball there. That's really good bowling. Holder frustrated with himself that he didn't spot it or just pick it up. It's just outside the off-stump. Excellent from Janssen. Holder, mighty swing and a miss. Dribbled through to de Kock, so dot ball.
That's really clever bowling from Janssen. The execution in the previous ball wasn't great. It was a wide. It was a slow ball outside off-stump. But he didn't change the plan. He continued, understanding that it was just the execution that was wrong.
Janssen jogs in, bowls to Holder, short. When he does climb into it, it's only going one way. Crashes it out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Absolutely thrashed. So if Holder can locate the ball somewhere in the middle of his bat, it's going to go for 4 or 6. That one went for 4. Scooting out towards deep mid-wicket. West Indies 150 is up. 151 for 7. Still in the 18th over. It was 1 bounce 4, wide of the fielder at deep mid-wicket.
It's been quite interesting that they have continued to play shots. They've continued to play attacking cricket, and that's really brave. That's really being courageous, and you've got to give them credit for that. And it looks like it's paying off at the dying end.
Janssen bowls. Holder goes big down the ground. You know what's coming. It's 6. Into the sight screen, high up into the sight screen. Now that felt a bit slottage there from Janssen, and Holder said, I thank you, and hammered it down the ground. 157 for 7. This is wonderful hitting. It's been a fascinating innings, this. That was just in Holder's hitting zone there. It was a bit wide of off stump, but it came very nicely onto his bat.
So 41 apiece, 41 for Romario Shepherd and 41 for Jason Holder. And it looks like if they both get their 50s, that would be a decent score to chase, and they've got to go back to the drawing board now with the captain maybe either slowing things down a little bit or just sharing a few options that Janssen can tend to. Well, it looks like Jason Holder is ready for anything that's about to be dished at him.
They need a wicket here, South Africa, otherwise they could be chasing 200. I know that sounds an outrageous thing to say. Janssen bowls, it's full on the stumps, almost Yorker length delivery. It's clipped into the onside, slight misfield from Brevis out on the wide long on boundary, and they're able to come back for 2. 159 for 7. There's still 2.1 overs left, and the way these two hit it, you wouldn't, if they do stay in for the last 2.1 overs, we're going to have 3 or 4 more 6s minimum, you think.
The worrying thing for South Africa at the moment is the ease in which they're hitting the 6s when they're striking it.
Janssen bowls to Holder. A nice dab shot there from Holder. Well, there's the finesse. That's 4. That's beautifully played. What an over that is for West Indies. Just topped it all up. 23, I think, in all off the over. Janssen's gone 4 overs for 50. And West Indies, with 2 overs left, are 163 for 7. Good luck, the bowlers who've got to bowl to these two in this form, because the ball is going everywhere at the moment. They were 83 for 7, and now they're back in this game at 163 for 7 with 2 overs left.
That shot tells you that it's just not aimless bashing. Jason Holder has just played a finesse cricket shot, one that you would have expected one of the players up the order. But it just shows that if you spend time on the crease, it gets easier and easier, and you have more options, you have a calmer head. And Jason Holder, together with Romario Shepherd, put him on a really good partnership that can be helpful for South Africa. And South Africa have got to do something about it.
Here's Ngidi rushing in, balls to Shepherd, wide of off stump, done him with a slower ball there. Shepherd's in full-on mode, tries to belt that down the ground, and deceived by the slow ball from Ngidi. 3 for 25, started his 4th over. These two have put on 80 runs. They came together for the 3rd ball of the 11th over. The first ball of the 19th over. So it's been a wonderful partnership between these two. Holder 47 from 28, Shepherd 41 from 29. 163 for 7, but they need more here. This is a good pitch, bit of pace in it, and also very fast outfield and some small boundaries. Here's Ngidi bowling another slow ball, and Shepherd goes after that one as well and misses it. One hand off the bat, a big smile on his face. I mean, he's just looking to hit the ball out of Ahmedabad at the moment.
This is total execution. This is total class and total professionalism from Ngidi. And 2 out of 2 slow balls, Yorker length, and the second one being a bit wider than the first one. And to be able to execute like this, it looks like it's his day, and he's really been bowling well. And has managed to deceive Romari Shepherd twice in this over.
Can he do it a third time? Just inside the wide line as well. It's a perfect delivery. Ngidi bowls, slow full toss. He's done him again. He's done him again. This is brilliant from Ngidi. I mean, as you got Romario Shepherd, I know it's easy to say. Do you just set yourself for a slower ball and then react if it's quicker? And he's bowled him 3 slower balls. He's done him on every single occasion outside the off stump, and that requires a mid-pitch chat between the 2 batters. Jason Holder, experienced cricketers, come down and have a chat with Romario Shepherd.
The question is he picking it? He has to be picking it first. I don't know, he has to look at how it's, maybe the trajectory of how the ball is coming out of the hand, or to cock having a laugh at it.
Right, well, we can get this time. That's a top edge, and it's gone for 4, down towards deep third. A massive mow. And it flew away. Well, that can happen. Frustration for Ngidi. But, I mean, he probably, if you said to start the over, you're going to be 4 off 4 balls, you probably would have accepted it. You're not taking wickets. One of them's going to go, or 2 of them are going to go to the boundary, and that one did. Horrible, ugly shot. Massive swipe and a thick outside edge through about 3rd slip.
Yeah, it looked a horrible shot, and he took his eyes off the ball. And I think he knows that Jason Holder, I think, whispered something in his ear to say, look, just keep your eye on the ball.
Ngidi bowls to Shepherd. He's on 45. He's with him now. It's a full slower ball dug out by Shepherd. This is such a good over from Ngidi. He's deceiving Shepherd here, and only 5 off 5, so 168 for 7. But nevertheless, a decent comeback from West Indies. They were 83 for 7. Crowd building up. Lots of Indian local support here, as well as support for South Africa and for West Indies as well. And they'll be watching on thinking, well, how does this affect us? What does this mean, this West Indies recovery? What it does is elongates the game, so West Indies' net run rate is probably not going to be so damaged even if they lose. Ngidi bowls to Holder, and Holder is deceived himself by a slow ball. He taps it back. Now, you could say that was not particularly well played, that over, by the 2 batters, but it's so good from Ngidi with that deception, those slower balls, and he's got out of that over superbly. Just 5 after the penultimate over with 2 batters who were trying to smack it everywhere. 168 for 7. De Kock comes over and gives him a low 5, so well bowled, and that indeed was very well bowled. 168 for 7 West Indies with 1 over left.
And Ngidi has really bowled well. Changed the pace when he needed to. Early on, he used the new ball, got the ball to bounce, got the ball to move, got the tickles down to the keeper, got early wickets to set South Africa in a good position. And now
there's Bosch, last over, fall into the toes of Shepherd, who forces it away towards deep mid-wicket. Just a single. 169 for 7. West Indies need a couple of 6s in this final over just to finish off the recovery. Both batters on 47.
If Bosch can finish off the same way that Ngidi did, that would be so good for South Africa. If they can chase anything below 180, they will feel that they're in with a good chance. And just taking a bit of time to think about the options, think about what is going to bowl. Yorker, do you think he'll go?
Well, you'd think just a slower ball, if you can get the Yorker, yeah. Here's Bosch bowling. It's a Yorker. It's drilled out by Holder into the onside towards deep mid-wicket. Picked up by Brevis. Through for a single. It's one thing to want to bowl the Yorker, and then, but also to get it right. The batter's sitting deep in the crease, but he did that really well there. So much so that Holder inspects the bottom of his bat. just to check it's not been split. 170 for 7. Can West Indies find the 2 boundaries you feel they need to get to 180 plus here? Shepherd will try, I'm sure, but 2 good balls from Bosch right in the toes. Bosch goes in now, bowls to Shepherd. That's full as well, almost Yorker length. Drags the drive up towards long on. It's only a single. Goodness me, they bowl well these last 2 overs, South Africa. Still 3 balls left. But the last 9 balls, it's going everywhere, all around the park, and they've managed to bottle them up. 171 for 7.
It makes a big difference if you can execute your plans, and it looks like he's been trying to bowl Yorkers, and he's actually been executing them. The third one was slightly off, but he couldn't really get under that. And if he can continue on that note, that'll be good.
Bosch bowls to Holder, goes across there and plays a little dab shot, half a ramp, and he made good contact, but he hit it straight to fine legs, short fine legs. It was a good idea, and in a way, quite well played, because he did hit it well, but, well, it's not your day. Goes straight to short fine legs, and they only got a single, so that worked out well for South Africa as well. West Indies unable to find the big hitting that they require in the last couple of overs, so far anyway. I think you're back in the last 2 overs, 1 to go for 6, but it hasn't yet. 2 balls left of the innings, 172 for 6. Shepherd on strike, and that goes between his legs. They run through for a bye, both batters at one end, so we're going to get the run out. Well, all sorts going on there. A huge swing from Shepherd, the ball going between his legs through to the cop. Holder running through, and mayhem. The upshot was a run out. I don't think Shepherd realised they were going to go for the bye, and Holder's the man ran out. Holder basically could have a chat there with Shepherd at one end, and then had to trot off because Shepherd was not running, and Holder's been run out for 49, 172 for 8, and Shepherd's saying, no, I'm not going to run there, I fancy the final ball.
The execution from Bosch here has got to be commended. He really bowled really well. Just 5 out of 5 Yorker length, and to do that of the final over is something special.
But here's the final ball then. Bosch to Shepherd. Bosch bowls, Shepherd swings, inside edge for 4. Well, he's got lucky there. I mean, it's a really fine over from Bosch. But a boundary off the last ball takes West Indies to 176 for 8. So significant recovery. Romario Shepherd gets his half century. He finishes 52 not out. South Africa excellent in those last couple of overs, because that could have been mayhem. It could have been 200 the way Holder and Shepherd were going. But they restricted them to 176 for 8. With Shepherd 52 not out from 37 balls, 3 fours and 4 sixes. Jason Holder made 49 from 31 balls with 4 fours and 3 sixes. And, well, fascinating, fluctuating innings there from West Indies.
Yeah, it looked like when they started having a good partnership going there between Jason Holder and Romario Shepherd, it looked like they were sniffing around 190. But the last 2 overs have really been executed nicely by Giddy, who bowled the 19th over, and Bosch, who bowled lovely over to close off, only getting 8 runs. West Indies off that last one.
We're going to look ahead in a moment to India against Zimbabwe. Let's catch up with Henry Moran, who's in Chennai for that match. But before then, we have to get some reaction from this first innings. West Indies 176 for 8. And lots of shots played, lots of wickets falling, lots of catches taken. West Indies slipping to 83 for 7 in the 11th over. But the sort of recovery we saw from New Zealand yesterday, I think this is a better pitch, it's a faster outfield, and it's a more proficient South African side. So I don't think West Indies are insulated from defeat, making 176. I think it's on for South Africa. They still have to bat well, mind, and chase 177 to win a high-pressure World Cup match. Jansen going for 50, Maharaj for 43 from their 4 overs, Rabada 2 for 22 from 4, and Giddy 3 for 30 from his 4. It's a good bowling.
Colin, thank you very much for
Here he
your
is.
time, restricting the West Indies to 176 for 8. How do you guys feel about that total?
I think it's a good cricketing wicket. I think Romario and Jason showed that if you build partnerships, that there's definitely runs out there. I think they definitely started with a lot of intent early on. So I think if we do that batting, I think we can definitely chase it down.
2 for 31 for yourself. How did you enjoy your outing with the ball?
I don't think it was my most complete bowling performance, but I was happy to contribute. I think the guys up top make my life a little bit easier, taking wickets up front, and then it's just keep building on the pressure after that. So I can definitely thank the rest of my bowlers.
What are we to make of the surface?
I think it's a good cricketing wicket. I think early on it was maybe a little bit tacky, but I think once the ball gets a bit older, it's obviously a little bit better to bat on. So I think the new ball is going to be crucial for both sides. So hopefully we keep some wickets in hand and chase down this total.
All right, Corbin, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
That's Corbin Bosch with 2 for 31. So South Africa, in a few minutes' time, will look to score 177 to make it 2 wins out of 2 in Group 1. Later in Group 1, it's India, the hosts, against Zimbabwe in Chennai, and we can join Henry Moran.
Well, hello from Chennai. Looking forward to tonight's game between India and Zimbabwe. Back when this tournament began, we rather thought this might be India against Australia, but much has happened since then, not least Australia heading home before this phase of the tournament. And also, both of these sides losing their opening game significantly in the Super 8 phase. There is much tension around the city, and the newspaper headlines as I joined Prakash Wakanker at breakfast this morning were trepidatious in terms of India's ambitions, but surely, Prakash, against the Zimbabwe side, they will go into the game as significant favourites, and they've got to perform.
I think the latter part of your comment is the one that matters. They've got to perform. Like Suryakumar Yadav said at the end of the disastrous outing in Ahmedabad, they've got to bat, bowl and feel better, distinctly better than they did in Ahmedabad. Yes, I think it's fair to assume, Henry, that India clearly the favourites for this game. The question is, how much will the pressure tell on them? How will they handle it? What combination will they play? All of those factors are slightly unusual for an Indian team that many thought was primed to perfection, well-oiled machine, will just gallop away. But as our wonderful game often shows us, those kind of assumptions are only meant to be questioned and often destroyed. And that's what's happened. I think India are almost like starting fresh. And in some ways, with the semi-final qualification under a serious cloud of then some more, it is memories of 2012 will also be creeping into some people's minds, though I do think it's a positive that none of this current squad were involved, though Gambhir may have some ideas in his head which bring back that horrific time when India missed out on net run rate.
If we look at the group circumstances and why we've got to this position, South Africa comfortably beating India in Ahmedabad, and then West Indies absolutely thrashing Zimbabwe in Mumbai. And so what it leaves us with is a must-win game for these sides.
Entirely so. For both teams, this is literally a do-or-die game. I mean, one of them will go the way of Sri Lanka, who, having lost the first two games, are unfortunately for them out of the reckoning for the semi-finals. One of these two teams will have that fate before the India, as the game finishes up. And of course, there will be a better sense of what India and Zimbabwe both will need to do, given the fact that the South Africa-West Indies game is going to precede this one. So we'll know what's happening in that game. And that will, I think, lay down the gauntlet. India will be hoping against hope that South Africa can put it past the Windies, which would strengthen their possibilities of qualification. However, if the West Indies win, boy, then it's a real humdinger and net run rates and a knockout kind of situation very much on the cards.
What's been the general feeling since that performance in Ahmedabad? Because it was a weird game. India chasing a target that at the halfway stage felt doable, and they never got going.
It was a misfiring car engine that I think never actually got past even the first gear. It sort of stuttered and stopped, and there was a little flash here or there, but no momentum whatsoever. And, you know, we often end up criticizing the team that has underperformed. Yes, India did underperform, no excuses. But I think that game in Ahmedabad was a classic example where you have to just stand up and doff your hat and applaud the planning, the strategizing, and most importantly, the execution by the South Africans. I mean, there's a wonderful video going around where Ashwin for example, has shown with balls on the pitch and a video being shot of exactly what Ngidi and the rest of the South Africans did to someone like Suryakumar Yadav, for example. And that just shows you that the preparation maybe on the Indian side was lacking. On the South African side, it was near perfect. So hopefully, India will have learned from that. They'll expect more of that from Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe coming into this game, Henry, absolutely nothing to lose. They've got maybe a little bit further than they thought in the tournament, thanks to their own efforts. No one's done them any favors. But the fact is, with nothing to lose, you can expect them to come all guns blazing. Look, they have probably one of the most varied attacks that exist in this tournament. Every conceivable form of bowling, left arm quick, right arm pace, leg spin, off spin, left arm orthodox, they've got all of it. And I think, they'll go out there and play with complete freedom. And when you play like that, you achieve more than you otherwise would achieve.
We're not far from the Chibok Stadium, and fans have been gathering all over the last 24 hours or so, picking up the replica jerseys, the trains rumbling past, the heavy goods vehicles delivering the various bits and pieces that will be heading towards the concession stands inside the ground. I mean, it promises to be some atmosphere. These night games at this ground, we've seen it with CSK in the IPL, we've seen it with India matches. It's a special place.
It certainly is. And, the CSK call of whistle podu, as they say, don't be surprised if we have lots of people with whistles, even though it's got nothing to do with CSK. But that's the way they play. Yellow is the color in Chennai. So we'll see, I think, a lot of yellow to go along with the blue of India. The Zimbabwean Castle team seems to have returned, which will be something that will give the Zimbabwean players a little bit of a cheer, even though they will be outnumbered. But in spirit, the whole nation of Zimbabwe will be behind their boys as well.
Promises to be a really fascinating encounter, and there's a lot on the line. It gets underway at 1:30. Full commentary on Test Match Special, and on the BBC Sport website and app, a special examination of what has gone on in Zimbabwe cricket to get them to this point. So do have a look at that as well. Can't wait for it all to begin here in Chennai.
Thank you, Henry. It will be over to Chennai at the conclusion of this match, which has been played in Ahmedabad, West Indies, 176 for 8. It's almost a second home for South Africa. This is their 5th game here. The final will be played here as well. Well, I say that as long as Pakistan don't make the final, which at the moment looks a little bit unlikely. So it looks like New Zealand and England from one group. This group, well, to be decided. There's a lot to play for, especially today. As Henry and Prakash mentioning there, I think quite a lot of Indian supporters will be hoping that South Africa can chase the 177 they need to win this game. So there's a lot that's got to happen. But India-England semi-final is a possibility, certainly. But there's a lot to happen before that is confirmed. This huge venue by the Subarmati, the mighty Subarmati river in Ahmedabad. Big ground and a decent number in today to watch this game as well. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to watch South Africa play against West Indies? There's been a lot of cricket in this tournament on this ground, and a bit more to come as well. West Indies, exuberant innings from them, lots of shots played, lots of early wickets, 83 for 7, and then the recovery, superb recovery involving Romario, Shepherd and Jason Holder. So batting down to 9 and big hitting down to 9. I'm not sure they've got enough runs, but we'll see. They've got something to defend. 177 to win. David Malan winning. Well, what do you think, David, about the score from West Indies? 176 for 8.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think it's slightly short, but at one point West Indies didn't even look like they were going to get 100. So I think having 177 on the board, they would be extremely happy with that, considering the position they were in. It gives them something to bowl to. They've got a really good balanced attack, but they're going to have to come up against the South African batting lineup that has been fantastic in this tournament. Markram 180 runs at 45, striking at 178. De Kock, who's probably not been at his best, but 124 runs at an average of 24, the striker at 124. So you've got two fantastic players at the top of the order who both play really good cricketing shots, who thrive off bounce, which this wicket has had so far. So I think there's going to be quite a lot of fireworks from South Africa, and the way they've played so far, they're definitely going to be taking this power play on.
It's also a quick outfield as well, isn't it? I mean, you get value for your shots. One or two smallish boundaries, a 60-metre boundary. So Quinton de Kock is out there, and Markram as well. It's going to be Markram to take the first ball. West Indies looking to defend 176 for 8. Matthew Ford is going to bowl the first ball. We saw him launch one into the crowd as well. A bit of a set to with the bowler. He was Janssen, and he was out soon after. That just paved the way for that superb partnership for the 8th wicket from West Indies. But here's Ford then with a slip in. Goes in and bowls to Markram outside the off stump, and his first ball is a bit wide, and Markram hammers him square with the wicket to the boundary. Statement start from Aidan Markram, put away efficiently through the offside. 4 for no wicket, South Africa.
It's been the trademark of Aidan Markram's tournament so far. Anything that's wide or a little bit of width, he just climbs into, and you've got to say that's not the best start from Ford. He wants to set the tone with the new ball. He wants to be bringing the player forward, the batter forward, and making him have a challenging start, and that was just a bit of a freebie. You can see what he was trying to do, trying to swing the ball back into Aidan Markram. He just started off too wide and he didn't get the swing he was looking for.
So the first boundary from the first ball, Ford goes in and bowls one that just comes back in a fraction. Started off a bit wide. Markram tried to force it, played it away into the onside in the end, through that mid-on area. So single. Let's look at his bat, because that's obviously the reason for it. It's the bat's fault. He did time that one. 5 for no wicket. I suppose you have a quick look at your bat to make sure it's not damaged. Something we were talking about yesterday with Tamal Mills. If you bowl a bad ball as a bowler, you go back to the crease, scratch away at the crease. It must have been the footmarks. 5 for no wicket. David Milan with us for commentary on this game. He was involved in, I think it might still be the best partnership in a T20 match on this ground. 130 with Josh Butler for the second wicket. Here's de Kock finessing a ball away into the offside. Just letting the ball come to him, dabbing it away, backward a square for a single. 6 for no wicket.
Yeah, that felt a long time ago. That was, I think it was COVID. So what would that have been, 2021?
Yeah, 2021 I think it was.
Yeah, that was my first experience of playing in India. I'd actually struggled the first couple of games, hadn't really got going in the first 4 games, and it was the 5th game, and I actually think India scored 240 in that game, a lot higher than we expected them to do. Virat Kohli played a fantastic innings. So, yeah, Josh Butler and I had to get off to a start, and thankfully I had a few in the middle, and Josh had a fantastic innings as well, but we fell short.
Ford bowls to Markram. Markram gets one tailing back into him again. This time he helps it up towards mid-on with a bit of bottom hand, muscling that up towards mid-on, deepish mid-on for a single. 7 for no wicket in the first over. Your memory does not fail you. Yeah, India got over 200 and won the game with a degree of comfort, around about 30 runs.
I think we were on course to chase that down. I'm pretty sure we were 120 after 12 overs or something. I tend to feel we were quite close to the game, and then Josh Butler got out and we just sort of lost a couple of quick wickets and we just couldn't get there in the end. And that's what happens sometimes when you're chasing big scores and when you're coming up against good bowling attacks on good wickets. Sometimes you lose wickets in clusters and the momentum disappears, and that's what West Indies will be hoping for here in this game.
Ford bowls to de Kock, the slip in, that's edge through second slip along the ground. Was a decent ball and he found the edge. They have a slip in, but it went through second. It's gone for 4. Frustration for the bowler, and South Africa already 11 for no wicket in this first over. Well, just as the game can get away with you, away from you, as that game given Ahmedabad and England played against India, this is what can happen as well. Frustration for the bowler. Second slip, that might have been a catch, low down, but it's not. It's a boundary.
Yeah, it's a really nice ball from Ford. He's getting some away shape from the left-hander from around the wicket. It's always tricky when you don't know if it's going to swing or not, so he's making full use of the movement that there is.
Ford bowls to de Kock, who comes forward and strokes it square the wicket on the offside. There's a dot ball to end the over. The first dot ball in that over from Ford. He's gone for 11. South Africa with 177 to win the match. West Indies recovered. Yeah, India 224 for 2, England 188 for 8. India winning by 36 runs in that match in Ahmedabad. That partnership was 130 between David and Josh Butler. David making 68 and Josh Butler 52. Falling away 30 for 1 after 12.4 overs on the wicket. And it happens. I remember seeing that if you were playing in this game. Bengaluru before that where it was kind of normal Bangalore game where both sides were scoring quickly and then England having a stunning collapse. Because once you lose 1 or 2, you've got to keep on going, and suddenly you lose 3 or 4. When you lose 3 or 4, you've got to keep on going. You lose 5, 6, 7, 8, and all go down very quickly. Anyway, back to today. 11 for no wicket, South Africa after 1 over. Mario Shepherd, the batting hero from earlier for West Indies, he's going to bowl the second over. So he's done a job with the bat, very definitely. And he's got to do one with the ball. Markham on 6. He's about to take strike. Sun beginning to dip. And Shepherd goes in and bowls on leg stump, turned away by Markham, out towards deep mid-wicket. They're off for 1. West Indies have 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary. There's power play over from Shepherd. They can only get a single. 12 for no wicket. Yeah, we're still playing in sunlight in Ahmedabad. By the time this innings finishes, we will be in the darkness. It's a question then when we do get some dew falling, whether it's a bit too early for that.
Yeah, it definitely looks earlier, doesn't it? The other games that we've done here, they've always sort of batted under lights the second, so it does seem like the West Indies might have a little bit of advantage before the dew does start to form.
Shepherd bowls wide of off stump. The cock drives, nice looking shot, but he cracked it straight to extra cover, and there is no run. Really well stroked. The best of de Kock is so dangerous. Well, I mentioned that game earlier in Centurion when he made 115 not out of 49 balls in a warm-up game for this competition against West Indies. 10 sixes in that innings. You've seen him do it so often over the years.
Yeah, it's great to see him back playing international cricket. He was out of the game for a bit. He took a bit of a break, and it's great to see the best players playing at international standard again.
Shepherd bowls to him. Tight delivery to off stump. Dabs it. Defends it. Drops it onto the pitch. And Powell steps forward to pick up. Powell has a word with him. There's a smile on de Kock's face. I don't think there was anything untoward there. There was a little bit of heated words exchanged earlier. Not so much from Jansen. I think it was Matthew Ford, actually. He was pumped after hitting him for 6. He was like really pumped up, and he couldn't help himself saying something to the bowler. Almost a bit like, I don't know, if you bowl it there, what do you expect me to do?
Yeah, and Marco Jansen is quite aggressive as well. He does quite like a stare and a little word when you walk past. He quite likes to tell you what he thinks of you, which is quite complimentary sometimes, or uncomplimentary sometimes as well. But
I can imagine. 12 for no wicket, middle of the second. De Kock on 5. Shepherd bowls, dabbed away by de Kock down towards a deep third. It's only a single. Shamar Joseph is there. To me, it looked like a stare from Jansen and reaction from Ford, but it's hard to know. If he's very good at just slipping an odd word out, Jansen, then perhaps he got out before you could get the camera on him and just pick up the lip reading. But
yeah, and I don't think he enjoyed the chest pump afterwards and the big back swing after he just thumped him off a length for 6 as well. And fast bowlers never like that, and whether he had a stare or a little word, it was a good little back and forth between the two.
And Ford was out soon afterwards. Shepherd goes in, bowls to Markham. Markham lifts this away into the onside. This is going away, out towards deep mid-wicket and over the boundary. Beautifully timed from Aidan Markham, lifting it away into the onside. 6 to South Africa, 19 for no wicket coming to the end of the second over.
Can't quite describe how hard a shot that is and how good a shot that is that he's played there. That was a back of a length ball, probably hitting him on his hip, and he's managed to hit that with a straight bat in front of square for 6, and it just shows the power and the time that he has. He was looking at his bat earlier when he inside halved one. I can't see him looking at the middle of the bat right now.
No, Shepherd goes in and bowls to Markham. Markham forward, playing wide and mid off for 4, and there's the benefit of the fast outfield. It was nicely timed. It wasn't far away from the mid-off fielder, but sneaked past him and he just gave it up because it just rushed away to the boundary. And that's why I think we all feel that South Africa favourites here, that West Indies have got to score, but quick outfield, pitch always coming on. South Africa got a very good chance of chasing down 177. Of course, many a slip, but it's got to do it. I feel they're ahead at the halfway stage.
And especially if Markham keeps batting like he is here. I mean, he's the in-form man in this tournament for for South Africa, and he's proving why. I mean, that was just a glorious shot. It's on the up. I mean, he's a tall man in general, but he stands up so tall on the ball, and he's managed to hit that through that gap for 4. And I mean, it just shows how good a wicket this is. And, West Indies are going to have to get wickets early here, otherwise South Africa are going to put them under pressure for a long period in this game.
Ford bowls to De Kock. De Kock fiddles that away towards short third. Gets an easy single, a bit of a misfield there as well, which helps him. 24 for no wicket, start of the third over. I don't know if they're going to put that Markham 6 up on the BBC Sport website on the highlights, which you can have a look at, but it is worth having a look. It was the old Pelican shot, wasn't it? It was played on one leg where he took it off his hip into the onside. It was an extraordinary blow. And also as well, there was an element of risk, I suppose, if you just underpowered it, because there was a fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So South Africa facing 2 fielders outside the circle on the leg side. That over from Shepherd. 24 for no wicket. Markram back on strike on 17. Ford goes into bowl to him. Slower ball. Markram swipes a drive at it and miscues it towards mid-on. So the bowler there was half deceiving Markram. And there was no run.
Yeah, that's the first ball that Markram's looked to overhit in this innings so far, and probably in the whole tournament so far. He's relied so much on his timing and his height and his power to get himself in really good positions. But it's fantastic to see him back at the top of the order. He's been sort of hiding away at 4 for a long period because South Africa have had so many good openers, but it's good to see him at the top.
Ford bowls, strikes the pad there of Markram. He's angling the ball in, goes away into the offside. Shamal Joseph in action, picking it up, and there is no run. So West Indies 176 for 8 if you are just switching on. And South Africa 24 for no wicket. Middle of the third over on this key day of the Super 8 of the T20 World Cup, with India coming up against Zimbabwe later, 1:30. Desperately hoping here that South Africa win the match. Markram on 17. Ford bowls, slower ball. Markram spots it, powers it down the ground for 4, just past the stumps to the offside. Hit that hard. Picked it as well. A nice little ruthless smile on his face as well after he played the shot. Like that one. 28 for no wicket, third over.
He did, and why wouldn't he? Gave himself a little bit of room, picked a slower ball, missed 2 full. And when he's in this type of form, the power that he has, I mean, he's just smoked that straight back past the bowler for 4. He didn't have a chance. It was a little bit uppish, but he didn't have a chance. And the umpire jumping out of the way at the end as well. And maybe that's why he was laughing and just sort of apologising to the umpire.
Ford to Markram, he's on 21, gives himself some room and tries to flay this through the offside. That might have been a low catch to extra cover. It's gone down. Ball's gone out towards the boundary. It shows you how hard he hit it. Powell had to chase it out towards the boundary. I'd like to see that one again. It looked like a difficult low catch into the covers.
Yeah, it did. The reaction of the fielders looked like it probably carried. Brandon King throwing himself away to his right-hand side. It was uppish for a long time, and it just carried. It would have been a spectacular catch if he did. He almost got 2 hands to it. It was almost just in between the two, but he did exceptionally well to get a hand on that. And if he had taken that catch, it could have changed the game for West Indies totally.
Yeah, it would have been a really fine catch. Athleticism there from King, who's hurt himself in the process. So he's wandering off the field with the physio. So nearly for West Indies there. 30 for no wicket. And here's Ford going into bowl to Markram. Markram gets the ball on off stump, which he taps away into the onside, out towards the long on, and jogs through for a single. 31 for no wicket. South Africa after 3 overs. West Indies after 3 overs. We're ahead. 1 more run, but they've lost 3 wickets. 2 for 2. West Indies stumbling their way through the opening 12 overs, and then that partnership has got them up to 176 for 8. Fine partnership between Jason Holder, who made 49, and Mario Shepherd, who was 53 not out. That's why we have a game on, otherwise it would have been done quickly this game. 31 for no wicket after 3, South Africa.
Yeah, it's quite noticeable to see how different South Africa are approaching this. They have the same intent as the West Indies had to score boundaries and to try and get ahead in this power play. They're being very, very clear with how they want to do it. Markram's hitting the ball on the floor a lot of the times. They're playing good cricket shots. They're batting in a really good partnership. Quinton de Kock is 7 of 7. He's just getting Markram back on strike and getting himself into the game, because they know that if they get a partnership here, it becomes incredibly tough to break.
Holder bowls to Markram down the leg side, flicked away, goes to short fine leg, stopped by Ford. And Holder got a bit fortunate there. It's a dot ball. It can so easily have gone away for 4. It wasn't a great start from Jason Holder. Lights coming on, sun still above the stand. Lights coming on in Ahmedabad, and nearly the shadow is over the pitch now. So half the ground in sunlight, half the ground in shadow. Moving towards darkness, and it does go quickly, but we've still got a bit of natural light left. Holder in the 4th over, bowls a horrible delivery down the leg side, not getting it quite right here at the start of his spell. Umpire Dharmasena spreads his arms wide to signal away.
Yeah, but you can see what Jason Holder's trying to do here. He's got a deep square leg, and I assume he's got a deep long on the boundary to Aidan Markram, who's incredibly strong straight and square of the wicket on the leg side, and he's just trying to tuck him up and just trying to get him off strike, see if he can just nudge one straight to those fielders on the boundary, get Quinton de Kock on strike and have a little bit of a go at him. He hasn't got going yet.
Holder bowls, that's on the hip of Markram. Plays that away towards deep mid-wicket. And they're through for a single. Yeah, they've got those 2 leg side fielders, deep mid-wicket and deep backwards square leg, fine leg.
Yeah, they've got deep cow. Sorry, my apologies. I said deep long on. But yeah, that's the percentage option from Jason Holder, was to get Markram, who's the one, 25 of 13, to get him off strike, and to bowl to de Kock, who hasn't had much of the strike, who hasn't really got going yet in his innings. I know it's still early on, but what you want to do is try and bowl to the batter that hasn't really got the momentum yet, and see if you can buy a couple of dot balls, build a bit of pressure, see if you can extract a false stroke from him. So very good cricket from Holder there.
And for Holder to de Kock, we've got 5 inside the circle on the offside. And one of them is a sort of deepish slip, almost like a deep third slip. Holder goes in and bowls to de Kock outside the off stump, guided away. He's threaded it to the sweeper, who's more deep backward point. It's a very strong offside field. De Kock pretty much knows where that's coming. Holder bowling across him. 34 for no wicket. De Kock there just looked like he's body down. He's playing an onside shot, so that is the option, I suppose, as well. If you can move across and try and exploit the onside, if you're skillful enough, if you get the right ball as well.
Yeah, especially to Jason Holder, the bounce he has, he's quite hard to hit straight down the ground unless he bowls a really floaty hard volley, so he generally misses shorter with the bounce he has.
Holder bowls to Markram, who powers it on the bounce to mid-on. Half gets away with one there. Quite hit it as well as he would like. Nearly hold out to mid-on. That shot is a dot ball.
Yeah, and that's the shot that's really hard to play off Jason Holder. Unless you're moving your feet or running down the wicket at him, to get on top of that bounce is incredibly tough. So it's a tricky shot from Markram there, but he's trying to put some pressure on him. It'll be interesting to see where he goes next, if he wants to try and walk across and try and hit him over those 2 guys deep square on the leg side, because he has got the bounce and he has got the power to do it.
Markram 25 not out. 4th over. Holder moves into bowl to him. And he's trying to flick that one away into the onside. It's gone upish, out towards the boundary and over it. Just in front of it. Gone away for 4. Well, looks like he got himself into an awful tangle there, Markram, but he managed to manoeuvre it away. Extraordinary adaptation to that delivery from Holder that was a bit short. Just into his right elbow and lifted away for 4. Well, pick the bones out of that stroke, David.
Well, it looked like actually Jason Holder had done him all ends up. It looked like he went straight up in the air with the 2 fielders deep on the leg side. It was a good ball to bowl, and Markram somehow has managed to get that over mid-on, and just for a 1 bounce 4. But that's a fantastic shot again with a straight bat.
Holder bowls. Markram gives himself some room. Holder follows him. He's got an under edge on that. It's gone for 4 as well. A deep backward square leg. So back-to-back boundaries here from Aidan Markram in that over, and South Africa progressing well. 42 for no wicket after 4 overs, and they are on course to chase down the 177 that they need to win. When you start off a T20 in a chase like this, David, do you say 10 overs we need to be here, 15 overs we need to be here, or ideally this is where we need to be? Does it work like that?
No, I think you have it in the back of your mind what you'd like to do. Chasing the game dictates what you want to be. I think sometimes if you put numbers on things, you feel like you're under pressure to get to those numbers. So you're adding more pressure on yourself. So if you're saying I need to be 50 after the first 5 and you're only 30 after 4, you're going to have a hack when you don't really need to. So you want to just try and play the game in front of you. The game will dictate.
Forward bowls to the cock, has a swing of the ball outside the off stump, misses it through to the keeper.
So the game will dictate what you have to do, and then you'll have to understand what your strengths and your weaknesses are, what your matchups are, and do you wait for them, do you go early? There's always going to be a bowler in an innings that you fancy. So in this West Indies one, it might be Jason Holder that I fancy, and I'll be looking to take him for 2 or 3 boundaries to get ahead of the game, and I might not fancy Ford, and I might just be able to get off strike and get the right-hander on because he's moving the ball away from me. So you try and work to your game plans that you have made pre-game, and you try and adapt to what bowlers are doing in the game and how you're going to approach it.
Forward bowls to de Kock. De Kock swings him away into the leg side. Good contact there. But he's hit it out to Shamar Joseph on the deep backwards square leg boundary. So it's only a single.
But I've said this before when I've been on. I've always been, when you're batting first, as a guideline, unless the wicket is really poor, you never really want to be under 100 runs after 13 overs. So, and that's if things aren't going your way, because generally you'll probably be 100 off 11 or 12 overs if you've had a good 10 overs. So you can always judge yourself on that and always be like, well, if I'm too far behind, I need to do something to get to that 100, and then you sort of know that you're in a position to chase at 10 and over in those last overs if you're only chasing 170 or 180. So you have to have something in your mind that you can sort of work towards.
Ford bowls to Markram. Markram deceived by a slower ball, tries to help it into the leg side, misses it through to the keeper on the bounce, second bounce.
And also you have to understand who you're batting with as well. You know, you look at MS Dhoni, who was so good at chasing. He had a theory of taking the game really deep, so he liked to be right at the end. Someone like a Jos Buttler likes to kill the chase early. He likes to get ahead of it. So depending on who you're batting with, it also, I guess, adapts how you want to go about it. So if I'm batting with MS Dhoni, I don't want to be leaving it too deep because I don't have the power that he has. So I would probably take slightly earlier risks and try and take an over a bit earlier than what he would. And that's the difference of batting and understanding your partners that you're playing with.
Forward to Markram. Markram swings, hits it well, out towards wide, long on. It's a skimmer. He's got enough of that, he has, it's 6.
The power that Markram has at the moment, he's seeing the ball like a beach ball. Every time he's trying to play an aggressive shot, he's taking the middle of the bat, and that is just, you can't really bowl anywhere after doing that. It's a hard length from the top of off stump, and he's just got on the front foot and flat batted that over deep mid-wicket, long on. And they've even got a fielder on the boundary there, and he's just got no care in the world for where the fielders are at the moment. He's hitting the ball so well.
Beautiful stroke from Aidan Markram. He's 39 not out from 18 balls. De Kock's 9 off 10 at the other end, just watching it and admiring it. 49 for no wicket in the 5th over. South Africa on course to chase 177. Forward bowls, Markram swings. Nearly cleaned up by that one. He tries to help it into the leg side again. It goes over the top of the middle stump and through to the wicket-keeper, the captain of West Indies, Shea Hope, who captains the side, keeps wicket and opens the batting and collects the match fees.
Yeah, got his hands full in that one, hasn't he? He's got to marshal his troops, and he's a fantastic player, and he's been doing a fantastic job for the West Indies. But surprising that the West Indies have bowled all seam in the power play so far. They picked Roston Chase, and you thought he would have had a crack by now.
Forward ball, slower ball, and that goes through the fingers of the man at cover. Frustration for Ford. It goes out towards the boundary. Joseph sprints after it, tries to knock it back, but I think all he's done there is knock that into the rope. Not quite enough care and attention as he got to the ball. He was a little bit frantic to try to knock it back. Okay, he was sprinting, he just needed to control himself, and then the momentum took the ball into the rope. So back of the hand slower ball. It was miscued to cover. It wasn't a catch. And it's gone away for 4. A lot of activity there. The upshot is 4 runs. Joseph, just tumbling over, trying to knock it back. He needs to steady himself, and it's easy to say. Just need a little bit more care and attention. Real frustration for Ford.
Yeah, that was poor cricket all round. Mishit from the batter. Fielder was off the ring when he should have been on the ring for a last ball of the over. Misfield, then a chase and another misfield. So it wasn't the best advert for cricket there, but in the end, 4 runs to South Africa, and their 50 gets brought up in the 5th over.
Yeah, they're going well here, South Africa. 53 from their wicket after 5 overs. They are on course for the win they want, and I think India want as well. And all their supporters ahead of that Zimbabwe match, and then it becomes straightforward task for India. Win 2 games. I say straightforward, but at least they know what they've got to do. Here's Melissa Story.
And here's Shamar Joseph to bowl the final over of the power play. West Indian quick is driven towards mid-off for no run. 53 without loss, South Africa. I'm joined by Zimbabwean cricketer Tender Taibu, who's going to be enjoying this batting performance so far from Aiden Markram.
Yeah, South Africa is totally in control of this, and the beauty of partnerships. De Kock normally is a basher, is normally very aggressive up front, but he's happy to be having the best sit in the ground.
As Joseph around the wicket, picked up by De Kock, over deep backward square and away for 6. Well, he's had enough of sitting back and watching now. Joins the party, moves to 15 off 12. South Africa 59 without loss, and a perfect start in chasing this target of 177. Gosh, what a shot that was.
That was a really beautiful shot. Just waited on it, and as soon as he hit it, he knew that he could just continue with the flow of the bat. And yes, you're right. He had enough of watching. He's joined the party, and such a beautiful hit.
And there'll be alarm bells for the West Indies now if De Kock gets going. Shamar Joseph poses that threat with that bit of extra pace, but simultaneously be that bit more expensive as we see De Kock readjust his guard, sitting deep in the crease to Joseph and flails this one over extra cover. It's not perfectly timed, but there's no one out there. Still in the power play, so he gets him 4 runs. South Africa now 63 without loss.
Yeah, still in the power play, and they haven't lost any wickets, so they can afford to really go hard in this last over of the power play and really put the foot on the pedal and make sure that they really bat West Indies out of the game. And De Kock has just decided to free his arms now, and so he should.
Playing that one on the up as he waits again for Shamar Joseph under a bit of pressure. There's the quick outside the off stump, and a flail at this one from De Kock, misses out, goes to Hope behind the stumps.
It looks like that. It looks like they're having a good partnership in this, because Aiden Markram has been the aggressor, and De Kock has taken over the aggressor. And I would like to think that Aiden Markram would now, turn it down a little bit so that they just keep complementing each other, rather than both of them just having a go, especially after the power play has been finished.
Certainly, with 2 balls left in the power play, Joseph runs in past the umpire now, and De Kock picks that one up off the hip. It's gone high, it's gone far, and it's 6. Making the most of that pace on the ball. He's 25 off 15. Certainly, whether a conversation was had that De Kock wanted to be on strike for this over, but the matchup has been perfect from a South African perspective. They're 69 without loss now. Extraordinary batting.
This is the De Kock that we all know, one that has a proper go in the first 6 overs, and that's a beautiful pickup. And as soon as he made contact of the ball, he knew that was going to sail all the way for 6. And South Africa have gone onto a flyer. And there's just 1 more ball remaining in this power play. And South Africa are really sitting comfortable at the moment.
So 16 off this over so far. As Joseph, slower ball, dabbed with soft hands into the ground by De Kock's feet. And Shamar Joseph will be relieved to finish that over with a dot ball. 69 without loss then at the end of the power play. I said, notice there in that over with Quinton De Kock as drinks are being brought on for the players, the first of these 2 drinks breaks. But he's got an extraordinarily long helmet strap, which is dangling down kind of the front of his chest, and clearly isn't in impeding his batting whatsoever. But I must say, I would find it particularly annoying if I was out there batting. I don't know about you, Tatenda.
I don't think he even thinks about that. Quinton de Kock, he just, as long as he's watching the ball and making contact and hitting a few sixes and fours, which he has done in the last over, I don't think he'll worry about what his helmet position is.
It's so funny, isn't it? Because the contrast between some players who are just so locked in, you can see it in their eyes. Contrast that with a Steve Smith who's so fidgety, and every single ball he's got to touch each of his pads and protective equipment to make sure it's sitting perfectly. And just some players are so much more superstitious in that regard.
Do you think it's something to do in the name? Because you had Graham Smith, who was so fidgety, and you'd play around with the crease, and you've got Smith from Australia, who was also fidgety, so it might be in the name.
We'll have to go to England's Lindsay Smith to double check how fidgety she is at the crease, and then we might have a bit of a theory going here. But I mean, back to the game here, Tatenda, because West Indies will be feeling incredibly nervous at this stage. They've gone unbeaten in the competition so far. Incredibly important fixture with India to come. They want to get that win out of the way today here. How do they break this partnership?
They have to have a set plan. I thought they would have maybe had a bit of spin in the power play, and they decided not to on a wicket that's really playing well. When something is not working, they're not getting any wickets, so they had to try something different, and probably spin option would have been something that they could have tried. I think they will try that after the power play has been done. I reckon they have to try a bit of spin to see if there will be a bit of patches on the pitch. If there is, beautiful, or even if there isn't any patches, these two batters are going to have a look at the first few balls to see if the wicket is going to be turning or if it's not going to be turning, and that little delay might cause a wicket to fall, and that'll be good for West Indies.
Well, the spin options for the West Indies, they've got Gudakesh Moti, who picked up 4 wickets against Zimbabwe just the other day at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai, and then of course bringing in Roston Chase, the off spinner today for Akil Hussain, most likely owing to those left-handers in the South African lineup, so that they can get the ball moving away from them. Got a left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment as well, which any cricketer at any level will know that causes the ultimate headache for the captain, for the fielders, and I mean, from that perspective, any perspective, West Indies will be keen for this wicket to break the partnership.
Well, I thought that's the reason why they picked Roston Chase, was for him to bowl probably in the power play. However, they still have Moti, who's been bowling more. He bowls wicket to wicket, and so...
And he's coming in now, Gudakesh Moti, starts outside the off stump and rocking backwards, cutting the ball away as Markram with a lot of power. The fielder at deep cover, Siobhan Hetmeyer, gets round to his left and keeps it down to just 271 without loss.
Quite interesting how he managed to get width on that, because it was really close to the stumps, and he still managed to get right back, and instead of going back and across, he went back and away, and so that he managed to get width and hit it to the sweeper. Lovely batting from Markram.
He's on 45 of 21 balls as he waits for this one from Moti, leans into it, calmly driving down the ground to Ford, who collects for a single 72 without loss.
This is going to be interesting to see what Quinton de Kock will do. I don't think I'm the only one who will be wondering. I think a lot of people will be wondering how we'll go about it, because the ball will be turning into him. As a lefty, he will probably be the aggressor now of Moti's bowling. However, Moti has been bowling well in the tournament and bowling wicket to wicket and getting some wickets as well. So he's got some confidence from the last game.
There's Moti. Bowls a leg spinner to de Kock. It's a full toss and it's punished for 6. Out towards cow corner. 78 without loss, de Kock to 31.
Well, if you want to see if the ball is going to turn, you have to pitch the ball first. If it's pitching on the bat, that won't matter. It will spin somewhere over the boundary or into someone that's on the field, on the crowd, that will take a catch. So he's got to land the ball. He's got to give the ball a chance.
As Moti angled in at the hips of de Kock. He runs the first one hard, and they come back for a second. The fielder there just a bit slow to react, but actually in the end, de Kock having to bring out the dive. It was all quite relaxed, really, as Hope whipped the bails off. A bit of interest from the fielder.
Yeah, the running between the wickets was a little bit iffy there. It's so important. It's good to see him dive. We saw the two overs between South Africa and Afghanistan. A dive would have changed the scenario of the game, and it could have changed things here. And looks like everyone is going back.
Well, they seem confident here that de Kock made this ground, 2 to the total, 80 without loss, outside the off stump and dragged down towards long on. Gets it between the two fielders stationed on the boundary.
How did he?
I think it wasn't the conventional shot to that ball, but it certainly was effective, 84 without loss.
A bit of a big inside edge, and how did he manage to dissect those two fielders? And it just shows that the bats nowadays are so good, because I'm sure that's a big inside edge that has gone for 4 straight down the line.
You're absolutely correct, as Moti with that wrist spin again. It's driven to extra cover where Quentin Sampson, the substitute fielder, only assume is on for Brandon King. He hurt his hand when that hard catching chance went down. It's a bit earlier on in his innings.
Yeah, it looks like Quinton de Kock might have injured himself slightly when he put in that dive. After the over, he just knelt down and he was taking a long breath and breathing quite heavily. So something might have happened, but this is not the time to put the brakes off. This is the time to continue while the momentum is on your side, and the momentum is firmly in favor of South Africa at the moment, and these two would want to continue with this partnership that is really set well.
And another great matchup now for South Africa with the off-spinner Ruston Chase bowling to the right-handed Markram on 46 of 22 balls. Chase around the wicket, darts this one in, and it's whipped back to him for no run.
Yeah, he does get a bit of bounce, and sometimes he knows how to vary his length. And when he bowls it a little bit short of a length, sometimes it skids through. So it's quite difficult to just work him around.
Well, he's a tall man as Chase. He's waiting for this one, driving down the ground as Markram collects a single. Score moves to 85 without loss. Target of 177.
And when an off-spinner is bowling round the wicket and the ball goes straight, it's kind of like going away from the right-hander. And the batters will be weary of that as well, that you can get an outside edge. And South Africa don't want to lose a wicket at the moment when the partnership is going on well, because that's the only way West Indies is going to get back into this game, should they.
Certainly is, as dropping this one short, he rocks back and smacks it into the crowd for 6. De Kock moves to 43. He's going to overtake Markram at this rate after that sedate start. And South Africa, a 91 without loss. Glum faces on for the West Indian fielders.
These two bat well together, and they know when to be the aggressor, when to be the one taking the easy options.
As Chase flat and short again and pummeled, this time deep mid-wicket, along the ground, 4 runs, 95 without loss. Sri Lanka, South Africa are even nearing in on those 3 figures now. And Chase under pressure.
Oh, it hasn't been Ruston Chase's day. He got a duck when he was batting and just been brought back into the side, and his first over has gone for plenty so far. He just can't get to find his length yet, and South Africa are well in control of this game so far.
Hope that the West Indian captain just going up to his bowler for a quick word before he continues his 5th ball of the over. Much better line and length, and de Kock can only push back to him for no run. It was interesting in the kind of innings break interview with South Africa's Corbin Bosch that He mentioned on this surface the importance of South Africa keeping wickets in the hand and making sure they didn't lose too many to the new ball. Well, they haven't so far, although this one's just been chipped up to long on. And de Kock goes, chased with the wicket. Finally, they've broken this partnership, 95 for 1. South Africa's still well on top here, needing 82 off 72, but de Kock goes for 47 off 24 balls.
Yeah, another one that didn't 10 and an inside edge, a big inside edge, and it carried to the running field that was on deep, on long on, and into the safe hands of Holder, who takes a nice catch to get this breakthrough, which West Indies totally needed. Still a long way to go for West Indies, but they're happy with this break, and de Kock is out for 47, blistering 47, which started off really easily. But he'll be happy he's done his job, and he would feel that he's really put his team in a position where they can just cruise along and end up winning this game.
Well, that's exactly what South Africa will be hoping, with Ryan Rickleton making his way to the middle. And with Mark from 47 at the other end, he's almost got a bit of an opportunity here just to settle in to the pace of the wicket with the set Markram at the other end. For West Indies, if they can remove Markram, get 2 new batters in the middle, and just hope for a flurry of wickets in these middle overs, that's their way to get themselves back into this contest.
They're going to continue with the left-hand, right-hand combination, and so should they. Ryan Rickleton, such a talent, such a lovely strike off the cricket ball.
As he's going to face up to Moti, Markram that is, and punches the ball straight through the hands of the substitute fielders.
Oh dear, that is a bit criminal. You want to keep your eyes on the ball. The bowlers are working hard. As a fielder, you want to support how they're bowling, and especially after taking a wicket, you want to keep that momentum on your side. You want to, the momentum has really been on South African side, and you want to change that. And you do that by fielding well. You do that by stopping singles. You do that by taking catches. A special run out of 2.
Well, particularly for Quentin Sampson, whose job is to be out there and field. This one whipped out towards deep mid-wicket by Rickleton, gets off the mark straight away. The score moves to 97 for 1. Rickleton in this World Cup scores of 61 against Afghanistan, his highest score to date, 33 against Canada. Be hoping for a big score here today as Markram rocks back, slaps the ball down towards long off for 1. 98 for 1 the score.
Yeah, the role for Markram as a skipper will just be to be out there on the pitch and make sure that they bats all the way until they get the score. And if anyone is going to be an aggressor, it has to be the batter that's coming in. And Rickleton plays that aggressor role really well.
As the left-hander waits for Moti, playing around that front pad tentatively. Just 1 into a vacant mid-wicket region. 99 for 1 the score now. 78 runs required, 68 balls remaining.
And the spin has really done well for West Indies at the moment. And if they can continue, just making sure that they put the stop on South Africa, that'll be good.
There's Moti. 4th stump line. Nicely worked out towards Hetmeyer. Deep extra cover. 100 up for South Africa and a half century for their captain, Aidan Markram. 50 not out of 27 balls, but it's really that strike rate to tender.
He's a great batter and a good leader for South Africa, and it's half the job done. It's 100.
As Rickleton pivoting on this one, gets it down towards deep backward square on the pool, just picking up on that shorter length from Moti. Can't get through the over. 9 gone, 104 for 1. He's looking settled already out in the middle.
He's a boundary hitter, this Rickleton, and he will continue playing like this. And South Africa would want him to play like this, and to make sure that the skipper Aidan Markram is just there on the crease, just taking the singles and providing the brains as well for South Africa. As the captain, and if you're out there, you know how the wicket is playing, you know what they're doing, and you know the game plans that you would have set with the coach. Many meetings that the captain and the coach would have had. And if the captain is right there at the crease, that helps big time. And Rickleton is a boundary scorer, and he'll continue to do that for South Africa.
Roston Chase, the only wicket so far for the West Indies, prepares to start his second over. Comes into the right-handed markroom, whips it off the pads. Where are the wicket? They've run the first one hard, and they're contemplating the second, although he's sold potentially. Rickleton down the line there, called him through for the second, changed his mind when they'd seen just how quickly the fielder had got there. And Rickleton, well, a better man than some, because he's got a big grin on his face. I'm sure if it wasn't the captain at the other end, you might have a bit more of a disgruntled player on your hands, but luckily, from a South African perspective, got home safe in the end.
Yeah, heart in the mouth stuff there. You don't want to run out. Those are the things that change the momentum of a game for a team, and that's an extra fielding effort that a team would require, and West Indies almost pulled a run out there, and that would have been a welcome wicket for West Indies.
Shimron Hetmeyer there on the boundary, who looked visibly frustrated that his throw in towards the keeper Hope wasn't more accurate. As Rickleton 6 off 3 waits for the off-spinner Chase and clips this down towards Holder. Wide long on for 1, 106 for 1 the score.
Yeah, Aiden Markram is really strong, square of the wicket, and even straight, and he makes use of his straight bat. And I don't know how he hit that ball before. Because if the ball is that high, how do you hit that straight?
Getting kind of replays of his shot so far in this innings of 51 as he chops a cut down into the ground by his feet, and it balloons back up to the bowler for no run, because he's moving around in the crease so much, but actually the consistent feature is that he's got such a good call, and even when he's advancing towards the seamers, just holds his shape really nicely. Does not on that occasion, but it's not costly as the ball floats down towards mid-off on the bounce. Fielder collects on the boundary, single to the total. 70 runs required from 62 balls.
Roston Chase has really done really well with his arm balls, getting them to swing slightly away from the right-hander, and almost forced an error here for Markram.
As Rickleton is followed into the leg side. Worked square out towards Sampson on the boundary. Single to the total. 69 runs needed from 61 balls.
Doesn't look like the South Africans have picked up that Roston Chase has stopped bowling his stock off spin. He's just bowling arm balls and the straight ones, because that seems to be working on this pitch at the moment.
3 out on the boundary on the leg side. Deep cover, long off. The final ball of this 10th over. Chase into Markram, goes deep, works the ball down towards long on for 1. So the halfway stage, South Africa in the driving seat. 68 runs needed from 60 balls. It's tender to take a short break, and Simon Mann to pick up the commentary.
109 for 1, halfway stage in terms of overs, but South Africa well past the halfway stage in terms of their victory target. They are extremely well placed to win this match. Both David and I thought, and actually said it at the start of the inning, it just felt as if West Indies, despite the recovery, were a bit underpowered at 176 for 8. And South Africa in this mood, back to chase 200 plus, but then you need 177 to win, David.
Yeah, you're right. The wicket looked absolutely fantastic from ball 1 from the West Indies innings. And they just didn't manage to get that partnership that they needed early on to get them up to that 200 mark. And as we said earlier, they did incredibly well to get to 176, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough against this really strong South African batting lineup led by Aiden Markram, who's played a fantastic knock here.
It's 53 not out from 31 balls. Jason Holder's coming back for his second over. No wicket for 11. And West Indies, well, they don't just need 1 wicket, they need about 3 or 4 here. Get themselves back in the game. We know it can turn quickly if you do get a wicket or 2. Holder bowls to Markram. That's a slow, loopy full toss outside the off stump, which Markram cuts or size towards short third. He doesn't get a run there. Felt like a inverted commas easy ball, but sometimes it can be deceptive.
Yeah, it was probably the first ball he's missed out on there, Aidan Markram, a wide full toss with point and third man in the circle. He'd probably be kicking himself missing that.
109 for one, start the 11th, Holder into bowl, short ball, slower ball into the pitch, forced away by Markram towards deep mid-wicket. It's only a single towards that fielder on the boundary, one of the sweepers out there. So Markram to 54, South Africa to 110 for one. We're an hour and a quarter away from India against Zimbabwe. Just looking at the permutations for this group, if South Africa do win this, which they should, then it doesn't automatically mean they qualify. It means almost certainly through, but I don't think mathematically they are through to the semi-finals, because there could be a scenario where Zimbabwe win their last two matches and West Indies beat India, then those teams would be on 4 points. But that seems unlikely. So South Africa nearly there. Holder goes into bowl to Rickleton, wide of off stump. Attempted cut shot, misses it. It is a very wide delivery.
Yeah, and that I quite like the fact that the tables or these group stages, Super 8s, it makes it so complicated for teams trying to win games of cricket and how quickly they have to win them. And, you know, South Africa would have an eye on, do we really win this quickly here when they get themselves in a strong position to make sure that they really are through if other teams get onto the same amount of points. So you don't want it to be as easy a group as what the England one is, where you just win 2 games and you're pretty much through.
Holder ball to Rickleton outside the off stump, cut away towards deep backward point before. Rickleton accepted that one. It's going across him. Nice height, nice width. And flashed to the boundary before. 114 for one in the 11th over. Yeah, that rain match was the one that sort of helped England in a way. That first match in Pramadasa Stadium, where both teams only got 1 point, which it did make the maths and the arithmetic a bit easier for England. Just win 2 games and qualify. This group's a bit more complicated.
Yeah, and it feels like a tougher group, this as well. Yeah. India, South Africa, West Indies, I mean, 2 unbeaten teams in the same group. And India, obviously, been fantastic in their own backyard. So this looks like an incredibly tough group. And just shows you have one bad day, the tournament could be gone.
Holder bowls, Rickleton forces off the back foot. There's plenty of bottom hand up towards long on. Ford fields, they come back for 2. Ford had some ground to make. To his right-hand side there. And the bowler, Holder, hurled the ball into the pitch, almost in frustration that perhaps that they got back for 2. And just stopped and prevented any overthrows there. Just a flash of anger from Jason Holder. Listing back for the second. Holder picked the ball up and threw the ball into the pitch. A very wild throw. I think he was throwing back towards the wicket-keeper. It was very wide. And the keeper tried to stretch out and stop it. The former captain there making it difficult for the current captain. 116 for 1. 61 to win from 55 balls. Rickleton's on 14. Last ball, the 11th over. Holder bowl to Rickleton, who eases the ball up towards long on for a single to take the bowling at the end of the over. This time to Ford, it's only a single. 117 for 1 after 11 overs. I think if South Africa do win, there'll be some relieved Indian players, supporters, whatever, because what it does mean is that India then know what they need to do, which is win their last 2 matches. It doesn't mean say they're going to do it, but if West Indies had won today, then we get into net run rate permutations where you have games within a game. So India would have to win both the games, but also there would be that, how do they win them? How do they play within the game? Say against Zimbabwe today, if West Indies had won, do they really go hard and get that first and try and get a huge score? But that's kind of out of it now. Well, if South Africa go on to win this match, the one problem with net run rate, it's not straightforward. It's not like goal difference in football, where goals for, goals against, absolutely straightforward. Net run rate is much more complicated than that. They haven't come up with anything better to try to sort it out. Here's Chase bowling to Rickleton, who takes this off middle stump, giving himself some room, plays it up towards long off. Do you understand net run rate David?
No, I don't. I was literally going to say it's as complicated for the players as it is for everyone watching. The amount of times you play a game and someone comes up to you and says, "Oh, we need to get this in 13 overs," and you go, "Are you sure 13?" And they go, "Yeah, let me double check." And then someone runs back and says, "No, sorry, 14." And then this umpire is going to tell you this. So it's as confusing for us as it is for everyone else.
Yeah, I'm sure I can totally understand it. Chase bowls to Markham from round the wicket to the right-hander, gives himself some room and hits it through the offside towards deep cover, picked up by the sweeper.
And generally, the nights before games as well, when you're playing and you have to have a result, you're watching the game before and you're trying to work out what the other team needs to score to make it easier for you. And then your analyst will put something on the group saying, if they get past this, it makes this easier. So there's so many things going into it. It's not just on the day in your game, it's the lead up to it as well. And it makes it quite complicated when you're rocking up at a game going, we have to win this in 14 overs. It makes it quite tough.
Yeah. And it's the other thing, I suppose, when you turn up for the day, you don't know whether you're going to be batting first or batting second, and that changes the equation as well.
Yeah, the toss becomes so important when it comes to net run rate. You want to chase and give yourself the best opportunity of knowing how many overs you have to get it.
119 for 1. Chase bowls to the left-handed Rickleton. Rickleton pumps him away into the leg side. That's gone for 6. Just a fraction short from Roston Chase. And the players these days at this level, they're so good at rocking back and picking that length and hitting the ball for 6 over deep mid-wicket if it is a fraction short. And South Africa bounding along at 125 for 1 with plenty of time to spare. We're only in the 12th.
That's a brilliant shot. Low on leg stump. It wasn't really that short if you want to be really critical to him, and he's rocked back and hit that with a straight bat again.
Chase bowls, this time with a bit of a heave into the leg side and picks out the sweeper at deep mid-wicket and then through for a single.
Yeah, he went back to the old hack there. He played a beautiful shot before and decided, nah, I'm going after you again, and cleared his front leg. Just didn't have the timing there, but the intent from South Africa shows they want to win this in as quick a fashion as they possibly can to look after their net run rate, and they're in the position to do it.
Yeah, 126 for 1 in the 12th. Chase bowls, full toss, smack back, and Chase, well, very difficult return catch. Gets his hand to it, can't cling on, runs back past the umpire to pick it up, and they get a single. That was hammered back.
And he almost took a fantastic catch there. Markham's smashed it back. It almost stuck as well. He just hung his right hand up above his head, and the ball just almost, you want to say the ball just hit his hand instead of his hand hitting the ball, if you want to put it that way.
1 to Markham. Rickleton on strike at 127 for 1. And Rickleton uses his wrist there to play it's almost cut drive, if that makes sense, into the offside. Flat batted drive out towards long off. Picks up a single. So scoring of every ball in that Roston Chase over. 5 singles and a 6. That'll do nicely for South Africa. 128 for 1 after 12. And yeah, once you get into this situation where you think, yeah, we've got this game under control, we've got 9 wickets in hand, you might as well, you're compelled, aren't you, think, to try to win it as quickly as possible to really nail that net run rate down. Why take risks?
Yeah, I agree. When you're in a position like this where you only need 50-odd runs or 60-odd runs, whatever it is, to win with 8 overs to go, amount of wickets you have in hand, you just want to keep putting the foot on the accelerator. You want to keep the pressure on. The worst thing you can do now is take your intensity off in the game and sort of sit back a little bit and hope the runs are just going to flow. You just want to keep putting pressure on the West Indies, find that one boundary every over, and once you've found that boundary every over, tick over the singles, and you'll end up being in a position where West Indies will have to start chasing the game. They start bringing more players in, the opportunities to score will be better, but they're in the same boat. They need to look after their net run rate as well, so the longer they can draw this out, it suits them as well.
Yeah, they don't want to get flattened here. Shamar Joseph bowls to Rickleton, who drives to extra cover. It's half stopped by the subfielder Quentin Sampson, and they get a single for the deflection towards mid-off, so it's only 48 to them from 47 balls. South Africa could probably, if they really wanted to here, and really went hard, they could probably do this in 4 overs.
Yeah, I would be, if I was South Africa here, you'd be looking at that 16, at the worst case, a 17 over mark, and that would just put them in such a good position.
Net run rate's already good because of that thumping win against India on this ground on Sunday. Astonishing result that stunned the crowd, silenced them. Here's Joseph bowling wide of off stump. Markham has to reach for it, flat bats it away towards deep backward point, stroke wide third. and they only get a single at that time. Romario Shepherd gets around the boundary and sent in the return. We've only really got a game because of Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder, helping West Indies recover from 83 for 7 with a fine partnership for the 8th wicket. They got them up to a 176 for 8. Shepherd making 53 not out. And down the order, Holder run out for 49 in the final over. 130 for 1, 47 to win from 46 balls. And Joseph bowls to Rickleton, short ball into the pitch. Rickleton spins on it and guides it nicely before. Nothing Shepherd could do there about getting round the boundary. And just as he went towards the ball there, I just wonder whether he might have tweaked his hamstring. I might have misseen that, but he maybe just realised it had gone before and pulled up for a moment. But have a look at the replay as he was running around the rope.
Yeah, he's got that sore knee, hasn't he? He missed one of the games with a knee injury earlier in the game or in the tournament. So it's good to have him back on the field, but he didn't look like he was moving as freely as he had done. Maybe he batted too long. Maybe he got used to batting for whatever he did, an hour, and he's just a little bit tired.
Yeah.
His legs are a bit sore.
It may just be that knee problem. Here's Joseph bowling. Rickleton trying to force it hard into the circle. It bounces up. Joseph comes forward to pick up, and there is no run. He seemed to pull up a fraction there, but I interpret it as a hamstring. Seeing him doing a piece of fielding. He's obviously got some sort of problem out there, Mario Shepherd. Whether it was knee or whether he has just... if it is a hamstring, he's got to come off the field, but it might just be that knee. 134 for 1, 13th over. Rickleton 29, Markham 57. It's Rickleton on strike. Joseph goes into bowl to him. It's full, it's driven by Rickleton. Good diving save at mid-off by Powell. Prevents the ball going up towards the boundaries. Fine piece of tumbling saving there. We lost Brandon King to injury, trying to take a catch.
Yeah, the West Indies just haven't had an answer to South Africa yet. They've tried 6 bowlers here. They still haven't found something that works. They haven't found anything that creates a little bit of pressure. So the captain, Shai Hope, just going through all these bowlers, bringing them back for one over spell, seeing if he can just create that breakthrough.
Joseph bowls to Markham on his toes, clipped away towards deep square leg. Come back for just go through for a single, I should say. So one more to the total. Markham takes the bowling at the end of the over. He's 58, Rickleton's 30, 136 for 1. There are 7 overs left. The target is 177 for South Africa. So they need 41 to win for the last 7 overs with 9 wickets in hand. Very few sides in West Indies' position in T20 these days will win from here. It might have happened at the start, I suppose. Even then, everything is stacked in South Africa's favour here.
Yeah, it is. South Africa have killed this chase. The 2 openers came out and batted beautifully. That partnership between de Kock and Markram just almost destroyed the chase for South Africa. They batted exceptionally well in the partnership. De Kock was slow to get going and then found his rhythm, took the pressure of Markram towards the end, and it was the other way around from the start of the innings. And Markram is still there, and he'd love to be here at the end and walk off with his team. Pretty much qualified through for a semi-final with the way they've won today, if they win today.
Yeah, I mean, it looks as if they're going to, but you can't be certain, not until it's done. Here's Chase into bowl to Markram. He gets a full toss, which he hits down the ground for 6. Well, there's a bit of a gift for Roston Chase, and Markram is in the mood. He's on to 64. It's 142 for 1.
Yes, fantastic shot. Chase going with the arm ball again, trying to go under his swing, which is not really the thing to do here, considering it's a small boundary straight, and Markram always looks to target straight, and he's played a fantastic shot there. I'm surprised they haven't gone to Moti here and used one of the left-arm spinners, a guy who can turn the ball away from both sides of the bat.
Chase round the wicket, bowls to Markram. He heaves it down the ground, out towards long on, and over long on.
Yeah, another fantastic shot. If you were on 50-odd, facing an off-spinner with 30 or 40 runs to go to win, this is the over you'd be targeting, and it was a gamble from Shai Hope to bowl him. He's dragged his length back. The ball before was under his swing, and he missed it too full. This one he's missed it short, and Markram's played a fantastic shot to hit that one straight for 6. even though the boundaries are small. I mean, 92 metres. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a 50-yard boundary or an 80-yard boundary, that's still sailing way over.
Yeah, it's one of the remarkable things. You think the ball's got to be full to hit down the ground, but players are so good these days. We were talking about the other day how they can hit a shortish ball back over the bowler's head for six as well. Here's Chase bowling and Markram manoeuvring that ball into the onside. He's looking for two here just outside the circle. He can't get it. It's only a single. 13 off the first three balls. 149 for one. 14th over.
You're right, and players are looking for that now as well. And the only way you can do that is if the line is right. So you want the line to be slightly outside your offside, because it allows you to free your hands. If they tuck you up and they bowl towards your hip, which spinners generally go to, it makes it harder to hit straight. So you have to be really key on your line when you're working a small dimension straight.
Chase round the wicket to Rickleton. Rickleton goes leg side. That was a lovely sound off the bat. And he's hit it into the crowd. Oh. He goes to 36, and Chase is going around the park here. Into the side today, he's gone 1 for 46. They left out Akil Hussain. Captain said he hadn't been dropped. Just think these are a better match-up with Chase bowling to quite a few left-handers at the top, to Cock and Rickleton and Miller inside the top five. But it's not worked.
No, it hasn't. He actually bowled quite nice in his first 3 overs, but this is just 1 over too many. South Africa targeting him, and Rickleton tried that shot the over before and mishit it, and this time he's got it, and South Africa are now pretty much gone through this game.
Here's Rickleton giving himself some room, trying to power it through the offside. Only half stopped by Shamar Joseph in the covers, but he recovers. No damage done from that final ball, but plenty of damage done in this Roston Chase over. He's been hit for 3 sixes. So he's moving towards his half century. 155 for one. Chase bowls, driven by Rickleton, not timed, and Chase just gets out of that over with a couple of dot balls. But South Africa not far away now. 155 for one. They've got 6 overs left. They only need 22 to win. Of course, drinks are coming onto the field. The 22 needed. Such is the nature of the regulations. Markham has 71. Rickleton has 36. Chase, 4 overs, 1 for 46. And South Africa very nearly home. So they've got the opportunity to win this game. Well, I think definitely now you'd say inside 16 overs. They've got 2 overs to get 22, say, and give their run rate a boost. If it needs a boost, they have Zimbabwe to play in their final group game, and they'll be confident enough about that. Zimbabwe have played very well, not quite so well against West Indies the other day when they were taken down, dropped those catches early on, dropping Hetmeyer badly early in his innings, and West Indies making that huge score. India against Zimbabwe coming up in an hour's time on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sport website and app. And India will be feeling a little bit more comfortable. Far from being done, so they could lose the West Indies, and that's it. I mean, that strikes me as that's possibly going to become an effective quarter-final now, West Indies against South Africa.
Yeah, it is, and that's good as well for the tournament. You want these games to have meaning. You don't want this stage of the tournament for games to just be sort of dead games. So for India, who were the favourites at the beginning of this tournament, to have lost one game and suddenly been in a position where they have to almost win every single game to qualify or to get through to that semi-final, puts the tournament in a good position. And it'll be interesting to see how India deal with that pressure, because there's going to be a hell of a lot of pressure from being the home nation as well. So, it's not just as simple as playing in a different country and having the expectations, but playing in your own home country with a billion people's expectations of you winning it is going to be a tricky situation for them to manage.
Yeah, that match is going to be at Eden Gardens as well on Sunday. It's 1:30 UK start, and Eden Gardens, I'm just watching some of the games there. I mean, the pitches have been okay, and the outfield lightning fast. And West Indies, if they do have a day out, if they do take India on there, because they've got Bumrah, it's not easy to knock away, but they start clearing the ropes and build the pressure on India on Sunday, and it'll be fascinating to see. There's a lot to look forward to as we move towards the semi-finals next week, which we'll bring you on 5 Sports Extra. Wednesday and Thursday for the semi-finals, and then Sunday for the final, presumably in this stadium. So a lot needs to happen if it's not going to be in this stadium. It means Pakistan will qualify to the final. which seems unlikely at the moment. There is a small scenario in which that could happen, which they could get through to the semi-finals, but looks like New Zealand and England from one group, and South Africa from this group, and then, well, who else? Zimbabwe not out of it yet, but they've got a lot to do to recover from that defeat the other day against West Indies. Here's Holder bowling, Yorker length delivery, dug out by Markham into the onside towards wide long on. You don't have to power it to the ropes to tip the board over. Markham's able to come back for a couple there. South Africa easing towards their victory target.
That was brilliant running from South Africa, and it shows their attitude in this tournament and how badly they do want to do well in it. It's very easy on that occasion just to knock in the leg side and trot through for your singles. So for Markham and Rickleton to be pushing their singles and pushing those twos, it just shows where they want to be in this tournament and the standards they want to live to.
157 for one, start of the 15th. Holder bowls to Markham, low full toss, hit down the ground towards long on. Fielder there. Powell sends it in. West Indies know they're a beaten side now. South Africa is just a question of when they're going to win this match. 19 to win the match with 9 wickets in hand. It's been a bit of a pumping here for West Indies, who so far in this competition won every single game, and impressively as well.
Yeah, they have played good cricket, haven't they? They've batted exceptionally well. They've been put in a lot of the times, and they've managed to get above par scores when they have. But unfortunately today they haven't. 177 or 176, just not par here on this score.
Holder bowls full into the toes there of Rickleton, who digs it out into the onside towards long on.
And the West Indies go really full here, almost going Yorkers from Holder. They're trying to drag this game out as long as they can from a net run rate point of view as well. It'd be very easy for them to keep doing what they have been doing, which is just about hard length, slow balls, use the bouncer, but they're actually trying to drag this out as long as they can and keep South Africa out here, because as we spoke earlier, it plays such a big part in the net run rate, and West Indies want to win that game against India and win the rest of the games and qualify. And to do that, they have to win big either against India or hope the net run rate goes their way somewhere else.
Yeah, 159 for one, midway through the 15th over, 18 to win. Holder bowls outside the off stump, another full delivery, which is hit through extra cover. It's going out towards the boundary, will be picked up in the deep. And they come back for a couple of runs. 16 to win. Yeah, we're just in that situation now. Hetmar doing the fielding there, just in that situation now. When South Africa are going to win this game, what ball is it going to be off? And what's the permutation for net run rate?
Well, we spoke about the 16th over, and they've got, 8 balls to get there. So you'd have to say they'd be on course to win this game. 16 runs off the next 8 balls. You'd probably say it's in their favour.
Holder bowls full into the toes of Markham. Markham clips it away into the onside. South Africa just playing the ball on merit at the moment. Holder bowling very full in this over. South Africa happy to chip it away. 162 for one. And we'll be going to Chennai for the second match of the day, around about 1:15. This game finishing, looks as though it's going to finish a fraction early. West Indies want to extend it here as much as possible. This Holder bowls to Rickleton. It's short, it's pulled away towards deep mid wicket, straight to Hetmar. And they get a single. 63 for one with 5 overs left. 14 to win. Markham 77, Rickleton 38. And this is Story in with the dramatic finish here.
Wow, I'm absolutely on the edge of my seat, Simon, to be honest with you. 14 from 30. You can possibly know what direction this game is going in. Maybe potentially a South African win here, as Markham on 77 of 44 balls. And really, contender, it's just been a remarkable innings from the captain, and very ably supported by Rickleton on 38 of 22.
Yes, Aiden Markram has led from the front, and it's not an easy thing to open the batting as a captain, and he's just carried his bat through. It looks like he's going to carry his bat through, and he's had good support from Rickleton.
Mario Shepherd with a high full toss. It's been slapped away. Doesn't quite get it past the fielder at deep third. Ford doing well to get round to his left, and we're just waiting for the umpire signal here. not suggesting that it's being called a no ball for height, but I don't know your thoughts, Tatender. I thought that looked quite high.
It looked quite high. I think they're having a look at it. It looked quite high. It's difficult to... It looked like he wanted to hit it towards sweeper.
Okay, we're at
deep
a
sweeper.
player review for a no ball.
Third umpire Richard Illingworth.
I'm looking now. Can we have a look at...
He's going to be reviewing this no ball
striker
for ball height. Now what they do is they measure each player before the World Cup to establish the height of their hip and their waist to identify whether this is...
Call is fair delivery.
A no ball. We'll listen to Illingworth now.
Calculated decision is a no ball.
So there we have it, the technology deeming that one was, in fact, a no ball.
Yes, it looked really high. He wanted to hit it towards the sweeper boundary towards cover, and it was impossible to hit it there. And it's definitely a no ball. And that brings a free hit, and Rickleton will be loving that.
Well, essentially 3 runs off that ball, and with the free hit to come, well, South Africa only need 11 runs now from 30 balls. They could get this done in just a couple balls if they wanted to. It's Rickleton on 40, waits for Shepherd, who bowls a wide Yorker. Rickleton jamming his bat down into the ground, doesn't make contact.
That's real good execution to really nail a Yorker that wide and to stop Rickleton from having a go at this free hit. He will, the big Shepherd who is limping like a ship, will be happy with that delivery.
11 needed from 29. Shepherd wide again, low from toss. And it's been slashed out towards deep cover. No fielder out there. South African fans in the crowd celebrating as their team's only 7 runs away now from a win.
That's a little bit surprising not to have a fielder down that side. Down, sweeping on the offside when you're bowling wide Yorkers. Or was the placement just that good?
I mean, there's no fielder anywhere close to the ball whatsoever, and Rickleton, his eyes lit up, just spotting that gap in the field. 7 needed now from 28. Could be all over this over.
Yeah, just a couple of hits to go, and that will be done for South Africa. It'll be done for West Indies too.
Low full toss, hammered back into the stumps, and it ricochets out into a gap around extra cover. Shepherd, alert to the situation that his field is back, had to go collect the ball himself. It's just the 1 run, so 6 needed to win for South Africa.
Yeah, just 1 hit away, and the game will be done, and South Africa looking way in control of the game. They have been in control over the game from ball 1, really. There was just only a few fighting overs when West Indies had the partnership between Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder. But apart from that, it has all been South Africa.
Tatender, if it was you out there facing this delivery now, are you going for the glory and finishing it with a 6, or just working the ball around?
Well, if it was me, that's just working the ball around. I don't think Aiden Markram is one that would also go for the glory shot. I think he'll just make sure that he'll be there at the end. If it was Rickleton, he will go.
Markram watches the ball go down the leg side and hits a dead spot in the pitch as it passes the stumps, rolling through to the keeper. Mario Shepherd there, quite bewildered by that delivery, but nonetheless, it's a wide ball. 5 needed now.
Yeah, Aiden Markram loves batting. He loves spending time on the crease. And I'm sure he would want to make sure that he's right there at the end. I doubt that he will go for 6, but let's see.
As he waits for Shepherd, follows him into the leg side. And he's clipped the ball into a gap at mid-wicket, allowing them through for 1. 4 runs needed now for victory for South Africa. Well, they had a similar approach in their win against India, just ticking things along, no rush at the end. And Deval Brevis, who's carded to come in next, was pictured just a few minutes ago, probably with the biggest yawn I've ever seen. So clearly he wants his team to get a move on.
I think it could be done in the next 2 balls.
As Rickleton gets a full toss and he hammers it into the stumps again. This time the ricochet going straight to the fielder. On 2 occasions now he has timed the pats off that ball and the stumps getting in the way. You can see this funny side of it, and certainly Shepherd can as well, as those 3 sticks of wood have saved him a few runs this over.
Yeah, just stop playing straight, Rickleton. Stop playing straight.
He's 45, not out. And South Africa need 4 runs to win, as Shepherd bowls Yorker off stump line, goes through to the keeper, and good execution again. It was an over of all sorts, and in the end gets through it. 16 overs gone, and South Africa just 4 runs away.
South Africa have been in control over this game, and they've been in control over a whole lot of other games that they've played. They've won everything, and they are way on course in winning this one as well, as we await the next game that's coming in between India and Zimbabwe. A lot of pressure on India. Zimbabwe would love to cause an upset or another big recognized great team, India.
Well, they had such a good campaign throughout the group stages, and would be bitterly disappointed with the way things went against the West Indies on Monday, then hitting a brutal 250 plus score, the second highest score in men's T20 World Cups. So redemption for Zimbabwe potentially on the cards. Full toss, chipped over Jason Holder, and away for 4 runs. That's the victory for South Africa. They continue with another win, yet to suffer a loss in this World Cup.
An unbeaten run for South Africa continues, and they're playing really well, and they do play really well in big tournaments, and we've known them to stumble right at the end. They did stumble at the end in 2024 when they could have won in the final against India, but I will believe that this might be the year that they will turn things around and make sure that they carry their momentum all the way to winning the World Cup. They're playing really good cricket, and that's a convincing win. And you've got to tip your hat for this convincing victory. They've played classical, lovely cricket to watch.
Well, it's a win by 9 wickets for South Africa. Captain Aidan Markram finishing 82 not out of 46 balls, 7 fours and 4 sixes in that innings. Quinton de Kock at the top of the order as well, 47 of 24. Dismissed by Roston Chase in the end, the only West Indian bowler to get a wicket, and Ryan Rickleton finishing 45 not out of 28 balls. A dreamy performance for South Africa and this fortress in Ahmedabad. They've played so many of their games, all but one of their games in this World Cup, continuing to just read the conditions really well. It was a good bowling performance from the quicks for South Africa, which just took early wickets, reduced the West Indies down to 83 for 7. That partnership at the bottom of the order between Jason Holder, who finished 49 not out, 49, and Romario Shepherd, who finished 52 not out, propelled West Indies to that score of 176 for 8. But not enough runs. South Africa absolutely gliding through that run chase. And certainly, as you said there, they've always been a side who have navigated the group stages, the Super 8 stages fine. It's when it gets to that knockout where they'll know that the pressure and the talk around how they perform on those occasions. But, I mean, Tatendra, this South African team just feels like the finished product.
They are. They're really playing good cricket. They're batting well. They're bowling well. They're fielding well. By a few drop catches today, they have been really fielding well. And they are a serious bunch. And if you go back to the way they value cricket in their school system, cricket is regarded so seriously in South Africa, and that brings that serious look that they always have. And I think that does well for them. But when it comes to the penultimate overs, or games in a tournament, that seriousness becomes or turns to pressure, and that's how I think they stumble when they get to the semi-finals or finals. I hope that won't be the case this time around. They are a really good bunch and an all-round cricketing team.
Now, because of this win against the West Indies today, South Africa all but qualified. However, if India go on to lose all 3 of their matches, they're already lost to South Africa. If they lose their remaining 2, then there's still a possibility of South Africa, West Indies and Zimbabwe all finishing on 4 points. Of course, that would be a bit of a shock if India did lose all 3 matches in the Super 8 stages. So it's not quite decided in this Group 1 game, or this Group 1 games yet. Of course, for the West Indies, a defeat today, if they lose again, then they'll only be kept in contention if India lose to Zimbabwe. And then again, 3 teams tied on 2 points, all fighting for 1 place. So plenty of permutations here to kind of keep hold of, and it will really be made a lot clearer following that result of the game in just a little while between India and Zimbabwe. Certainly West Indies, they've kind of gone from 2 extremes to Dender, from that brutal win against Zimbabwe to now what will be an incredibly disappointing result for them today. How do they bounce back from this?
I think they have continued to play the way they've been playing. The difference between today...
We'll just hear, sorry to Tanda, we'll just hear from Aidan Markram, who's been awarded Player of the Match.
Medallion from Proteas cricket legend, former South African captain, Sean Pollock. Unbeaten 82 from 46, 7 4s and 4 6s. You're hitting the ball so well at the moment. What was the approach coming out there today?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thought we actually bowled pretty well, chasing 180 basically. Obviously the power play was a big thing for us to get out the power play quite nicely, so nice partnership with Quinny, and then pretty much trying to run with the momentum after that power play.
How different were conditions today? First 3 p.m. start in Ahmedabad to the other games that you played here?
Well, slightly different. I think the second innings there now, the wicket got really good again. But it was slightly tacky earlier when we bowled, so got fortunate with the toss again. But the guys bowled really well up front to take the wickets the way they did, and then left us batters with a bit less to chase, fortunately.
A couple of oohs and ahs in the commentary box at some of the shots you've played. Is there anything you've changed in your game, because you just seem so free-flowing at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's just to try get into rhythm as quick as possible. Not be so sort of rigid and structured. But yeah, it's a small difference. I suppose it's helped quite a bit, that sort of rhythm and flow in with your hands when you're batting. And yeah, ultimately you just try lock in and see what the team needs. It sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't, but yeah, you're quite grateful when it comes off.
It's wonderful to be able to go on this winning run, but as captain, do you feel the pressure at the top of the order that you've got to go out there and make a mark and get your team to follow from your lead?
Yeah, I mean, I think whether you're captain or not, when you open the batting, that's your responsibility. So, bat really nicely with Quinny, got a great relationship with him, and then Rick's at 3 as well. So between the 3 of us, we've sort of unofficially said to each other we need to make sure that the team gets off to really good starts in the power play, especially when the wickets are good. So fortunately, again, it came off today for us, and hopefully we can sort of continue with that trend.
Congratulations. Aidan Markram, our player of the match today.
So a 9-wicket win for South Africa. They go to the top of Group 1, and now all eyes on the game in just a short while between India and Zimbabwe. Tatenda Tebe, you're going to be part of the commentary team for that game, but for now, defeat for West Indies, but they're still in with a chance of reaching the semi-finals and potentially winning their 3rd T20 World Cup. And we're going to be looking back now on their first title won in Sri Lanka 14 years ago, where we can join Henry Moran.
We're going to be looking back at the first T20 World Cup to be held in Asia, the 4th edition of the tournament in 2012, held in Sri Lanka.
Narayan moves in and bowls to Malinga, swipes high into the sky. This could be it for the West Indies. The man underneath it who takes the catch, and the West Indies have won. And it really is the most remarkable match we've witnessed here.
Well, this was a tournament that saw England coming into the competition as reigning champions, but their reign would be short-lived with West Indies lifting the title at the Primadasa Stadium against the hosts, and I think arguably favourites for that final, Sri Lanka. But what about the story of the tournament? Well, one player who was involved in the England squad was Stephen Finn, England's leading wicket taker, with 8 in the tournament and following all the action as ever. Test match specialist Prakash Wakankar. So, Finny, first of all, what are your memories of a tournament that was at that point called the World T20 rather than the T20 World Cup?
My overriding memory is the West Indies doing the Gangnam Style dance almost every day of the trip. It felt like they're ahead of their time as a T20 team. The way that they played the game. And the way that they committed to playing the game. So, yeah, that teamed with that blooming dance that I had to encounter, especially when we lost to them in the second round phase of the tournament, staying in the same hotel. Our bus was about 15 minutes behind theirs as we walked through the hotel lobby. They were all doing the Gangnam Style dance to the music as we somberly walked through to our rooms. So, yeah, that...
If we go through how the tournament worked, first and foremost, it was a competition that saw 4 groups of 3, just 27 matches compared to the 2026 edition, where 55 games take place. It's less than half as many games, and so it really was a condensed competition in those days, and you actually had to do pretty badly not to qualify for the Super 8. So 2 out of the 3 sides in each group would go through to the Super 8 phase, when the tournament would then move into a different gear. Top 2 teams in the Super 8s through to the semi-finals, and that's a sort of more familiar passage, if you like, from the more modern editions of the competition. So just briefly, the groups as they were back then: England, India, Afghanistan, Australia, West Indies and Ireland, Sri Lanka, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and then Pakistan, New Zealand and Bangladesh. And so, Prakash, back in those days, it really was fast and furious.
It was short, sharp, and even though the group phase was meant to let the top teams go through, I think there was a lot more riding on every game, because you knew if you sort of slipped up, you could, especially if you were in a group like the one that had Pakistan, New Zealand and Bangladesh. I mean, that was a group of death in that tournament. But yes, like Finney said, I remember in Sri Lanka, the whole mood, particularly around Colombo, was about the West Indies team hotel, all the stuff that was going on there, because there were breaks in the tournament, the restaurants they were visiting, the music that was playing, and of course Sri Lankans, given their absolutely passionate love for music, they'd adopted a lot of the calypso music, and it was just a fantastic atmosphere throughout that tournament, particularly as the Super 8s came around.
And only 3 venues were used as well: the Primadasa in Colombo, Pallekele, and the Mahinda Rajapaksa Stadium in Hambantota, which with a capacity of 35,000. I'm not sure how often it's used these days, but along with a major international airport, I think last I checked had 1 flight per day in that part of the country, right in the deep south. It was 3 venues. It was men's and women's tournaments side by side as well, Finney. I mean, it did feel like a sort of real hub and party of international cricket.
Yeah, it was great, and that was my first T20 World Cup that I played in. I missed out on selection in the 2010 one, as I just started playing for England then, and thought I might have a chance, and was disappointed not to be in it, and then was selected for this 2012 one. And yeah, to have the shortest format of the game that wasn't as dynamic and powerful as it is now, played at 3 venues. It clearly challenged teams in different ways. There were quite a few low scores, including our defeat to India in the Super 8s phase of the tournament was particularly bad. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, and my first taste of having a smaller hub where all the players were in the same hotel. You're bumping into people the whole time, but then going out there and representing England. It was great fun.
Yeah, we'll go through England's tournament then, first and foremost, before moving on to, I suppose, the crunch end of the competition. England entering the tournament, as I mentioned, as the reigning champions, but though they started well against Afghanistan. Massive victory, 116 runs. Luke Wright, 99 not out. Missing a century off the final ball, but then collapsing to 8 all out against India. Their lowest T20 total at the time, and I think it was Harbhajan Singh and Piyush Chawla who spun England a web. England struggling against spin is not necessarily a new condition.
No, not necessarily, no. And Harbhajan in particular, then with the way that he got the ball to bounce in Sri Lanka, you can see that ball bouncing quite a lot. So it's particularly tricky. And the guys at that stage hadn't really been exposed to the IPL, but weren't that familiar with the players that we were playing against, because there were some lesser known names in that team as well that India picked in that T20 World Cup. So we got caught on the hop in that one. That wasn't the Super 8, sorry, that was the first. I said it was the Super 8s in my opening, but that was the first group stage, wasn't it? And was a bit of a shock and a bit of a knock to our confidence at that stage.
Yeah, and you'd have to do well, as I say, not to qualify. Indeed, England did, despite that massive defeat against India. The other qualifiers for the Super 8 phase, pretty predictable, really. I think it's fair to say, given the way that the tournament worked. So we saw qualification with England, New Zealand, Sri Lanka and West Indies going into Group E, and then Group F, as it was termed, Australia, India, Pakistan and South Africa. So pretty predictable. But immediately, Prakash, you've got two Super 8 groups. They are packed full of superstars. It was a really sort of condensed, exciting phase.
It certainly was, and it brought out some really good games as well. I mean, there were some tight games. There was just a hint of I think India particularly not making it through created a huge flutter. And I think the only thing that we could fall back on as Indians, as we typically would, is to say, but we won the one game that mattered. We beat Pakistan. And I think it was a very different world back then. We're talking almost a decade and a half back. And I think it was one of those things. I mean, India, like Finney said, did have a few new faces. Irfan Pathan really was coming on. Zahir didn't play that game against England in spite of being who he was. Harbhajan had been in the wilderness till that tournament began. Piyush Chawla was someone who was in. India's current coach, Gautam Gambhir, was actually vice captain of that tournament. And having won in 2007, I think the expectations were very high. But the fact is that in that tight group of four, India couldn't get past, didn't get the two wins that they would have needed at least to be able to qualify.
Just briefly, looking at some of the names on show, what amazes me is both the combination of names that are still around, bearing in mind we're 14 years on now. You look at the Afghanistan squad, and Mohamed Nabi, still part of things from England's point of view. Jos Buttler, part of the squad then. Admittedly, some names that have disappeared now from international cricket. Keegs Wetter was England's wicketkeeper. Michael Lum had opened the batting and the success in 2010. A young Owen Morgan, you were there, Finney, of course. Graham Swan, Luke Wright, and again, India's side. I mean, the names that were in it: MS Dhoni, Gautam Gambhir, Ashwin, Khan, Kohli, Rayna, Sehwag was there, Rohit Sharma, Yuvraj, Harbhajan. Australia, a side that included the likes of young Pat Cummins, just 19 years old, the Hussies, Mitchell Starc, David Warner, and the list goes on. And then you look at that Sri Lanka side as well. And for me, that was just one of the absolute great teams, with Jayawardene, Matthews, Chandimal, Dilshan, Harath, Malinga, Mendes, both Mendes, Sangakkara, Tiramani. I mean, just wonderful names. It sort of almost feels like we can be at a point now where we can sort of hark back to a golden age in some ways.
We did, and like every tournament, I mean, you mentioned the two Mendeses, but Ajantha Mendes really did set that tournament alight on home pitches, and there were these remarkable sort of games where, from having played the earlier editions in non-Asian conditions, this was the first time it was in playing on what is often called low, slow turning pitches, and it just brought about that additional excitement, because I think the average scores dropped, the ball had a greater say, batters weren't just there to try and hit the ball out of the park, they had to adjust and adapt, and I think it made for a fantastic tournament. It really did.
Yeah, Jack Callis was part of the South Africa squad as well. I mean, there's brilliant names looking at it.
Yeah, and that was the most exciting thing about it. You kind of there as as I was, I think 22 at the time, 22, 23. And you're there and amongst all these players that you've watched play on TV. That was my first experience of a world tournament. So, yeah, you've played against these guys for the last couple of years, but then to have everyone in one place, you kind of go down to breakfast every morning. You're like, that's Shaq Callis. That's Sewag. You're down there, and it's it was a bizarre feeling, and unfortunately we didn't play that well throughout the tournament. We were kind of just clinging on all the way through, hoping that things would fall our way.
And in some ways, it was a bit of a novel experience, I suppose, because in those days, it wasn't quite the cross-pollination between T20 tournaments that meant that you were rubbing shoulders with these names on a yearly basis. Actually, more of a novelty seeing these guys.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits of the England players in around 2016, I think it was, when the attitude changed towards the IPL to allow the players to go and play. In those years, in the early 2010s, I'd always put my name in for the auction to the ECB. You'd send your forms in, you'd say, please, will you sign this? And you'd just get an email back about 3 minutes later saying, no, you can't. And you never rubbed shoulders with those people. So when you then came up against them, one, you didn't know that much about their game from having chatted to them, as you would do in the IPL, and the experience of learning off them. Josh Butler in particular speaks loads about going to the IPL and learning so much about playing the game that's made him a better player. So it can only have been a good thing, but certainly then it was unusual to be rubbing shoulders in such close proximity to those great players.
Yeah, and that West Indies squad, by the way, you mentioned them. I mean, some of the all-time greats of T20 cricket were playing, captained by their coach for this year's edition in 26, Darren Sammy, had Dwayne Bravo as well. Darren Bravo was there. Fidel Edwards, Chris Gale, of course, Kieran Pollard, Dennis Ramdin, Andre Russell, Marlon Samuels. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was there and causing mischief.
Well, they had everything that you would want for a T20 team. The wrist spin in Badri, mystery spin in Narayan, power, Gale, Bravo, Samuels, Pollard. It was a team that would survive in world tournaments now, which is not the case for most of those teams that were playing then. So very much ahead of their time. And what Darren Sammy did and what he's been able to do across his life as a West Indian captain and now coach, administrator, is bring those guys together to feel as though that sense of togetherness and collectiveness moving towards something is something that you really felt in that tournament, and that was kind of encapsulated with the way that you'd walk through the hotel lobby and there was about 20 of them dancing to Gangnam Style as you walked in.
Yes, I mean, what then became IPL folklore, one has to remember, actually began in that tournament, whether it was Dwayne Bravo doing his particular steps, or indeed, names like Andre Russell and, of course, Chris Gale with all his sort of histrionics and the razzmatazz around him and the RCB. They lit up the IPL, let's be honest. And I think they earned themselves a phenomenal following. Coincidentally,
you're wearing your 2012 Sri Lanka hat, Prakash.
It's pure coincidence, but it's one of my favorites because I just loved the way the logo was. It's sort of modeled on the Sri Lankan or the Sinhalese script, and it's one of my favorite memories. But it really was a tournament that, as I keep saying, I think brought T20 cricket to Asia in a way that it hadn't been brought before.
Talking about paraphernalia, so when you, like we do for these tournaments, actually, you get a little backpack when you go into your room and you check in, because it's an ICC event, everything's controlled by the ICC, so you go in and you've got a backpack with Sri Lanka 2012, and in it you've got a boot bag, a towel, a key ring, the players. A mug for the players. Yeah, I've still got my towel at home. My Sri Lanka 2012. It probably needs to be thrown away 14 years now, doesn't it?
Not a bit of it.
It's still in my towel trunk at home.
Oh dear, not a bit of it. One thing I'd forgotten about the England squad, by the way, Finney, no Kevin Peterson at the time, because he was in international exile after all that had happened in the series against South Africa the preceding summer.
Yeah, and I think that gave Johnny Bairstow his chance to come in, batting at number 4. I think he shuffled up and down the order a bit, depending on the situation. But there were a few games where he batted at number 4, and clearly Johnny went on to be a fantastic player. He was very early in his international career then. So Kevin was a big miss in a couple of those games, especially the game against Sri Lanka, which was, in my mind, it was a quarter-final, but it was the last group game of the Super 8s for us. And if we won it, we would make it through to the next stage of the tournament, to the semi-finals, even though we hadn't played that well up until that point. So we went into that game feeling as though it was a quarter-final and didn't manage to get over the line. He'd have helped in that situation.
Yeah, well, it was a knockout. England played against the West Indies, lost 2 wickets in the first over, chasing 180. Then big partnership between Morgan and Hales, but eventually falling 15 runs short. Then Stephen Finn starred 3 for 16 against New Zealand, 6-wicket win, and then the eventual, as it was, a knockout. So England needed to beat Sri Lanka, and then Lasith Malinga did what he tends to do.
And Malinga will bowl the last ball of the third over. The crowd right behind Malinga as he runs into bowl to Hales with a wide slip. And another Yorker, that should be out. That is definitely out. Striking Hales, a tall man on the pad, and Lasith Malinga has got 3 wickets in the over. And England 18 for 3. Hales, LBW, Malinga for 3. And they're in some stress at the moment, England, chasing that 170.
5 for 31, 3 wickets in 4 balls. And even though there was 50 from Samit Patel, England lost by 19 runs and eliminated.
Yeah, me and Jade Dernbach, we were both not out at the end. I was 1 from 3, and I remember facing Malinga. And it was the only real time that I faced him in international cricket. And Yorkers, slow balls, I couldn't pick him. So, yeah, I was just flailing around at the end there.
Yeah, and it was a fantastic occasion. I remember it well, with the noise around Malinga running in and just that sense of event every time. You saw these superstars who were becoming real household names around the world. But in Sri Lanka, Prakash, these guys were just the absolute, they were the kings of the world.
Oh, without question. But also, like you said earlier, Henry, I think the quality, if I may be bold enough to say, the quality of human beings in that Sri Lankan team, just the people like Jayawardene, Sangakkara, Vas had just finished up, but seeing the emergence of Ajantha Mendes, Malinga, Slinga Malinga, and all the other stuff. I think it was the warmth of the occasion, the warmth of the Sri Lankan people, just the environment. I think it was simpler, cleaner, less complicated to a large extent, and I think it was wonderful. But in India, I know that a lot of people really understood net run rates after India fell away.
Indeed, I'm going to get onto that, because hosts Sri Lanka, they qualified, as did West Indies, because they won a super over against New Zealand to qualify from Group 1. So it was Sri Lanka and West Indies that qualified at the expense of England and New Zealand. And then in Group 2, there was a 3-way tie. Australia, Pakistan and India, all with 2 wins. Final group match against South Africa. India needed to win by 31 runs to qualify. They, in the end, won by 1 run, eliminated on net run rate. So through went Australia and Pakistan.
That's right. And I remember this distinctly, because people say, but we won the game. How can we not have qualified? And then people were sitting and calculating net run rates and calculators and what have you. And there was a huge sense of disappointment, because the logic at that time was, you won the last game. You've got to have qualified. Surely. It wasn't to be.
Not a bit of it. Real shock. I mean, it almost seems implausible India wouldn't qualify for a knockout stage.
Well, it does now, doesn't it? It certainly does now. And the net run rate is, again, something that from that tournament onwards, everyone was a lot more wary of. And that's why at this stage of the group, when we're watching England play here, you're constantly thinking, what do they need to do to improve their net run rate? And that was probably born there.
Yeah. South Africa didn't win a single game in that group. They were eliminated, despite the fact of having a side captained by A.B. de Villiers. Hashim Amla was there, Du Plessis, Duminy, Callis, Morning Morkel. Dale Steyn was part of that squad. It was a brilliant side, but perhaps you look at it and you think, well, the big strength was perhaps the fast bowling and not necessarily those friendlier conditions. And so it was a side that fell away. And so we headed to the semi-finals, where Sri Lanka took on Pakistan, West Indies took on Australia, and 2 reasonably comprehensive victories, really. Sri Lanka beating Pakistan by 16 runs, Jayawardene with 42, and then West Indies hammering Australia by 74 runs, with Chris Gayle 75 not out of 41.
Saved it for that semi-final, didn't he? I mean, he'd sort of been, by his standards, a little bit below par through the tournament till that stage, and then he really came to the fore in that semi-final, just dismantled Australia's bowling.
Yeah, it was a spectacular display from Chris Gayle, and so I'm not sure it was a final necessarily that you thought was a bit of a surprise in the players that are in it. Maybe you would now with hindsight and looking at the two teams involved. But then, Finny, there were so many good players part of those sides. I mean, indeed there are today, but at that point, Sangakkara, Jayawardene, Matthews, Mendes, it was a brilliant Sri Lanka team, a golden generation.
Well, especially in their own conditions. And when you look back on it in retrospect, the West Indies were the best T20 team in that tournament with the way that they set up and their attitude towards the game, and the way that they performed throughout the tournament. And you would always expect a home team to go far in any tournament, just given the familiarity with the conditions and the fact it was only played at those three grounds throughout the tournament. The wickets maybe got a touch tired, which would have suited the skill, especially of those Sri Lankan batters. You look at some of those greats in there and their ability to play on tricky pitches. So, not all that surprising in hindsight, but when you look at the might of India and how England have developed over the years, they're not two teams when you look back now that you think might be there.
An amazing final as well, because once we got to the Premadasa for that final, I remember the streets around the ground were heaving hours before the game started. And indeed, it was two games on that day, because there was a women's final as well, where England were beaten by Australia, a familiar tale, as Charlotte Edwards' side were beaten at the final hurdle by the Australian team, who were beginning that wonderful golden run of theirs through the 2010s. But in the men's final, Sri Lanka, the home favourites, up against West Indies, and West Indies, after 10 overs, were 32 for 2. Chris Gayle having managed just 3 runs from 16 balls.
Yep. Waiting for Samuels to come and do his job.
And he did. Marlon Samuels, 78 or 56, including off Lasith Malinga, and I'd forgotten this, 5 sixes in a single over.
Yeah, and that's good. That's the game, isn't it? That there. And Marlon Samuels, for all of the power and destruction of the other players, you always felt as though when you were playing against the West Indies that Samuels was playing the anchor role and looking to bide his time, but clearly saw an opportunity against the seam of Malinga, even though such a skillful bowler, clearly, to put him under pressure, took the risk, and ultimately that's what won the game.
Yeah, and so it was only 137 for 6, but those 78 runs from 56 balls were absolutely priceless. Halfway stage, though, Prakash, if you're Sri Lanka, you're thinking 138, home conditions, the sort of batting we've got.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that was yet another example of runs on the board, pressure of a final, and of course they hadn't thought that they would be beaten at their own game by that man, Sunil Narine.
Well, and the other point, I guess, Stephen, is that in those days, players weren't quite as adept and used to the mental calculations of a T20 run chase.
Yeah, and I think players also then weren't as good at hitting sixes. So in a short chase like that, I don't know if Samuels did it to Sri Lanka in the first innings, but it was unusual for someone to come and smack sixes and change the game in a final like that. Whereas now, a short chase, it's one innings from someone with these deep batting lineups that teams have that wins you that game. But I went, I mean, don't blow my own trumpet, but I bowled all of my overs that I could have done in the tournament, and I didn't get hit for 1-6 in the entire tournament. So that shows the change in attitude in the game between now and then. And Sri Lanka's players weren't able to do that, and then crumpled under the pressure and expectation.
I mean, if you cast your mind back or look at the scorecard, you'll see that only 3 Sri Lankan players got into double figures in that game, in that final, and 2 of them were players that you would expect to, which is Jayawardene and Sangakkara. And it was only Nuwan Kulasekara, better known for his bowling, who got into double figures. So really, I think the stranglehold by both Badri and then I think Sunil Narine probably reaped benefits of some of that, was what put paid to Sri Lanka's chances of winning a home World Cup.
Yeah, and in the end, as you mentioned, Prakash, it ended up being the squeeze, the spin that did the damage with quite brilliance, as we've seen time and again from Sunil Narine, with 3 for 9 his figures in that final. Darren Sammy, meanwhile, 2 for 6, and Sri Lanka collapsed to 101 losing by 36 runs.
Yeah, it was a comprehensive win, chasing something that, as you rightly said, Henry, at the halfway stage, the Sri Lankans would have thought, okay, let's put the drinks in the freezer to get them ready, but it wasn't to be.
Narine moves in and bowls to Malinga, who swipes high into the sky. This could be it for the West Indies. The man underneath it, who takes the catch, and the West Indies have won. And it really is the most remarkable match we've witnessed here. They've won by 36 runs. A match that halfway through their innings they seemed absolutely destined and nailed on to lose. But Marlon Samuels, with a brilliant 78 from 56 balls and also taking wickets, has helped propel West Indies to a thoroughly deserved win. They're dancing there now, all of their backroom staff there, the management, all those who have worked so hard are there joining with them. I don't know what all that dancing means, much of it. They do, and they've been practicing throughout this tournament, and now they can do it absolutely in the centre stage. As the fireworks go up, the crowd is absolutely stunned as the West Indies celebrate a well-deserved triumph in this World 2020. That is one of the most curious, unpredictable and strange 2020 matches I've ever seen. And it's worth remembering that halfway through their innings, the West Indies were 32 for 2, and they've won the match. And I don't think many people would have given them very much in the way of odds at that stage. Fireworks are going all over the place, lots of smoke, and that really is a truly remarkable victory.
They won a well-deserved maiden title.
And danced the night away.
Yes.
Well, they did indeed.
And then some.
I'm actually, you were quite glad you weren't necessarily there for that. It would have been quite a party. Well, maybe you would want to have been.
Well, I'd have liked to play in a World Cup final.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no doubt that those guys know how to celebrate, and I'm sure they did do that night.
Well, that was Stephen Finn wrapping up our memories of 2012 and the World Cup held in Sri Lanka. The World T20 won by a West Indies side who today, in 2026, have been pretty soundly beaten, it has to be said, by 9 wickets by South Africa in Ahmedabad. The first offering of our Super 8 Group 1 fixtures. Now we are in Chennai, the Chepak Stadium, looking at an absolute picture in front of me. It is India, the hosts, against Zimbabwe, two sides that lost their opening fixtures, perhaps not so surprising in Zimbabwe's case, but a real upset. The manner of defeat for India in Ahmedabad against South Africa, who are the dominant force in Group 1. Pressure on the hosts, pressure on Zimbabwe in perhaps a slightly different way. We'll build it all up for you. Play underway in just over 10 minutes, but let's head to the middle. The two captains alongside Ravi Shastri.
The two captains, Surya Kumar Yadav, India, Sikandar Raza, Zimbabwe. Ranjan Madhukale is the match referee, and Gopal Krishna, Hyundai, is the toss rep, who'll hand over the coin to Ranjan, who in turn will hand it over to Surya. Tails. It's a spin. What's it, Ranjan? So, Sikandar, you won the toss. What have you decided?
Yeah, we're going to have a ball first. This is not your usual sort of a Chennai wicket. I can see they've made a few changes and it looks slightly moist as well, so we want to give ourselves the best chance for the seamers, especially now they're on song as well, to try and make early inroads.
Now, your side has threatened, has had their moments in this tournament. What are you looking forward to in this game?
Yeah, certainly from the last game, a bit of improvement in our fielding and also slightly execution with the ball as well. I think if we can restrict India for a low total as well, I think it will go a long way as well. And because of that, we made a change as well.
Now, big game this for both sides, a must-win game.
Certainly, as much as we're feeling the heat, I think our opposition will be feeling the same. So I think it's going to come down to the battle of nerves as well, and any team who can hold their nerves better will have a better chance to win the game.
And how's that hand of yours?
It's holding on all right. We refuse to go for the X-ray. If it's bugger, then so be it.
And what's your team for today's game?
Yeah, we got one tactical change. We got Tino Tenda Maposa coming in for Graham Creamer.
Have a good one.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Well, Surya, what would you have done?
No, we are happy with the decision. We were actually looking to bat first.
Must-win game. It's not often you're in a position like this, but sometimes under pressure could get the best out of the boys.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes the pressure brings out best from you, and the boys are ready. Mood in the camp is happy, relaxed. Hopefully, we enjoy our cricket tonight.
And we saw the huddle a little while earlier. Hardik speaking there, very animated. What's the mood like in the dressing room?
I think boosting a lot of energy in the camp. But yeah, boys are really happy, as I said, and the hurdle was too good. The way he spoke in the hurdle, experienced player, he knows what he brings to the table. Team required that, and I think we'll have a good day tonight.
What difference are you looking in this game from the last game, improvement-wise?
I think all the departments. Even if you win or you lose a game, you learn something out of it. I think just forget what happened in the last game. Play the same way as you've been playing last whole year. Enjoy the game, and forget everything. Be fearless.
And what's your combination?
We have two changes. Akshar Patel comes in for Washington Sundar, and Sanju Samson comes in for Rinku Singh.
Big noise. Now, is Sanju going to keep?
Sanju is going to keep, yes.
Have a good one.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It is Zimbabwe who won the toss, and they've decided to bowl first.
Thanks to Ravi Shastri out there in the middle with the two captains to confirm Zimbabwe have won the toss. They are going to bowl first. India's hopes, meanwhile, given a little bit of a boost by that big victory for South Africa against West Indies earlier on today. The permutations are very complicated. Suffice to say, they just need to get on with winning this game. Both sides know that, having lost their openers. I'm very pleased to say that alongside us for commentary today, we have the former Zimbabwe captain to tender Taibu, but also a test match special debut for former India opener W.V. Raman. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. And what a scene this is in your hometown.
My pleasure, Henry. Good evening to everybody. And what a setup here at the Chepauk Stadium. A full crowd, appreciative crowd, knowledgeable crowd. And it's a nice stadium to play cricket in. And I played a lot of cricket here. Sure, every time I see a match being played, even now, I want to get out there and play.
Well, indeed, rather you than me when it comes to Jasprit Bumrah running in and bowling, but, you know, each to their own, I suppose. Right, Tatenda, we'll get a word from you in just a moment, but the two sides are lining up at the far end of the ground. We're ready for the national anthems, and all around us, those in blue are standing. Great applause from India spectators as well.
famous venue. It really is a spectacular scene in front of us. Those blue replica jerseys with Rohit, Hardik, Dhoni, of course, Virat on the back of them. And some of the names that will be gracing this surface as well in due course. But it's almost go time. Tatenda Taibu is with us as well, former Zimbabwe captain. Disappointment in the first game, Tatenda, but what an opportunity this is.
Of course, disappointing after having played so well and having won all the games in the group stages, and then had a big loss against West Indies. I think you have to attribute that to the two drop catches. I think Hetmeyer being dropped at 9 was a big blow, and he went on to utilize that. So they're still full of confidence, and they'll really be looking forward to cause another upset.
Well, indeed, and that is the opportunity. WV Rahman as well here with us. It's a huge chance for Zimbabwe because all the pressure's on India.
Yes, it is, because they've done well in the group stage and they're looking forward to having a good game here. And the pitch is going to stay true right through the duration of the game. It's not like the pitches of old, what we've seen in recent years, where it's on the slower side, it deviates a little bit for the spinners. But this one here is nice and true. You've seen a lot of good scores being scored in this World Cup at this venue. And that's the reason why Zimbabwe has decided to bowl first on winning the toss. I think they will fancy their chances for the simple reason the pitch is going to be good here.
We shall wait and see. Tatenda, before you have a little bit of a break, what do you think they'll be looking to try and limit India to in this first innings?
I think part of the decision why they've chose to bowl first is they've really been doing well with their seamers and in the first 6 overs. And I think on average, the Zimbabwean bowlers are top of the table when it comes to taking wickets off the seamers. And Blessing Zarabani has been the lead for that, and he's really bowled well and managed to get wickets. So it's really trying to settle the nerves whilst you're doing what has been happening, what has been working so well for Zimbabwe, and that is bowling in the first 6 overs.
Indeed. Have a little break, watch on, and we'll be with you in a little while. Tatenda Taibu, part of our team today. Wonderful to have Tatenda with us, as well as I mentioned, WV Rahman, who knows this part of the world very well, former coach for a number of years with the India women's side as well. And as we see, Blessing Muzarabani, somebody who's got 6 power play wickets already this tournament against Abhishek Sharma, who's had a poor tournament, and Sanju Samson, who come into the side opening the batting. You've got to say, there's a little bit of heat, perhaps, on these 2 India openers.
Yes, India have not had the best of stars. The power plays have been reasonably ordinary, and they'll be hoping that trend will change tonight. And they also got a left-right combination going here tonight. And as far as I'm concerned, Sanju Samson is better off batting the top 3. And it's good he's come back into the side, providing that little bit of option for the team management to have a left-right combination. And he can strike the ball really well. And as I said, the surface is good here. He will relish batting here if he just gives himself a little bit of time early on.
It looks a beautiful surface from here, it has to be said. We are right in amongst it with the crowd, as I see Sikandar Raza approaching 40 years old, such a mainstay, such a key part of this recovery and resurgence of Zimbabwe cricket in recent times. Just sprinting towards us, getting a few little bursts of energy into those legs. I don't think you need much encouragement to get energy, because goodness me, there is a lot of noise around this ground. You can feel the whole place shaking, rocking and rolling, and it's just some place to be. It took us well over an hour to go about the 3 miles from where we're staying to the ground earlier on today. It was a long old journey with fans just so keen to get down towards this wonderful, iconic venue with the various blocks of stands, with those elevated pitched roofs that are held up with the masts. And if you know what I mean, for English fans, it looks a bit like the pavilion at the Aegeus Bowl. Therein, the resemblance ends, I would say, as we see at the start of the game, and it's going to be Richard and Guevara running into bowl. First delivery, left arm over, beautifully angled towards short third, and it's fielded well by the tall figure of Blessing Muzarabani. And we are up and running this crucial match in Group 1, and it is crucial because both of these sides lost their tournament opener. WV, what did you make of that first game up in Ahmedabad?
They'll be disappointed. The Indian boys would have been disappointed because they had a lot of depth in their batting, but still they could not put up enough runs. And even the effort to try and get close to the target in the event the net run rate came into play was not considered even, as they were losing wickets on a regular basis. So that would have been disappointing for them. But again, it's good to have a setback at the start of the group.
In comes Ngavara. It's bang down the ground. That's going to be runs. Might be 6 of them. And the noise in front of me, I can't see where the ball's gone, frankly, because it is just a sea of spectators on their feet to greet that white projectile heading our way. And a massive blow, cross-batted down the ground. Welcome to the tournament, Sanju Samson.
That would have been a great relief for him because he missed out on a couple of games. He had a cameo when he played one game in between, but this would have brought a lot of relief, and it'll definitely give him that fillip that he needed.
79 metres, cross-batted launch down the ground. 6 without loss, India. Our view may be slightly obscured at times, but I wouldn't change it for the world. We are right in amongst it. Ngavara, with the crowd up and about, will begin his approach again from the edge of the circle. Runs in now, tall figure to the right-handed Sanju Samson, who will tickle that round the corner, down towards fine leg. The cheers up again, as it's going to be 4 more to the total. Whether it is off body or bat, we'll wait and see. It is a leg by signal from umpire Richard Kettleborough, and so the score moves to 10 without loss. It won't be on to the total for Sanju Samson, but it is India's total that stands into double figures already. Doesn't matter how they come.
As long as he has space, Sanju Samson is going to look to play shots, and he will do well when he gets the pace and the ball comes on to the bat. It's only when the bowlers start fiddling around with the pace, start to take the pace off, he gets into a little bit of a tangle.
And Ngavara again runs in, banks it in short. That's a good hostile ball. Heavy length. It came up off the bat, high up, and back down the track to the bowler. So India, let me go through the two sides. Make a couple of changes. Out goes Washington Sundar. Also Rinku Singh, who's been back at home for compassionate reasons, is back with the squad but misses out today. In comes Sanju Samson, also Akshar Patel, who was a mysterious omission, I think it's fair to say, from the last game. So it is Abhishek Sharma, Sanju Samson, who's going to keep wicket as well, in place of Ishan Kishan, who's batting at 3. Surya Kumar Yadav, the captain, at 4, as in comes Ngavara again, running in, and this has gone in the air. Could be a chance of a catch. No, it'll drop short and safe. It wasn't a million miles away from the hands of the fielder running round, but Brad Evans is unable to get there quickly enough, and a couple of runs will be taken, 12 without loss, with the ball left of this first over.
There's an extra pace on that occasion from Ngavara. That's what surprised Sanju Samson. He was shaping to play a pull shot, clear the infield, and he didn't get hold of it properly enough. Lucky for him, it eluded the fielder as well at mid-on.
Could easily have gone to hand, but didn't. So Surya Kumar Yadav, Tilak Varma, Hardik Pandya, Shivam Dubey, Akshar Patel, Arshdeep Singh, Varun Chakravarti, and Jasprit Bumrah. So the 2 changes for India, 1 change for Zimbabwe, a tactical change. He's Graham Kramer out of the side. In comes Tinatenda Maposa. And I'll go through their full lineup in just a moment. We've got a ball left of this first over. Wonderful atmosphere in Chennai. Ngavara into Bolter Sampson, pace taken off it, and it's skewed out into the leg side. That's what you mentioned, Aviv, that variety of pace up and down at 65 miles an hour. And a single is taken. So 13 without loss, 1 over gone. Zimbabwe line up with Brian Bennett. Tadiwanashe Miramani keeps wicket. Dion Myers, Sikandar Raza, the captain. Ryan Burl, Tony Wiyonga, Tashinka, Zakina, Brad Evans, Tinatenda Maposa into the side, Blessing Muzrabani, and Richard Ngavara. So that is how the two sides line up. I think it is fair to say that India's team is a slightly more familiar collection of names, but they've been mighty impressive, this Zimbabwe team, in the tournament.
Yes, they have been. They surprised everybody because we were not fortunate enough to see them for a while play regularly in international cricket, but they've acquitted themselves really well. They played well as a team. It goes to show that you don't necessarily need a whole galaxy of stars in your side. You need to have a group of 11 players who can gel well and get it going on the field.
Well,
here is a star in this Zimbabwe side, and that is Muzarabani, the tall, fast bowler. 6 power play wickets already in the tournament. He'll be looking to add to that. Sanju Samson is forward in defence and pushes towards the offside. There'll be no run. Dion Myers runs in from cover to pick up. The Madras Cricket Club end of the ground with a small sign that just says established 1846. I wonder if those, however many years ago it is now. I've made the mistake here, WB, of trying to do mental calculations on air, which was a huge error on my part. It's 180 years ago.
Yeah, it was just about there. 179 odd, you can say.
Pushed into the offside. There'll be a run taken there. That's nicely worked away as Abhishek Sharma gets a big cheer coming onto strike. 14 without loss, India. I wonder what those, all that time ago, would have made of this scene when the Madras Cricket Club was founded.
In fact, the club day is going to be celebrated early next week. It's on the 5th of March. So that's going to be a great night. A lot of members turn up. It's a chance to meet the other members of the club who you don't get to meet frequently. And that has always been an event every member look forward to. And it's an event that I'm looking forward to as well.
Well, I bet, because it's a special place with a lot of history. It looks very different than how it has done over the years, of course. And happily, those stands over to my right that for a while weren't open, they're now well populated with India spectators. I've yet to spot a Zimbabwe shirt. There'll be a few. As in comes Muzarabani. That's nicely, elegantly angled out towards deep backward point. But the spectators rather frustrated when they stand up to crane their necks over that 4x4 which is parked on the outfield as part of the promos for the tournament. Obscured their view, but there was a fielder waiting down there, and so it is just 1 taken. India 15 without loss. Reminder, mighty win for the imperious South Africa earlier, chasing down what became a decent target after they were in all sorts of bother. West Indies 7 down, but ended up 176 for 8, but got there inside 17 overs, 9 wickets in hand. South Africa whacked away into the leg side. Is it going to be 6? Yeah, you bet it is. 6 runs over wide long on. Again, it's that cross-batted shot, and Sanju Samson's enjoying this. It's sat up off a length and he flung his hands through it.
This is exactly what South Africa did very well against India, bowling back up a length, not providing opportunities for the Indian batters to plonk their front foot ahead and go for a big hit. But Sanju Samson is such a type of player. He likes this kind of length deliveries, which are the hard length, as it were, but he just likes to play deliveries pitched around just back for length, because he stays there and gives it a whack.
Sanju Samson waits, pace taken slightly off it, and it wasn't too far away from dropping into the hands of Mnyonga waiting at backward point. There was a moment where I think there would have been a little nervous look or two, but as it is, no harm done.
It's interesting that Abhishek Sharma is off strike. He needs to be off strike for a while because he's not been the best of form. So if he spends some time there at the non-striker's end, it'll calm him down, and when he gets on strike, he can get his rhythm back.
Muzarabani to finish the over. Pace taken off it. That's nicely played. Rocking back, and huge cheers from a man wearing a Virat Kohli shirt down in front of me. It's cut off for 2 runs. That was a big cheer, but 10 from the over. India in a very healthy position, 23 without loss after 2, and that'll settle a few nerves out there, if nerves exist.
Yeah, much needed start for India, because they've been having a few issues with the top order, and the kind of start that they're looking forward to is probably on its way now in this game. And another couple of good overs like this, it'll just about calm everybody down, and it'll also make these 2 out there in the middle more confident as well.
Well, we're going to see Maposa into the attack and getting an opportunity to just try and mix things up a little bit. It's not sort of Chapak surface of years gone by where you're expected to turn the square. They've relayed the square in recent times, and it is a lot flatter and happier for batting. It's no longer the days where you have dust bowls and think about all of those challenges. We see Maposa, who is another of this clutch of young cricketers, 22 years old. First men's T20 World Cup. Runs in now. As this is round the corner, and there's half an appeal for a caught behind, but it came off the hip, I think, more than that woody sound off the bat. Now, we can hear a few whistles in the background. Tell me about this, because whistle podu is the... What's that about?
Yeah, that's what the CSK fans relish doing during the IPL season. They bring in their whistles and then they blow to the whistles. And it's the kind of celebrations they indulge in with the whistles. But things have changed a little bit in different spheres, which has a bit of bearing to what they used to do then and what it is that they can perhaps not do now.
Here comes Maposa. As, a lovely lofted drive over the offside for a one bounce for Abhishek Sharma into his work with a glorious shot. 27 without loss.
That's trademark Abhishek Sharma. He's been working with Yuvraj Singh. A lot of people will remember Yuvraj Singh a no-ball signal as well, which means he's got to bowl it again. And clearly overstepping by a wide margin there was Maposa. And bowling it in the arc as well for Abhishek Sharma to hoist it over the infield.
Potential problems here for Zimbabwe, who not only have conceded 28 runs already in 2.1 overs, but now a free hit for Abhishek Sharma to get stuck into. Maposa is in. Oh, it's going to be wide too. One more and the free hit remains. Umpire Kettleborough signals wide again, then does that lasso symbol above his head, or whatever it best description is. I imagine there was a few South Yorkshire nightclubs when he was a young man that would have seen that dance move. As the score stands at 29 without loss. India going at more than 13 and over so far. Very good start. Maposa with a bit of pressure now. Free hit. Oh, it's going to be wide again, and a fumble from the keeper, and then a yes, no, maybe for the extra run, and things just becoming a little bit awkward here for Zimbabwe. Is the occasion just getting to the young bowler?
Young bowler Maposa is making it very, very particular to try and land it on length, and in that bargain he's not getting it right as well, because he's just putting the ball there, not really releasing the ball well enough. And he's having a few problems as of now, but I'm sure that once the nerves settle down, he's going to do the job for his side.
It could do with landing one in the right sort of spot. Runs in again now, right arm over. That's a better looking ball, but it's a better looking shot as well. Down the ground, 4 or 6, I think probably just 4. It has landed just in front of the rope, but it was a lovely, lovely free swing of the bat back over the bowler's head, down the ground. 4 runs, and India are flying at 34 without loss.
Abhishek Sharma does love it in his arc, and he plays those shots really well. The best part about what he does is that he tries to play straight down the ground, or perhaps just in the extra cover arc, and that's the reason why he succeeds so well against the best of bowlers in the power play.
Waits now. Rather long approach, Maposa. He's going to come bustling in once more. High knees, and he's in. Bangs it in short, pulled away into the leg side. Fielder running round will collect on the bounce. There's just a little moment of angst for the batter and those in front of us, because it did look for just a second as if there might be trouble, but it's just a single. Still got 3 balls left of this third over, which seems to have been going on quite a while. He's had a funny old tournament. 3 ducks to start, and 15 against South Africa, but India have stuck with their man at the top of the order. They've given a chance to this man on strike, Sanju Samson, who's already 18 off 11. Huge cheer when his name was announced at the toss.
Maposa has got to get his length right here, because he tried to bowl fuller length to Abhishek Sharma. He got tonked, and now Sanju Samson is back on strike. He relishes the back of length delivery, so we've got to wait and see what Maposa makes out of this combination, what tactics he's going to employ against each of them.
This is outside the off stump, slashed away for 4. To the right of the fielder at short third, and it is greeted with delirium by those in front of us. If they keep this energy level up, they're going to all need to be in a darkened room, these fans. right in front of us for a good 3 or 4 days just to catch up on their sleep. I mean, it is the most extraordinary scene. Dancing, shouting, every run cheered to the rafters. 39 without loss. It's over, 16 from it, and still 2 balls to come. Raposa, with ball in hand, is running in now. It's a full delivery, clipped down the ground. Just the 1 run taken. Throw comes in, hits the stumps. That's the clattering sound you can hear. If you want to get in touch, by the way, tms@bbc.co.uk on the email. Let us know what you've made of the action so far today.
One thing for sure, the Indian fans will be delighted with the start these two have provided so far. And they're looking good as well in the kind of shots that they've played until now. Totally in control of what they've done, and they seem to be composed as well.
40 without loss after just 2.5 overs. Raposa again. Final ball of what has been a fairly brutal over, it has to be said. Runs in, pace taken right off it, smashed down the ground towards us. It's 6 more, bouncing onto the concrete in the section of that bit of ground beyond the boundary, right in front of where we are. I didn't see it land. By that point, it was being greeted by a sea of hands. 23 from the over, and India 46 without loss after 3. They're flying.
Looks like Abhishek Sharma's decided he's going to play down the line, play percentage cricket. And I presume that he's perhaps got a bit of a dressing down from his mentor. And as I said earlier, he is training a lot with Yuvraj Singh. Yuvraj Singh, I'm sure the English fans will remember him broadly for his ability to hit 6 sixes.
I see what you've done there. You've been looking forward to doing that. I can see it. I can see it in your eyes. Broadly remembered for the 6 sixes. Behave. Honestly, 46 without loss.
We have different vocabularies, Henry.
And we do. We do. Musrabani bowls. That's nicely worked away. Off the hips down towards fine leg, but there's a fielder waiting. And so it'll just be a single. I mean, there was a lot of talk of scores of 300 in this tournament. We've not seen anything quite like that, but it does feel today like there's runs to be had, it has to be said. I wonder if Prakash's nerves behind me have settled a touch.
But I, for one, always believe that 180 games are really interesting to watch. More than the 240s, 260s, because you know what's going to happen. It becomes too predictable. And we've had some high-quality games in this World Cup. In fact, we've had a lot of good games in this World Cup where the scores have been around 160, 170. And that's something that I like to see.
I agree with you. I think that you want a team to feel at the halfway stage it's chaseable. Was Rabbani outside the off stump. Ooh, it wasn't too far away from the outside edge. There was half an appeal, and the keeper's hand was up, and I thought I heard a little something, I have to be honest. But Sikandar Raza, who's looking for support as to whether it is worth going upstairs. It's Miramani, the keeper, who showed more interest than most. We'll see this again. Ooh, it's not anything else if it isn't bat. In comes Rabbani. Galloping in, pace taken off it, nicely tucked away into the onside, probably for a couple. No, instead it is just the 1.
Zimbabwe ball is going to plan B here. They tried to bowl back up length, they tried to dig it in short, they tried to bowl quicker as well. But now they're looking to take the pace of the deliveries because they've been hit down the ground whenever they bowl back up length deliveries. And Sanju Samson is ensured that they don't stick to that tactics because he stays deep in the crease. He has a back and across trigger movement, and he's waiting for deliveries which are short in length so that he can extend his arms and play the power game, which is what he likes to do.
48 without loss. Next delivery, flogged away into the onside. Fielder running in, takes the catch. And the pace-off tactic works. Fans were up in front of me, and now it is hands on ahead because the catch has been taken. Samson goes after a rocket-powered start for India. 24 from 15, it's 48 for 1, and Musrabani strikes in the power play again.
It's a much-needed break for Zimbabwe. Once again, taking the pace off Muzrabani, and then Sanju Samson finding the fielder in a bid to play a pull shot and clear the boundary. Doesn't get hold of it properly, and this is something that he's always done. Whenever the pace is taken off, he's always got out in the deep, and he'll be disappointed the way he's been dismissed once again in the same manner. Pace taken off, he holds out to a fielder out in the deep, gets out for 24. Doesn't convert a start into something substantial, and that's what is going to hurt him. And India 48 for 1.
Still a brilliant start, but Muzrabani is the man that's done it once again, and that'll just give Zimbabwe a chance to settle a few nerves, have a conversation out there, grab a drink, and for India now is Ishan Kishan walking to the middle. I mean, it is a batting lineup that is enough to strike fear into the hearts of most, isn't it? It really is.
The surprising thing is that they've not done really well against the spinners, and the middle overs have been a bit of a problem for them, because Surya Kumar Yadav has not really gone berserk against the spinners as yet. We know what he's capable of doing once in his rhythm, but until now it's not happened. But we got to wait for a while before Surya Kumar Yadav walks out. But Ishan Kishan can be quite a bit of a problem for the spinners. And he's one who likes to stick to his strengths. He knows his limitations, and he's one who will play the game the way he knows to play. He doesn't get overawed by the occasion or the situation the team is in, and that's a good quality to have.
Yeah, it's a quality that described by Stephen Finn that England opener Phil Salt's got, actually, just sort of dismissing the, don't even think about the opposition, just see the ball and play it, know what the bowler will plan, but play the delivery, not the bowler. Defended by Ishan Kishan from the crease. It's nicely pushed up the track, and he nods his head towards the non-striker Abhishek Sharma. All around this ground, spectators loving what they're seeing. The familiar scenes of the various concession sellers walking around with the big trays selling various delights and local delicacies. What would be the thing here? I'll get your thoughts in just a moment. Final ball, the fourth over. India 48 for 1. Defended into the offside, but into space. So Ishan Kishan will get a first run out towards deep point for 1. Fielded by Tashinga Musakiwa. And at the end of the over, 4 gone. 49 for 1 is the score. So, yeah, what would be the snack of choice in the crowd in this part of the world, WB?
They'll probably prefer the samosas, or probably chopped mangoes along with boiled peanuts, a bit of coconut thrown in as well. That's something that they relish, and that's the reason why a lot of people go to the beach here, the Marina Beach, to eat the chopped mangoes and the peanuts and the coconuts and stuff like that.
Because it is very different from the north of India. I mean, it sounds incredibly obvious, but it's a huge country, this, with such diverse cultures, languages as much as anything else. You know, Tamil's the language here, and you know, it's a very different feel from where we were at the weekend in Ahmedabad and where we'll be tomorrow in Kolkata. Here comes Brad Evans, right arm over. This is pulled away out towards the deep. No one's going to get round to take the catch, but it might yet be stopped from beating the boundary rider, and it is a good piece of work from Burl, who took the catch. And the 50 comes up. It isn't a boundary. 51 for 1.
This is exactly what I meant. Ishan Kishan is the kind of player who gives a license to himself as he walks out to bat, and he goes bang bang from the get-go. And that's what you need from a top order batter in a T20 format. Somebody who needs to play fearless cricket with a bit of purpose as well. Yes, mere courage is not going to be of great help.
Evans bowls. That's drilled away out towards deep backward point, but again only for the 1 run. So a flurry of boundaries that kick things off, just easing.
I think the main difference in India's batting today has been that there's a bit of conviction in their approach, which I thought was missing in the earlier games at the top of the order. And the courage that conviction gives you is priceless, and that's what is going to fetch you success as well.
Here comes Evans again. Useful all-rounder. He's an experienced member of this Zimbabwe side now. Number 80 on his back, and he runs in. It's been hit down the ground. This is going to be 6 off the bat of Kishan, and it is. Over wide, long on. Hands through the ball over the rope. And India move to 58 for 1.
Good skills of display from Abhishek Sharma. He's adjusting the downswing of his bat in relation to the pace of the ball. And that's the reason he's been able to clear the boundary repeatedly, even of deliveries coming at a lesser pace at him. And that's something that you need to see in a batter. If he's got to try and adjust to different deliveries and still get his runs.
Next delivery is cut away nicely towards backward point, but it'll be fielded by Dion Myers. Every dot ball feels like a win. They'll be desperate to get out of the power play here. And I called that as Kishan having hit the 6, but it was Abhishek Sharma. And the commitment to his position in the side, well, it could yet be rewarded in the tournament.
There's a little bit of difference in a World Cup campaign because you play a different side every match and you're playing in a different venue as well.
Swing and a miss.
As against a bilateral series where you get a measure of the opposition attack in the first 2 games and then you make it up in the last 3 games of the series. But yeah, you got to play a different attack every day you get onto the field. And that'll take a lot of adjustments as well.
Oh, it's exactly what Stephen Finn was saying in the review when we were doing a podcast you can find on BBC Sounds about the experience that's different for a player at a World Cup compared to a bilateral series, because you are sort of learning on the fly a little bit more and it isn't quite so straightforward in terms of making your plans. Evans in, almost chopping on is Abhishek, gets a little fortunate. He's maybe earned that luck as he gets a boundary through fine leg. Inside edge past the tall figure of Musrabani. And the over's gone for 14 with still a ball left of it. India's run rate back over 13, and it's 63 for 1.
For a moment, Abhishek Sharma was not sure where the ball was, but he'll still take the boundary all the same because he's going for a good old hoik. There was a lot of width on offer. He was trying to drag it from way outside the Austin, but didn't get hold of it. But these days, just a little bit of contact, the ball flies to the boundary.
Here comes Evans, swing and a miss, and keeps it a little bit low actually, well taken by the keeper. And the over comes to an end. It's been frantic, fraught, fantastic from India, who are 63 for 1 after 5 overs. Abhishek's on 27 off 12, Kishan 4 from 4, the 1 wicket to have fallen that. Sanju Samson 24 from 15. WB Rahman alongside me, former India opener. And you're going to be joined by a man wearing CSK colours, Prakash Wakanka. What have you made of this opening 5?
India have been really good in the top part of the game, and that's exactly what they were searching for. A good start was eluding them, and they ran extraordinarily well. Abhishek Sharma finding his rhythm, played some lovely shots. Sanju Samson once again started off well. He was emphatic, he was authoritative, but still did not convert his start into something substantial. And that's something that he's done on quite a few occasions, which is what is going to be very disappointing for him. Ishan Kishan has joined Abhishek Sharma. This is going to be interesting.
He's on strike now. Full toss and clipped away off his hip. That's 4 runs. It raced away even before I could say 4 runs. Full toss, poor delivery from Richard Ngavra as he came on to start from the pavilion end of the ground, and 4 more runs. India racing away here, WE 67 for 1. But I should first say, Vanakkam.
Vanakkam, Prakash. I see you learned a few words of Tamil having shifted to this neck of the woods.
Well,
I'm delighted.
I'm trying, and I look forward to increasing interaction and improving my Tamil. But for the moment, here at the historic Chepauk Stadium, India have got off to the kind of starts that eluded them most of the tournament so far. Here's Ngarawa bowls again. This one's eased away on the offside, backward point, no run to be fielded by man running around, and that's Ryan Burl. And score remains 67 for 1.
Hardly any margin for error for the bowlers on 2 counts here. One is that the pitch is really good for batting, it's coming on nicely. 2 is that these 2 boys can whack just about anything, any length, any line. And the Zimbabwe bowlers have their task cut out here.
And looking for some inspiration as Ngarawa comes in, bowls again. And this one's gone up in the air. Has it got the distance? It's gone high into the night sky and just about pulled inside the boundary.
It had a lot more height than it had distance, but because this is the last throw of the power play, still limitations on the field, but the bowler will feel a little bit of a moral positive, not necessarily a victory. 2 runs accruing. Kishan looking to really taunt that down, I think towards Salem or Coimbatore or somewhere, but all it did was it went probably as high as the pylons on the roof of the stands.
And Karawa is doing a good job here of varying his pace, varying his length as well. The first one he bowled at 135, the second one at 130, the third one at 134. He's bowling all of them with good control too.
Here he is, tall figure bowled. And this time Kishan gets one that he's able to lap around, help along its way. Just as you were saying, he's varying his pace and line well. He erred onto the pads, and all that the diminutive but dynamic figure of Ishan Kishan had to do was roll his wrists and help the ball along its way down towards deep back to the square for yet another boundary. 73 for 1.
He really slowed it down to 113, but he got his direction wrong on that occasion. And all Ishan Kishan had to do was just give it direction.
Yeah, and as you said, WV, the fact that batters are now aware, maybe after that rather dismal effort in Ahmedabad, the bat speed and the adjustment, that seemed to be lacking in Ahmedabad. But today, both Abhishek and Ishan Kishan, at least so far, look like they're coming to grips with the situation. 73 for 1, 2 balls of the power play to come. Here's Ngarawa again. Passes the umpire up, bowls left arm over the wicket, clipped away through mid-wicket. This could be runs here, couple possibly. Now they could be satisfied with 1. Good effort from the deep, return comes in on the bounce, and 74 for 1 with the last ball of the power play and Abhishek Sharma on strike. Now 27 of 12. He's still not looked his normal dominating self, but boy, compared to what we saw in the first 4 times that he came out, this is significantly better.
Yeah, it helped him also. He was off strike
that
at the
made a huge difference.
Start of the innings. Sanju Samson was playing most of the deliveries. That helped him to calm down. That helped him to regain his composure as well. And he also would have felt that, yeah, I've spent some time here.
Correct. There's the last ball of the over. He bowls, and this one's been slapped. Cross-batted over the bowler's head into the pavilion. That's a big 6 from Abhishek to end the power play. Just to make the point, India getting 80 runs in the power play. By far the best power play of the tournament for them. No question about it. And WE, you must be feeling reasonably pleased.
Of course, because India was looking for a good start like this, and they also would have been thinking about maximizing this opportunity. One can use that phrase because it's early days yet, but still they would have been looking to put up a healthy score. They were aware of the fact that they also had to keep the net run rate in their minds, because there's a strong possibility it will come down to that when you have to decide about who qualifies for the knockout. So they've done well so far.
They certainly have. And drinks coming onto the field, this will give the Zimbabwe players just an opportunity to maybe have a quick word, decide what they want to do, a little breather. And same way for the Indian batters, both Abhishek and Ishan together. But let's talk a little bit, since we have a moment or two, about this wonderful ground which you have amazing memories of. For us, growing up, it was listening to commentary. The Valaja Road end seemed like it was next door, because it was so beautiful. The Chepauk Pongal Test match, the new stands, of course, have added to the glory. But tell us your earliest memory, WV, of coming to this hallowed ground and playing cricket.
It was interesting. This stadium, obviously, the concrete stadium was built in 74, 75. I was around 10 then. And then I used to stay about 3 lanes away from here. So I would walk down to the stadium. Here in this Valaja Road end, we had those general nets. I would practice with the elder guys and then hone my skills there. And then once the stadium came in, they had to obviously ensure that not everybody got into the stadium. There are a lot of controls put in place. And until the mid-80s, it was a situation where you could walk into this ground to practice only if you're a part of the state side.
Ah, right.
Otherwise, you'd probably have an opportunity to play a league game when you're playing against the Madras Cricket Club, which is in the first division. Otherwise, what Madras Cricket Club would do was they would organize a few friendlies during the weekends, and they'll host them. and then a lot of teams white to play the MCC because they would serve lunch and tea in silverware, and the food was good, and that was also a rare opportunity for the other sides who are not in the first division to play on this ground against the MCC. And then you have a different stadium here now, and this will provide a lot of respite for the cricketers, I assure you, because between lunch and tea, when we had the old concrete stadium, it was really taxing and challenging.
I can imagine.
Of course, a lot of people would remember that Dean Jones was dehydrated in the tight test here.
The famous tight test match.
And we were lucky to see a lot of great performances being put up by greats of the game at this particular venue. And of course, Madras crowd, as it was called now, the Chennai crowd, as it is called now, they always knew their cricket. They always turned up in huge numbers, regardless of who were playing here. And even the turnout in the games that did not feature India in this World Cup is a testimony to how much the Chennai fans like cricket.
Absolutely. I mean, amongst the more knowledgeable, among the more fair crowds, one would always count the Chennai crowd, the Madras crowd in the days gone by, and of course the Calcutta crowd as well, and one would say the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. I think those probably are the three venues, but drinks are off the field, and now the Zimbabwean skipper Sikandar Raza has decided that he's going to take things and matters in his own hand. Give you the field. He's going to bowl, of course, to Ishan Kishan, who is batting on 15. And he's got 1, 2, 3 men in the ring on the offside. The almost mandatory fielder at 45. Here's the first ball. Goes in and bowls. And Kishan is beaten outside the off stump straight away. Was there some turn, or did that just go through with the arm, bowling round the wicket, mind you? Ishan has had his problems against off spin during the tournament. And a fair bit of talk about that as well. The deep fielders then, a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a man just in front of it, straightish long on and long off, going along with the deep cover. Here's Raza again, and this time it's punted up the ground, down towards long off. Evans will come in and do the fielding. There'll be a single to be had. It's 81 for 1.
Good start from the skipper. He's wearing his length. He's shown that he's going to keep wearing his lengths here. And it'll be an interesting matchup against Abhishek Sharma, because he likes to play shots down the ground. And if he tosses it up or if he bowls it in the slot, Abhishek Sharma is going to have a go for sure.
Here's Raza again in bowls. Defended sensibly by Abhishek Sharma. Good ball. Sikandar Raza, of course, born in Sialkot in what is now Pakistan. Moved to Zimbabwe around the age of 22, having not been able to achieve what he may have otherwise wanted. Tell you more about that as here's Raza bowls, and this one's been cracked away off the back foot, but down towards the deep cover area where he'll only get a single, but the sound coming off the bat, WE, suggests he timed it well.
Yeah, he's been batting really well, and he's playing percentage cricket, like I said earlier, which means that he's looking to play down the ground, not taking too many unnecessary risks. That India needs to improve its run rate against the spinners.
Here's Raza again, bowls flatter, quicker. This one's worked away on the onside by Kishan. They'll take 1. It'll take the total up to 83. Now the last ball of the 7th over coming in. Raza, of course, bowls with a slightly peculiar bowling action. Keeps his right hand, the bowling arm, behind his back, a little bit like what you'd expect from Sunil Narine, though he does bowl a mystery ball as well. His regular, of course, is the off spinner. This one's worked away off his toes. Again, another single. Not bad from India. They've been guilty earlier of going after the bowler when he comes on to bowl and throwing the wickets away. And that has not been the case today. As 84 for 1. We will soon be joined by former Zimbabwe skipper Tatenda Taibu. And we will soon get his thoughts as well on how he sees the game going. It's a very good evening from here in Chennai to you, Tatenda. I hope it's not too cold out there.
It is cold indeed. It was actually raining. It's a little bit horrible when it's raining, but I would rather be in the heat at the moment.
I'm sure you would. Who wouldn't, actually? Who wouldn't? Double bowling change, as you'd expect, from the pavilion end. We're going to see Bennett now. Brian Bennett will bowl to Abhishek Sharma on 35. Here's the first ball. In he comes, bowls, flatter, quicker, is slapped away, flat batted. Doesn't quite get hold of it, and well short of the man coming in from long off for a single. 85 for 1.
Yeah, he hasn't
what do you
bowled
make
much
of it so far?
Brian Brian Bennett hasn't bowled much, and I think the tactic did not work. The ball a little bit short or short of a length, and that hasn't really worked well.
Again, a little bit short, pulled away towards deep mid-wicket area. There is protection on that fence, so just a single. So runs coming in ones at the moment since the introduction of spin. Raza with the first over and Bennett with the second one. The Zimbabwean seamers were taken for a fair few. It's very difficult, isn't it, when you come up against someone who's on a rampage, and particularly on a pitch that's not offering you much. Here's Bennett again, 2 or 3 steps to the crease, bowls, and cracked away through the offside for another run. Tatenda, you've been pleased, no doubt, with the progress of your countrymen in this tournament.
Oh, they were brilliant, obviously, in the first round. Winning everything and then going in to lose against West Indies was obviously a little bit demoralizing, but I think they're happy to be in the position where they are. They played some good cricket, controlled.
Indeed, they have, well deserved. This one's been pulled around the corner, again, to the fielder on the deep backward square boundary, just a single. So doing well here for the moment, just stemming that flow of runs, or the flood of runs, through the introduction of spin.
Yeah,
Zimbabwe.
The introduction of spin has worked momentarily, and I hope they'll be able to continue with that.
Here's Bennett again, tall figure, bowls, just a little bit of air, and Abhishek is content to just push it up the ground for another single. So that will take the total up to 89 now, 89 for 1.
Yeah, it's
this Zimbabwe team.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead, please.
A lot of emphasis obviously would have been put to Brian Bennett. He doesn't bowl much. He's not one of the frontline bowlers, and you'll have to put the brakes on and stop this run.
Well, I guess in a tournament like this, everyone's got to play their role. Sometimes the skipper will call on you to do things which you may not regularly be doing, but that's what tournament cricket is all about. This one's just coming in with the arm worked away on the onside for a single by Ishan Kishan. That'll mark the end of the over. 6 singles off it. India 90 for 1 at the end of 8 overs. So Tatenda, here's a memory that you will have no recollection of, but I do. I think it was 2004 in Australia, the Triangular Series, when you were leading the side, and I remember sitting at the ground and doing an interview with you.
Okay.
I must confess, you look almost as fit as you did then.
I've heard a lot of people say that. I think the most fascinating thing, today is when I'm working with my 2 sons. I've got a 20-year-old and a 15-year-old, and people say, "Oh, you brothers, you get along so nicely," and I'm always pleased to hear that.
Raza comes in and bowls, and Ishan Kishan comes down the wicket, and he then takes his bottom hand off, and he gets enough on it, wide of long on, just beating the charging figure of Musikewa on that boundary line to get 4 more runs. I thought Raza did him a little bit in the air, but he carried on, and nowadays, of course, these batters practice so much with the bottom hand coming off. He was able to find the gap for 4 runs. Here's Raza again, in, bowls, and this time he pulls back and flat bats it down towards long on, right in front of us, a single, 95 for 1.
They've refused for the spinners to keep bowling at them. They want to keep detecting the flow of the match, and so they should.
Here's Raza again, 2 steps, and then comes in, bowls, and Abhishek plays it straight down the field. Will he beat the fielder there? Oh, what an effort! Outstanding bit of fielding there at that long off boundary. Draws a huge round of applause. That's Evans there, saving not just a certain boundary, but the manner in which he saved it. Absolutely stunning as he saves 3 runs for his side. What a beautiful bit of fielding. Dived away. That was headed only one way till the tall figure came in and tossed it back. That's the kind of effort that spurs the bowling. Slower ball, intelligently bowled by Raza, defended on the offside. 97 for 1 in the 9th. What an effort that was.
Beautiful bowling, as well as the fielding. The fielding has always been something that the Zimbabweans have done well over the past few years, and that should continue.
Raza bowls, and this one's cut on the offside. A bit of a fumble there at point will allow a single to be taken. 98 for 1 now. 1 ball of the 9th to come.
Go back to the game against West Indies. If those 2 catches had been taken, that would have been a different story.
Isn't it? Yes. In fact, that catch of Hetmeyer really hurt Zimbabwe. Raza bowls, Abhishek comes down the wicket. Ishan rather just pushes it up the ground to Evans, where he completes the fielding, and that will be 9 overs bowled. India going along at an even 11 runs and over, 99 for 1 at the moment. What would you be telling Sikandar if he called you right now, Tatinder?
Well, I think the spinners have done well to pull it back. They were going at 13 or 13 plus in the first 6 overs, and the spinners have kind of controlled it. However, he needs to go to his wicket-taking bowlers. They need wickets. The only way you stop batters from scoring freely is when you've got a new batter on the crease and you put the squeeze on him.
Right, so for the moment, he's, of course, going to continue with Brian Bennett, who's in for his second over. Tossed up, and he placed the reverse series in the air. He could be out, and he's been dropped. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That was there for the taking. He lined himself up, did Musekewa there, and then just as he was down there taking it low by his boots, it slipped out of his hand, and that's a kind of chance you do not offer batters of this caliber, Tatinder. I can see the disappointment on your face.
That's catch number 3 that he's had in 2 matches. It was quite a surprise for him to be selected, but...
And just the kind of answer you don't want, lofted over long on by Abhishek Sharma for a 6. How demoralizing can it be? And it's funny, this game, isn't it? Spirited fielding lifts the bowling, and a drop like that just deflates you.
Oh, drops like this are criminal. And oh dear, I wonder what's going on in his mind.
106 for 1. Catches win matches. Is an age that's never changed over the years. This one again just lofted softly, punted up the ground, more than a chip really, and a single. 107 for 1. We're in the 10th over here, under lights at the magnificent looking Chidambaram Stadium, the MA Chidambaram Stadium. Chepauk being the area, the locality in which this stadium is located, and for years it was just called Chepauk, before of course it's now got a full stadium. Once again, Abhishek down the wicket, whips it away wristily in the gap on the onside. They'll take 1 and will be content with it as the return comes in on the bounce at the bowler's end. 108 now for 1. 2 balls of the 10th to come. Tatinder Taibu, former Zimbabwe skipper, with us.
I like the statement that you mentioned, catches win matches, and you could not be more right. And catches like that needs to be taken because the batter is such a destructive batter. You cannot let him loose.
Indeed. Bennett in to Abhishek. He is getting an inside edge onto his pad. It trickles away behind to short fine where Mazhar Rabbani feels, but you need that bit of luck. Slowed down by Bennett. Intelligent bowling. The change of pace has often caused problems for batters, and Indian batters in particular. And Bennett trying, almost breaking through there, but not quite. Last ball of the over, and Ishan Kishan is looking for a run which doesn't exist. Raza charging in, make sure there's no run. End of the over, 10 coming off it. 109 for 1 here, and Zimbabwe have some thinking to do. India going along just a shade below 11. And with Tatinder Taibu alongside us, some more thoughts from you, Tatinder, and then coming in for commentary replacing me is Henry Moran. But first, Tatinder.
Brian Bennett has really done well to create a chance. You need chances, but you need those chances to be taken. And you cannot keep dropping catches like that. If you drop catches and if you drop a quality batter like that, he's going to make you pay. And they have to find a way to make sure that they hold those chances whenever those chances come.
How many would be too many, do you feel? Halfway through, 109 for 1 feels ominous.
Anything over 200 is too much for Zimbabwe.
Here's Raza. This is flogged into the onside, out towards the deep. And Ishan Kishan will trot through, and as he does so, he applauds the efforts of his teammate Abhishek Sharma. And those in front of me are up and cheering because he's played so well. 3 ducks to start the tournament. They kept the faith though, India, and he's repaying them in kind. 50 off 26.
Have the job done. He will be looking to bat through, and Zimbabwe will be looking to make sure that he doesn't continue on this road.
Round the wicket comes Raza, galloping in now. This is smack back past him, down the ground. Fielder running round, can't stop it. 4 more.
That's a lovely cricket shot. if you can hit them powerfully straight and like that, you don't need to play any other dinky shots, the sweeps and reverse. Just hit them down the ground because there's never fielders behind the bowler.
I think the only example I've ever seen of that is when Karan Pollard was on strike, and he used to have occasionally, when he was at Mumbai Indians, you would occasionally have that fielder very straight, but you're right. Down the ground, 6 more. Away it goes, over the bowler's head, over the fielders in the deep. And the crowd again leap up. It's like the most remarkable party of this. It really is. 120 for 1. Sorry to tender.
Yeah, the worry for me is if someone mishits a ball like that and it goes on, it sails on for 6. And what if they really nail it? And because that's a little, you see the bat twist in his hand, and he still sails for 6.
Next delivery outside the off stump, in the air, should be taken and is. A big roar of delight from Sikandar Raza. It went gently bouncing into the hands of Ngarava at short third. And Ishan Kishan goes 38 from 24. A much-needed breakthrough for Zimbabwe, 120 for 2.
It is a much-needed breakthrough, and the wicket slows things down slightly. And Sikandar is delighted to take that wicket, and hopefully Zimbabwe will be able to make sure that they really put the brakes on so that India doesn't get more than 200. And because given the way Zimbabwe has been batting, and they've gone back to the traditional way of playing T20. A lot of the teams used to do that, where one player plays the anchor role, and in this case it has been Brian Burnett who's been batting through. He hasn't really been looking for expensive shot, but calculated risks. And then you have everyone batting around him. But that tactic doesn't allow you to chase scores over 200. That's why when West Indies scored more than 200, it became difficult because it forced Brian Burnett to play a role that he has not been playing throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? If you get to the halfway stage and something requires a real change of approach, that can be difficult if things start going wrong quickly. Surya Kumar Yadav comes to the middle, and again, they just keep on coming. The right-hander, a brilliant player, Surya Kumar, the captain, at 120 for 2. Sikandar Raza, who has this habit of hiding the ball. Just 2 balls left of this 11th over. Raza over the wicket. In now, a sweep attempted. Oh, beautifully played. Immediately up into his work is Surya Kumar. It's 4 runs. That's lovely batting. A huge stride forward and getting that sweep almost on the full, 124 for 2.
It just shows a lot of confidence in the way that he's been playing. I think he's got lots of runs behind him, and he's confident to just go straight away and play a sweep shot to an attempted carrom ball. And he really, look how low he really gets. He gets really low and paddles it just to beat the one fielder behind square.
Well, the momentum has just kept on going from this India side. No let-up for Zimbabwe. Raza in, that's ease down the ground for the simplest of singles, and the crowd applaud that. Surya Kumar will keep the strike, 11 gone. The over goes for 16. At the moment, the projected score, 200, is going to be very easily achievable. 227 at the current rate. They could go at 12-13. You could be looking at closer to 250, which would be a massive total.
Indeed. And Zimbabwe has got to be cracking their heads to try and find ways to stop that from happening. And one way of doing that is making sure that you keep everyone upbeat in the field, stop all the singles that you can stop, take the catches that you can take, and then try and dive around to stop those boundaries on the floor.
Yeah, it's not easy. You have to make sure you make the absolute most of every single opportunity. It's worth remembering they conceded 247 Zimbabwe against West Indies, so it has been a fairly punishing group 1 so far for them in the Super 8. 125 for 2. Brad Evans, who went for 14 from his first over in the power play, actually bowled better than that, I thought. 125 for 2. Evans at the end of his mark. Far end of the ground. Madras Cricket Club sign behind him. He runs in now under the floodlights. That's nicely pushed up the ground from Surya Kumar, who'll be happy to play a little bit of an anchor role, you sense here, to Tender.
One has to keep going, and one has to kind of play an anchor role. It's pointless for both batters to have a go. That doesn't really create a partnership, but they'll be able to say, look, you are better against pace bowlers, so you go after the pace bowlers and I'll go after the spinners. So, there'll be lots of discussions in between.
126 for 2. You can see Hardik Pandya, who cuts quite a familiar figure at the far end of the ground, because you can see his bleach blonde hair stretching, getting ready. Swing and a miss. That's well bowled by Brad Evans. Massive swing from Abhishek Sharma, who's been in terrific form. Yeah, regardless of what happens here, Tender, this has been a real statement tournament, it feels to me, from Zimbabwe.
Not only Zimbabwe, yes, you are definitely right. Zimbabweans will be happy that they've had performances that they've had. The crowds, the public were really happy, because I was in Zimbabwe a week ago. But
in comes Evans, angled past the fielder at short third, but there is a man backing up down there behind him, and so one taken.
Yeah, and all the associate members, all the associate teams have been playing real good cricket, and that was more powerful for me to watch a World Cup, which has really been a World Cup where matches haven't really been one-sided.
Yeah. Well, it's felt like it's had real balance and intrigue, hasn't it? It's not felt like at any point we've had a tournament that has just felt one-way traffic, and that's a real relief, because sometimes you do get those very predictable tournaments. Evans is in, that's nicely clipped away to the right of mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the fielder, who's going to have a little bit of work to do. That's nicely collected before it reaches the boundary by Tashinga Masakira, and 129 for 2, just 4 off the over so far.
Yeah, Brad Evans has been bowling a lot of variation balls. He's got the one that he holds like an off spinner, like an off cutter, and he still releases it just with the one finger, and it comes a bit slower than normal. And he's got one way, he's got 4 fingers behind the ball.
Next delivery is whipped away in the air, down towards the fielder. He's dropped it. Massive chance, massive moment potentially.
Could you
Surya
believe
Kumar
it?
Yadav flicked it round the corner, and you've got your hands on your head.
Dear. You cannot keep dropping catches like this. You cannot do that. The bowlers have worked so hard to create that chance. You have to help them out. You've got to take those catches. Oh dear, bless him, Zarabani.
Does it count as a drop if you don't get your hands on it? How he's missed it. Evans is in, nudged away down the ground for one more. What should have been a wicket taking over ends up on that goes for 9. India 134 for 2 after 12 overs. And dear.
You give any decent batter a chance, just only one chance. That's a problem for the team. And oh dear, 2 catches. There were 2 drop catches against West Indies. There's 2 drop catches thus far, and there's still plenty of overs to go. Well, it's quite unfortunate. 8 overs still to go, and a long way. You don't want fielders not wanting the ball to come to them, because once you start dropping catches like that, there's a tendency you don't want the ball to come to you.
Well, that's the problem. From my point of view, I think in this scenario, you want to then hand the ball to the bowler, give a chance to influence the game. But that would be departing from plans. You sense they're going back to Maposa, who went for 23 from his over earlier on today. So he'll be hoping for a little better than that, as we see.
Oh, it's a bit of a surprise selection for me. Creamer bowled really well. He actually bowled slower, and the ball actually gripped and turned, and he had the wrong one. I was quite surprised that Creamer wasn't included in this team.
Well, we've got a little bit of a delay out there in the middle. There's a gentleman in a blue jersey who's come onto the field because there's a little bit of the tech around it. I'll tell you, Zing Bales have got reliability issues, like a sort of, at times, a bit like a mid-90s, 80s Italian sports car. They look great when they work, but sometimes they're not quite as reliable as they might be. 134 for 2. As we see, finally things working once more. 2 big drops, Ishan Kishan and Suryakumar Yadav put down. Kishan has now departed for 38 off 24, but Suryakumar can do some serious damage. We've seen that enough times. So Maposa ready to go once again. Sorry, Tatenda, I'll bring you in off the next ball, but here he comes now. Long approach, loping approach. Rushes into Suryakumar Yadav, who plays the ball uppishly, beautifully, over the infield and down to the boundary for 4. It's a lovely shot, the little uppercut, and it goes racing away for a boundary. 138 for 2 is the score in the 30th.
Yeah, that becomes quite difficult now, because now the skipper has had to go back to his seam bowlers, and he's bowling without a third man. He was bowled short outside off stump without a third man. Is that or attempted slow ball? Fair enough, and just not executed to perfection. Not a bad plan.
Yeah. Here comes Maposa again. Pressure on the bowler. Oh, hit down the ground mightily. It's gone a long way up. It's gone a long way back, and it's 6. Suryakumar Yadav put down in the previous over.
How well did he hit that? How well?
Oh, sound off the bat.
Yeah, they just have lovely bats. And not only lovely bats, that's a beautiful cricket shot. Splendid to watch.
He tried to roll his fingers down the side of it. Suryakumar knew as soon as he'd hit it. It went flying, absolutely flying.
It's the lovely extension of the arms as he hits the ball and the follow through. Oh, he couldn't have hit it any better.
It really was some shot. Here comes the bowler once again. Maposa in. Suryakumar is whipping the ball towards short fine leg. Keeper dives to his left to pick up ahead of the fielder. And 1 run is taken. Suryakumar Yadav, by the way, has passed 4,000 runs in international cricket, which is a pretty happy milestone, it has to be said.
And he's going like a train at the moment. Only 9 balls that he's faced, and he's on 24 already. And he is hitting the ball so nicely, and Zimbabwe would love to see the back of him as quickly as possible.
Particularly having put down that chance. Maposa will be bowling at Abhishek, who's 51 off 28. Runs in now, kicking up his heels. Pace taken off it, slapped down the ground. It's going to be 4. 1 bounce, Burl can't get there. And the relentless assault from this wonderful left-hander continues. 149 for 2. We're only in the 13th over.
I thought one of them was going to play a bit of an anchor role as one has a go, but they just thought, well, we've only lost 2 wickets, and why not? Let's just both go for it. We still have plenty of batting to come, and they've just continued with this onslaught.
It's been relentless. It really has. We've had no answer so far, Zimbabwe. What opportunities have been created and not been taken. 149 for 2. And that is wide. 150 comes up. 2 balls left of the 13th over, and it has been pretty brutal, Contender, it has to be said.
Ooh, it has been. It was still 7.2 overs to go, and already 150. And worse off, it's just 2 wickets with a lot of batting to come.
How they contain this.
I would not like to be in the captain's mind right now. He will be thinking of different ideas, and I wonder what he'll be thinking, because he's just gone back to the seamers from the spinners.
150 for 2. Hit down the ground. This could be a chance, you know. Fielder running in, should take it. It's the captain, and he does. Long on, the safe hands of Sikandar Raza, dashing towards the ball, and he takes a catch that was much needed. 150 for 3. A ball left
of the 13th over, and Abhishek's fine knock comes to an end, 55 from 30.
Much needed wicket. They needed to see the back of Abhishek. And lovely catch there from Sikandar Raza. And Maposa will be relieved to see the back of Abhishek. And maybe Sikandar didn't actually say anything and just wanted to slow things down. And sometimes it works just to slow things down, because the momentum is firmly with India at the moment. And when you slow things down, you kind of disrupt the momentum, and possibly that's what he just wanted. Just a little bit of a delay. Just, calm down. Just, recollect your thoughts. Remember the plans that you heard, and just remember you just want to execute your plans. Think clearly, and it has worked.
Well, it was a case of keeping a nerve there for the bowler, because he had to make sure that he kept to his plans. The wicket has fallen, but they do keep on coming, and I mentioned him. Hardik Pandya comes to the middle, and it is a real stream of talent in this India batting lineup.
Yeah, he comes onto the crease to join Sky, and the unfortunate thing for Zimbabwe is he's got a lot of balls to play himself in a bit.
Well, indeed, that is a problem. Next delivery sees Maposa bowl into Hardik Pandya, happy to get off the mark with a little dab to the offside, one taken. And the score stands at 151 for 3. So, 13 overs gone. What's the conversation taking place out there in the middle to tender? What are they trying to do to come up with a way of stemming the flow of runs?
They have to think of ways where there's going to be seamers or spinners. The main problem right now is they've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. And, they've now got two right-handers. And this might be the time to bring Ryan Bell because they don't have Graham Creamer. So if Graham Creamer was there, he would have been the perfect person to be bowling. But, I should not be talking down Ryan Bell because he does do a job. He's got a knack of getting wickets with his first over. Let's see if he continues like that in this game.
Bell with a full delivery, dug out into the offside. It's a dot ball. Hardik Pandya, a menacing presence, tall, slim, but so powerful.
Yeah, he does hit the ball so nicely. Ryan Bell has got a knack of getting wickets, and the team will be hoping he does that.
What can he do? Bell in the red boots. Oh, it's a big hit down the ground. It's going to be 6. That's the power of Hardik Pandya. Delirium all around this venue, because their superstar batter coming in at number 5 has unleashed something violent over long on. Goodness me, that's a hit.
He's had two knocks down the ground, and that's enough. He's knocked the ball in. Now it's time to go for the big ones, and he's just nailed that nicely. It's a lovely cricket shot.
But it is if you're an India fan, less so if you're in the colours of Zimbabwe. 157 for 3. Goes hard again, this time along the floor towards extra cover. Well fielded by Maposa. And to get down quickly, and it's a dot ball. 157 for 3.
That's what's needed on the field. A lot of support, a lot of diving around. Stop whatever you can. Get a run-out chance here.
Just anything at this point.
Anything but boundaries.
Well, yes, I agree with that.
I've got a lot to be able to do now.
Next delivery coming in now under the floodlights of Chennai. It's a little bit quicker and slapped with a cross-batted heave down the ground towards wide long off for a single. 158 for 3. Still this relentless assault. This aggressive statement innings continues from India.
Yeah, attempted googly by Ryan Bell. He's just not been confident enough to throw it up, so it doesn't really become effective because when it's short, because the batter has got enough time to adjust.
Here comes the next delivery. Burl. Just 7 from the over so far.
Drops it too short, and that's going to be eased away out towards deep cover. Fielder running around will pick up, and it's just the one run, so that is helpful from the perspective of Zimbabwe. 8 from the over represents a pretty good effort, actually.
Yeah, he's seen plenty of balls that have been going over the bowler's head for sixes, and he doesn't want to see that being repeated on him. So he's gone a bit more on the shorter side, but that then takes off.
Left alone, that'll be wide, and one more to the score, 160 for 3.
He then takes away the threat of his googly that he sometimes bowls really well.
Comes Burl, smacked into the leg side, fielder underneath it. Oh, it's brilliant work from Raza to save the boundary. It was nearly one of those spectacular moments where the ball is tossed in the air and retrieved, but not quite. He could do no more.
That's a brilliant effort on the boundary there. It could have gone for 6. And I think he would have been thinking so fast, should I throw it up? Should I have a risk of trying to throw it a little bit higher so that I can get back in and catch it? In the end, he decided, let's just save the runs. But lovely effort there by Sikandar Raza on the boundary.
Right to tender as drinks are taken. We'll be joined by W.V. Rahman, but before we let you go for the time being, what have you made of the effort from Zimbabwe? A chastened bowling attack after the West Indies performance the other night. 6 overs to come, 161 for 3. They've kept at it, but again, fielding errors have been a frustration.
Yeah, sometimes we only look at the bowling, but for the last 2 matches that Zimbabwe has played, it's more the fielding that has done damage for Zimbabwe than the bowling. Because if the bowlers have done the job, which is to create a chance, it's now on the fielders to take the catches. If you take the catches, it brings up emotions for everyone on the field, and the bowler will have more energy, becomes more confident to bowl well again, in the next ball or the next over. But when the catches are dropped, the heads go down, the shoulders drop down, and so it's more the fielding for me that has been the problem rather than the bowling.
So, thank you very much indeed. Former Zimbabwe captain with us, Senda Taibu. Very nice to have your company. Lovely as well for TMS debut for W.V. Rahman, former India opener. You must have been enjoying what you've seen over the course of the last 14 overs, which has been a demonstration of Indian batting brilliance.
Yeah, this is exactly what was expected of the Indian side, because they got a highly talented batch of batters, and it goes to show what difference it makes if they get off to a good start. Abhishek Sharma passing a bit of temperamental test with flying colours. He's also struck the ball really well tonight, and his innings has set the tone for the Indians. And the Zimbabwe bowlers have been taken down, except for Muzrabani and Bennett to a certain extent. Muzrabani conceding only 13 of 2 overs, and Bennett conceding only 16 of 2. But apart from those two, it's been tough going for them against the strong Indian batting lineup. And we got Surya Kumar Yadav and Hardik Pandya together, and they can be quite a handful bowler for the Zimbabwe bowlers now, because Surya Kumar Yadav is back in form. He's striking the ball well as well, and Hardik Pandya, I've always admired his striking ability. Makes it so effortless, but yet generates fantastic power.
And Guevara, left arm over, bangs it in short and chopped away out towards deep cover. The ball seems to almost be picking up pace on the outfield. It's well stopped out there on the boundary by Masakia. And one will be turned into 2, 163 for 3. And really enjoyed watching Abhishek Sharma tonight, because, it would have been an awkward place to be. 3 ducks to start a tournament with so much expectation. And he's played really nicely. Here comes Guevara again, rushes in and bangs it in short with a grunt of effort. There's a fielder waiting at deep third in front of the Zimbabwe dugout, so there won't be more than just a single. 164 for 3 now.
The Zimbabwe skipper will be disappointed, because he mentioned at the toss that he'd like to see his team field better and catch better. That's not happened tonight as well. The bowlers have created opportunities, but they're not completed, because the Zimbabwe fielders have erred on more than a couple of occasions. drop catches. Of course, Ishan Kishan has not made them pay. But I wonder if Surya Kumar Yadav is going to follow suit, because he's hungry for runs. He wants to lead from the front as a captain. And he was not in the best of form a few months ago. That series before this World Cup saw him return to form.
He's on strike now, and he's hit that hard into the leg side. It goes, and for 6. It wasn't the most elegant of shots, but goodness me, it was effective. And again, the India flags fly as the score moves to 170 for 3. There was a man out there at mid-wicket, but it always had too much on it.
Yeah, it was a very unnatural shot from Surya Kumar Yadav. We normally see him play the scoop bench square on the onside, but there he was, dragging it from way outside the off stump and playing a traditional pull shot. It looked ungainly, but he got the desired result, clearing the boundary just enough.
Well, it's these big bats you see nowadays. They get away with anything, don't they? In comes Ngavara, pulled away again. This time could be a chance for the fielder. No, it goes in front of square. Brilliant work, though. Myers out there on the boundary. Saves 4, couple are taken. 11 from the over so far with 2 balls left of it. And the score 172 for 3. You can't blame the endeavour.
And Garawa bowling into the pitch. That's a terrific effort from the fielder out in the deep. Despairing dive, saving a couple of runs. Yes, they've done reasonably well as far as ground fielding is concerned. It's been the catching has been a problem for them, Zimbabweans.
This wonderful cricket-loving city. Everywhere you go, and one of the things I love in big Indian cities is you get roads that are dedicated to one industry. So it might be that it's motorbike helmet road, or there was one particularly, I have to say it was an unpleasant road, and I'll explain why in a moment. And Ngavara runs in, loses his approach, and we'll have to try again. It was in Mumbai in a market, and it was car horn repair road, which was a cacophony of awfulness and noise. And so everywhere you went, it was a challenge on the ears. But there is, as you go along here, sport shop after sport shop. Every bat of every budget of every bit of kit you could wish to see. Shops named after Dhoni, and it's such an exciting place for a cricket lover to come. And Ngavara around the wicket, hit away in the air. Fielder running in from the deep, might take the catch, should take the catch, and does. Surya Kumar Yadav is out, 33 from 13 balls. It was up there a long time. All sorts would have been going through the mind of the fielder. But Masekiwa has done very well indeed to take that catch running in. 172 for 4.
Persistent plays off for N. Garawa. He was plotting this, bowling back up then bowling into the pitch. The only difference with this shot was that Surya Kumar Yadav was looking to go through the offside. On the earlier couple of occasions he played on the onside, but this time around he was looking to clear the field on the offside. Couldn't get the distance, but a good effort from the fielder out in the deep. Safely taken, and Musakiwa completes the catch on this occasion to get rid of Surya Kumar Yadav. He's played a good hand here as Surya Kumar Yadav was dismissed for 33, and India in a very strong position at 172 for 4.
Well, they are, and still the batting keeps on coming. Tilak Varma now comes to the middle, still to come. Shivam Dubey, Akshay Patel's back in the side, and then you really are perhaps looking at some slightly less established names, but you know, you've only got 5 overs left and such freedom with this position.
Yeah, they can afford to just throw their bats at everything now, because it's just the 15th over, and already they've piled up 172, and everybody will obviously be aware of what needs to be done, and they're also mindful of the fact that they need to try and up their run rate as well, because it's not been really great as far as India is concerned coming into the Super 8 stage. And this is a fantastic opportunity for them to try and improve their run rate as well.
This is nicely played away. First ball, Tilak Varma, 4, easy as you like. Up on his toes and smashed over a vacant backward point. And Garava finishes the over, an expensive one, 15 from it, but the wicket, it's 176 for 4. And as the over comes to an end, I'm going to make way for Prakash Wakanka and leave you with the thoughts of W.V. Raman. 5 overs left. Well, sky's gone, but it feels like sky's the limit for India.
Yeah, of course, if you see batters just walk out and play the shots that Tilak Verma has played, you'll be worried if you're out there on the field in Zimbabwe colours. And it's a strong batting lineup, and Hardik Pandya can cut loose any time now. And Tilak Verma has made his intent clear. 176 for 4 at the end of 15, which means they got another 30 deliveries to go. And we'll have to wait and see to what extent they're going to leverage the position that they're in now.
Yeah, well, they'll need to, and they'll want to as much as they can. But the man with the ball in his hand right now, Muzarabani, will have different ideas. His first 2 overs, he got the wicket for 13 runs is what he's given away so far. He's in, he bowls to Pandya, and Pandya up on his toes, guides it away to backward point. They'll run through for a quick single. And they're running through for an overthrow, and just shy at the non-striker's end, doesn't hit. And it runs all the way down to where square third is. They're thinking of another run. There's a little bit sloppy there, not backing up well. But these little things can often make a huge difference in a game of cricket. 178 for 4 in the 16th.
Excellent awareness from these two, Tilak Verma and Hardik Pandya. They realized their fielders caught a bit napping, and they quickly dashed around for the second. In fact, they did create an opportunity for the third as well.
I think Hardik was not interested. He just run past. Back on strike. A typical Hardik stance with his legs a little bit more apart than normal. Gives the bowler a little bit of a shimmy down the wicket and then guides it away on the offside, seeing that the ball's not there to be hit. Sensible adjustment. 179 for 4 in the 16th over. Chepauk looking absolutely magnificent. What a sight. There are few sights that are better in world cricket, or world sport really. The lush green outfield, the floodlights bringing them to glory, Indian flags in the stadium. And I think the only complaint I could possibly have is that up on the stand on the left, which is the Kalainagar M. Karunanidhi stand, there is some seats which are still vacant. And ideally, you want this to be throbbing and full of people. As mind you, loads of people here, make no mistake. But there are a few seats. Here's Muzarabani bowls, and this time Tilak Verma plays the scoop effortlessly. Just goes down on his knee, waits for the ball, and then helps it over the keeper's head. 4 more runs. India on the rampage. 183 for 4.
I tell you what, he seems to be on a serious mission. Is Tilak Verma. First one, he slammed it over the infield of the offside, and this one playing the scoop. Cheeky shot, but displacement was absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, he got well across to give himself a range of options, and then seeing the direction of the ball was just able to sort of scoop it literally over the top of the infield on the onside. There's a man at 45, a man at backward point. As here's Muzarabani bowls, slower ball, worked away on the onside, aware and alive to the situation. Just a single down to deep backward square. 184 now for 4.
What's been impressive about Muzarabani is that he's executed his plans really well. He's looked to vary the pace. He's been put under pressure, but he's responded well. He's made good comebacks after being tonked for a boundary or a 6.
Well, he is the star. He's played loads of franchise cricket, very experienced. India's innings so far, we've seen 14 4s and 10 6s. Here's Muzarabani bowls again, and this one's gone up in the air. Is it going to go to hand? 2 fielders getting underneath it, just falling in between them. A little bit of good fortune there for Hardik Pandya. The ball got big on him, as you'd expect from a 6'8" quick bowler, and he's lucky to still be there. Single accruing.
Once again, clever variation in pace. The previous delivery was 101 kmph, and this one, there's a remarkable difference of 132 almost, and that's quite a lot from 101 to 132, and that's the reason Hardik Pandya was genuinely surprised.
Yeah, got napping a little bit, if you would. Change in the field for Tilak Verma. Third comes into the ring, and staying over the wicket is Muzarabani bowls, and it's whipped away on the onside. They look for the second. Will they go for it? Yes, they do. And will complete the run. A bit of a wayward throw. Marumani, the wicketkeeper, has to run across to make sure he gets the ball in his gloves. And that is the end of the 16th over now. The rate just a shade below 12 with 4 overs to come. And India 187 for 4. They are in a very strong position. A quick drink coming out for Hardik. It is humid. You'd expect that. It is hot. You would expect that as well, isn't it? Chennai has 3 seasons, I used to be told, Raman. Hot, hotter and hottest.
But this is the beautiful winter here in Chennai. What are you complaining about, Prakash? And you are no longer a non-Chennai, or at least a non-Tamil Nadu, if I can use the term.
Fair enough, fair enough. So I have to say, this is the pleasant part of the summer. I still can't call it winter. For that, you've got to come up to the hills. 187 for 4, 16 overs bowled. Start of a fresh over then. And this one's down the leg side, looking to clip it away. Wide signal by the umpire.
It doesn't matter what you've done in the earlier games. It doesn't matter how well you've been performing. It doesn't matter what kind of confidence you're carrying into this game. It's a very challenging situation for the Zimbabwean bowlers now. Because last 4 overs, they're going to go hammer and tongs. They got
Brad Evans and Sikandar Raza having a chat. Evans suggesting that the ball took the pad. How can that be signalled wide? It's happened before to him. He's got to put that away and focus on his bowling, because that's the task the skipper has given him. Here's Evans in to bowl to Pandya. Bowls, and Pandya goes for another big hit. Doesn't quite get it where he wants to, but it'll streak away, or squeeze away, if you will, between the man at 45 down to a very, very fine boundary on the leg side for 4 runs. So 192 for 4. A little bit of fortune again, as Pandya not quite able. Back of the handball, slower one, and Pandya is able to get it between his pads off the inside edge for 4 runs.
Not a great deal, is it? Moral victory for the bowler, but the numerical victories for the batter.
And the problem is with these things, as a batter, you will acknowledge that the scorecard will show 4 runs. It won't show anything else. Here's Evans now. How does he respond? That last delivery was just 103 clicks. Bowls, quicker one. Fuller worked away on the onside by Pandya. And they'll go back for the second. Tall men. Tilak has to hurry. I think the bowler's hand broke the wicket anyway before the ball got to him. But in any event, I think Tilak Verma had made his ground. 2 more runs, 194 for 4. India showing the urgency that you'd expect when they are in this kind of position.
Excellent running this. High-class athleticism on display here at the Max Stadium. Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma. Superb athletes, showing a lot of awareness as well.
Tall figures, both of them, and Pandya waits with his bat raised. Here's Evans bowls, and Pandya slams it. Good delivery, one has to say. Almost in the block hole. Not much Pandya could do with it. A single to long on. Just try and keep the batter from getting underneath it. That must be the message.
That's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to bowl almost at the feet of the batters. Doesn't look to give any opportunities at all in doing so. Yes, the important thing is not planning. It's about executing your plans. And Evans has done that well so far in this over. Just 8 runs being scored. Of course, a streaky boundary.
Something bothering Tilak Verma behind the bowler's arm, is it? Or maybe just an insect or two. He settles now. Right-left combination, remember? Round the wicket, Evans bowls, and Tilak Verma launches it. What a magnificent shot that is. That is over extra cover. Effortlessly put away into the 3rd or 4th row in that ground stand. What a terrific shot from Tilak Verma. The 200 comes up for India. 201 for 4.
If at all anybody's evolved from a duration game player to a white ball player, it's Tilak Verma. He was one who consumed a lot of deliveries, who was more of the traditional kind when he started off cricket, but he realized that demands for his generation of cricketers are completely different, and he's adapted to them brilliantly.
He certainly has. Waits now for Evans again. Evans is in bowls, and this time he's looking to play the scoop. The ball is very well directed, and it just dribbles out in front of him. When it doesn't come off, it does look a little bit funny. And of course, Evans giving him a mouthful. I don't think that's bothering Tilak Verma at the moment. 201 for 4. This partnership is worth 29 of just 13 balls. 15 fours, 11 sixes in this innings. The DJ is in overdrive, as indeed is the crowd. A massive Indian tricolour being waved away in the stand away to our right. And the crowd getting their money's worth, one feels. Here's Evans again, round the wicket, in bowls. Oh, outside the off stump, is beating him. Looking to reach for it was Tilak. That's the 17th over done now. 201 for 4, 11.82 the run rate. 13 and over from here on in will take India to 240. That's what they must be looking for if they can. And let's see what the bowlers have. Angarava has 1 over. Muzarabani, of course, has 1. Maposa, who's been expensive, 2 overs for 40. Evans has just bowled his third. He's given away 37. Raza, 3 overs, 1 for 29. Bennett, 2 overs, none for 16. And Burl, the 1 over for 10. So a few options available. Where does the skipper go to? Let's wait and see.
Raza's had 7 options.
Yes, but he's sticking with Muzarabani. I think he realizes that taking wickets is probably the only way that this flow of runs can be eased. Something bothering Pandya. And he's having a word with the umpires, probably suggesting that the bright yellow shirt's not very different from the color I'm wearing, but I'm sitting inside the commentary box. But in front of the batter, that can be a distraction. But everything seems okay now. Muzarabani is in to bowl to Pandya. He's in, he bowls. Slow ball, and Pandya launches into the crowd and wideish long on for yet another 6. What a start to the over. 207 for 4.
Great striking ability from Hardik Pandya. He made it look so easy, but I promise you it was a difficult shot to play. He was playing at a delivery which was angled into him, and he was looking at the cow corner. But the interesting part of the shot was that he didn't kind of play with the horizontal bat. He just extended his arms.
Yeah, retained his shape. Quicker delivery. Pulled away to long on for a single. 208 for 4 now. Hardik is 30 of 16. Tilak Verma is 17 of 7. This partnership of 36 has come off just 16 balls. In the launch phase, India getting 80 in the first 6 overs. Between 7 and 14, they got another 81. And so far in the 3 overs, 15 to 17, they got 40. So India going along at a really brisk pace. As Muzarabani bowls full toss, and Tilak Verma just carves it away effortlessly. 4-run square, third man. Poor delivery, put away.
The Yorker not really coming off. High full toss. It is really a gift. And Tilak Verma has been in top nick tonight. Put it away comfortably enough through the offside.
The margin for error in this level of cricket is so small. Another day that could have been rattling the stumps of a batter. On this occasion, just missing his length, and the result is an effortless boundary carved away on the offside. Here's Muzarabani again, in past the umpire, comes in and bowls short, and it's pulled away in front of square, well in front of square. Didn't quite get hold of it. Seemed to have just hit the toe end of the bat, maybe. Just a single this time for Verma. He goes to 22, and the total 213 now for 4.
Pace-off delivery is the go-to delivery for Muzarabani, and he's got good control over it. A back of a length, bowling into the pitch, making it difficult for the batter to generate the power. And there's a lot of work for a batter if the bowler doesn't give any pace at all, and he just bowls it into the pitch.
Hardik now on strike as Muzarabani bowls, and he gets a fuller delivery, and Hardik has hammered it down the ground. It will be cut off just in front of the pavilion, and a single is all that will accrue. Raza's been absolutely brilliant in the field, as have been a couple of other Zimbabweans. 214 for 4 now, and the last ball of the 18th coming up. This has been another over which has gone for 13 already. One more to come, one ball to come in this over. That will be the end of Muzarabani's spell. How does he finish? How does he get out of this over without letting a big shot get played? Tilak Verma waits for the field to settle. 3 men in a ring along with the keeper behind the bat. Inside the ring, there's a man at extra cover inside the ring as well. Those are the 4 men inside. Here's Muzarabani bowls, and Verma has lofted this one over the fielder. You can just watch it. It goes into the members' pavilion. 6 more to end the over. Expensive. 19 runs off it. 220 for 4.
In a partnership that's been going on for the last 20 deliveries, these two have done just about everything. They've run hard, they've improvised, they've played big shots, and they've unsettled the entire bowling attack. And they've added 48 runs of 20 deliveries. It's phenomenal. And they kept the tempo going.
Indeed, they have. So in the last 30 balls, 69 runs have come for the loss of 1 wicket. So India on a rampage here, really. And the question now, uppermost in the mind of Sikandar Raza with 2 overs to come, will be how can he limit this And what does he do in conversation with the bowler? A bit of exasperation there, arms wide, arms being flayed around everywhere, with Ngarawa about to bowl his last over as well. Muzarabani finishing with 1 for 43 of his 4 overs. The 4 men inside the ring then. Third drops back to the backward point boundary almost. And Raza takes his position at extra cover inside the ring. The man at just backward of square next to the square leg umpire, and a man at short fine. So the 4 men inside the ring there. As Ngarawa runs away now. Left arm over the wicket. And it goes down, signalled wide by the umpire.
He's bowling to 5-4 field. He's got 5 fielders on the offside, so he was trying to be very, very sure of his line. But he overdid it a bit, which resulted in a wide. And he's got to bowl it again.
Must be really hard when you've got this kind of pressure. The crowd, definitely the 12th man as well in this arena here at Chepauk. As in comes Ngarawa bowls, and this time Pandya's flat batting it. My word, that went like, to borrow a phrase from a well-known name, a tracer bullet into that mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Were you able to spot the ball as it travelled to the boundary? I couldn't.
I must confess I did see it for a fleeting second.
It was hit with such power in an effortless way. That's what is amazing about his batting.
Yeah, he's a wiry frame, isn't he, Hardik Pandya? When you look at him, if you didn't know who he was and you saw him on the street, you'd think of him as a tall man who's probably got maybe put on a little more weight, but he's got tremendous hand-eye coordination, solid strength, and he looks after his body after the series of injuries he's had like a temple, as he should. Here's Ngarawa, bowls to Pandya, who takes it on the full, doesn't get all of it. He'll just get a single and practices what he might have tried to do through extra cover. Single, nevertheless. 226 now for 4. Pandya's up to 36, and that'll bring Verma, who's on 28 on strike.
I never thought I'll see this. Tilak Verma striking at 218, Hardik Pandya doing 190. Now that's the kind of form Tilak Verma has been tonight. He's walked out to bat, just played some lovely shots, and his judgment of line and length and the way he's got into position so quickly to play shots has been fantastic.
It has been exemplary, but it's remarkable, this game of cricket. These batters look like different players today completely from the other night in Ahmedabad, and that's got to do with conditions, it's got to do with opposition, it's got to do with skills, but most of all it has to do with the kind of platform that they got when they came into bat, just giving them the gay abandon with which to go after the bowling, and that's what they've been doing so far. Here's Ngarawa looking to try and change that, comes in bowls and flicked away off his toes. He'll get just 1, maybe 2. And they will comfortably complete the second as well before the return comes in. 228 for 4 now.
What would have been disappointing for the Indian team management was the fact that they did not have a good power play in the earlier games, and it would have been very difficult to pinpoint the reason for that. But what happened differently here is that the openers got off to a start. Sanju Samson made a contribution, and then Abhishek Sharma was in top form.
Yes, he certainly would, and that'll cheer a lot of people. Ngarawa bowls, and this one's been lofted. It's coming below us, over the head of the fielder. 6 more just in front of us, and all that Evans can do is wait, watch the ball sail over his head. He's a little bit upset, and rightly so, because the person who's standing in the gallery there picked the ball up and tossed it over Evans's head instead of giving it to him. These little things can irritate a fielder, particularly when the bowlers are being taken to all parts of the ground. 234 for 4. Tilak Verma has now gone to 36 of 12, striking at 300 per 100 balls faced. That's been an innings that has been of extreme domination by Tilak Verma. 3 4s and 3 6s, and he pulls away again because Raza is still signalling to his fielder on the fine leg boundary to move a bit squarer. And now it's all set. Ngarawa goes into bowl again. Left arm over to Tilak Verma. What's he got up his sleeve? He comes in bowl. Slower ball. And this one's going miles into the stands. I tell you what, this is a humongous hit. It's a monster. 42 to Tilak Verma, India. 240 for 4 with 1 ball of the 19th to come.
He's really responding to his critics in top fashion, isn't he? Look at the shots that he's played, and he is raced on to 42 of just 13. and is really shutting up all his critics here.
As they say, let the bat do the talking. And this over's gone for 20 already. You have to feel for the Zimbabweans. A little bit of inexperience, maybe a little bit of overall in terms of the way the opposition's batted today. And after the mauling they got from the West Indies, maybe a little low on confidence, but take nothing away from these batters either. There's the last ball of the over. Rangarava bowls and bowls a really good Yorker. He didn't know where it was. He dug it out, but they'll squeeze through for a single. 21 runs of this over. And Rangarava finishes with 4 overs, 1 for 62. Forgettable outing in some ways for him, but not that he bowled that badly. The Indian batters, I think, just holding the wood over him. 241 for 4, 6 to come, 6 balls to come.
The last few overs have been very difficult for the Zimbabwe bowlers. Musarabani came back for his second spell when he had conceded only 12 runs of his first 2 overs. After that, he's gone for 31 runs. And in the last 30 deliveries, the Indians have scored 80 runs. It's not for lack of effort, it's not for lack of planning on the part of Zimbabwe bowlers. It's just that all these batters have been in top nick tonight. That's because of the foundation that they've been provided by the openers, and also the fact that the pitch is a very good one for batting here at the Max Stadium.
It certainly is, and I think the penalty has been applied, has it? What is the signal from the umpire? Yes, we are seeing the additional fielder. That's the last thing Zimbabwe wanted, is to have an additional fielder in the ring because they've been slow in bowling their overs. The final over of the innings to be bowled by Evans. Brad Evans from the members' end, of the pavilion end, and man on strike is Tilak Verma. Here's Evans. He bowls to Verma, who has a swing and a swish and misses. Well bowled there. A rare dot ball in this innings. There haven't been too many.
In his effort to hit the ball out of the stadium, he was sprawled all over the crease there. Tilak Verma, all his limbs were all over the place. Arms going in one direction, feet in different directions.
Yeah, lost his shape there completely. Tilak Verma looking to hit the leather of the ball, but a good delivery, a good start to the over from Brad Evans. He's in again. And this time very well executed again, right in the block hole. Nothing that he could do other than push it away, punt it away towards mid-wicket for a single. This is good by Brad Evans. Can Zimbabwe just find a little bit of momentum? Can they finish this innings well and try and carry that into their batting innings?
Something has to give here now. Either Hardik Pandya is going to hit a 6 or he's going to go back to the pedigree. Come on, I think you can do much better than 189.47.
Well, let's see. Nostradamus Raman in action at the moment, predicting what's going to happen. Let's wait and watch. Here's Evans over the wicket to the right-handed Pandya, and he bowls a beautiful Yorker. Stand and take the ovation, Mr. Evans. In this kind of carnage, to bowl 3 balls in which just a single has been given tells you the skill and the character and the temperament. Beautifully bowled.
He did that in his previous over as well. He's got terrific control with these slow Yorkers right down at the feet of the batters.
So waging a battle. What can Hardik do now? What can Evans do? Here he is in past the umpire, bowls. And this time Hardik's got hold of it. Not all of it, mind you. He'll probably get just 2. Well fielded at wideish long on. So 2 more to the total. Hardik moves to 38. India's total now 244 for 4. And 2 balls to come. Can they get to that magic 250? That's what they'll be thinking. On the other hand, Evans will want to psychologically, I think, just try and keep India below 250. The West Indies got well over 250 against them at the 1KD the other night. Mind you, the 1KD boundary is a little bit smaller. There's Evans in bowls, and this time Pandya goes straight over. The bowler's had 6 more. That's the 250. Just erring in his length a little bit, Evans, and Hardik makes him pay. He goes to 44 of 22. And I hope that WV, now you will not be as critical, because he's at least got to 200 of a strike rate. You were critical at 189. Man, I wouldn't want you as my coach ever. 9 runs off the over. In the context of the game, this has been a good over. That 1-6 spoiling his figures.
I was only trying to convey how good he is.
Of course. Of course. Last ball of the Indian innings. Evans into Pandya. Slow ball. He's launched it. That'll be 6 more. Over deep backward square. Brings the crowd to their feet. India finish on a high. 256 of their 20 overs at a rate of just below 13 runs. And Hardik Pandya gets to his 50 off the last ball of the innings. A 23-ball 50 for India. For Hardik Pandya, I beg your pardon. And Zimbabwe with a mountain and then some to climb if they are to cause an upset. 17 fours matched by 17 sixes in this India innings. It's been a run riot.
The Indian batting unit is living up to the billing of being a very dangerous lot. And we've seen some excellent stuff from the Indian batters out here in this innings. Put into bat by the Zimbabwe skipper. They were not in the best of form as a unit, but all of them came good here. And the way they batted, the conviction with which they batted has been tremendous. And their approach has been relentlessly aggressive, which is really good for a side which has not really been batting as well as they could. There were a lot of questions asked, there were a lot of criticisms that they were subjected to, but nothing seems to have affected them, which is a sign of a great side, which is also the sign of the collective belief that they have.
Well, what a performance from India. It has been spectacular. It's like watching stick cricket, that was unbelievable hitting. We'll get some reaction from the boundary edge in just a moment, but Tatenda, what did you make of that? It's the second highest total in the history of the Men's T20 World Cup, with only Sri Lanka's 260 for 6 against Kenya in 2007 to better it.
Well, that was some hitting that we just witnessed. Disappointing for Zimbabwe, of course, because you've got to take your catches, and that has been the downfall. If they had to look at one thing that they can say, oh, in this department we really need to improve, and that will be the catching, because you've only got 120 balls, or just 120 plus if you're putting extras into consideration, and that's just that few balls. You need to take your catches. You need the chances that have been created by the bowlers. You need those to be taken. So I'm not taking away the batting, the good batting and hitting that was shown by the Indian top order batting lineup. So disappointing for Zimbabwe.
Indeed, 257 will be the target. It's a mighty one, it really is. And I think we can safely say India back on track at 256 for 4 to 10. Thank you very much. We're going to get some reaction now. Here we go. Abhishek Sharma.
That smile of yours is back on your face.
I mean, of course, it's always great to, when you contribute for the team. And I was waiting for this moment for quite a long time now. So I find it's happening. I'm really happy.
Well, you got 9 T20 half centuries, including 2 hundreds. Today was slightly different. It was your slowest in terms of just how your run rate was. But was that an intentional thing, or were you just finding your feet on the surface?
I would say it wasn't that intentional, but it's just wanted to, spend some time at the pitch. Because if you see, I haven't even played 10, 12 balls in the whole tournament yet. So I just wanted to spend some time, and special mention to the team, the way they've treated me so far. It was like I didn't even feel that I wasn't scoring runs for the team. And in the practice sessions as well, in the hotels as well, they all were just waiting for this moment, and they all were just, reminding me that, you have done this before as well, and your time is not so fast, you just keep believing. So that's happened.
Well, you've shown us all how great you are again, mate, so well done. It was almost like a video game in the end, wasn't it?
Of course, the way they have finished the innings, I feel the Indian team is back, the way they wanted, the way we have played the whole year. That was the plan we decided yesterday as well as a batting unit, that if we feel that we have faced enough balls or maybe we have seen enough balls, just go out and express yourself. It wasn't going so far that well, but that was the plan we had yesterday and the day before as well at the practice sessions. As a batting unit, we have to go and express ourselves. That's how we were playing the whole year, and that's how we're going to back each other.
Well done, mate. Excellent performance.
Thanks so much.
Stunning hitting from Abhishek Sharma, 55 from 30. Hardik Pandya, though, 50, unbeaten from 23. Tilak Varma, 44 from 16. India set a target of 257 for a Zimbabwe side who have it all to do. I think that is fair to say. Right then, we're going to have tomorrow some commentary from England playing against New Zealand. England through to the semi-finals. They're taking on New Zealand. Final Super 8 match for them. And BBC Sports' Matt Henry has been speaking to England's Kiwi-born bowling coach, Tim Southey.
Tim, I'll start off with the other night, if that's all right. Harry Brook, how good an innings was that?
Yeah, unreal. I think we've seen some special knocks from him. We've seen a couple on this trip so far. The last one day here on this ground was unbelievable, and then to see him walk out number 3 and have the impact he did the other night was just unbelievable. It shows you how been on the receiving end of a couple of his knocks in Test cricket, but to see him to go out and do that in T20 cricket was very special.
Yeah, how would you have felt as a bowler if you were bowling up against him in that night? Like you say, you have experienced it a bit before, maybe in a different format.
Yeah, he's in one of those moods. He's one of the best to watch, and we saw it the other night. He's incredible. Not much phases Harry, and I think we've seen the skill that he possesses is unreal. So I'm sure we'll see many more of those match-winning knocks over the years to come.
Yeah, we've seen throughout this tournament so far that the batting hasn't quite clicked, but the bowling's been pretty good all the way through, I think. So how do you sum it up as bowling coach?
Yeah, I think as a side we probably haven't clicked, but we've found ways to win. We had a great one-day series, T20 series here in these conditions, and I think even through that we won in different ways to what I guess the England side is used to. But I think to sit here and have qualified for the semis with a game to go and not have played a perfect game is a sign that the side is tracking nicely and different guys stepping up at different times and with some great players still to fire is something to be, I guess, excited about heading into the next few games.
Yeah, one of those. There's been so much talk about Joss Buttler in the last few days. How's he doing after another single-figure score?
Yeah, I think Joss has played enough cricket to know he would have been through various tough times throughout his career, and I'm sure he'll bounce back at any stage. He's still training as well as he has, and I'm sure there's a big score not far away. But yeah, Joss, he's one of the great white ball players of all time, and I'm sure when there's moments like this, and like I said, he would have gone through these times in his career at various moments as well. But there's a reason why he is one of the best white ball players in the world.
Yeah, will we definitely see him in the next game against New Zealand?
Yeah, I imagine so. Like I said, he's such a dangerous player. I haven't played against Joss Buttler so many times over the years. Any time you see his name on the team sheet, it's always a worrying concern for opposition bowlers.
Yeah. And would that definitely be as an opener? You've obviously moved things around a bit with Harry. Was that ever a consideration to drop Joss down and move someone else up?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not in a lot of those conversations, but I think you look at the balance of the team and guys we saw the other day with Bethel dropping down and Harry jumping up. But yeah, I think Joss is one of the best white ball batters, and I'm sure there's a match-winning knocker just around the corner.
Yeah. Can I ask about Brendan as well? I mean, you two go back however long. You might be able to tell me what's he been like during this tournament. There was talk of so much pressure coming in, but how have you found him compared to the guy you've known for so long?
Exactly the same. Known him, played a lot with him, obviously get on with him very well. But one thing with Brendan, he's the most consistent guy I've ever come across. Nothing really changes from him. He believes in what he believes in, and we've seen in this tournament we've won in different ways. We've adapted to different conditions, but as a coaching group, things have been pretty good. As a whole group, it's been great. But yeah, Baz is just Baz, and he just wants guys to do well, wants the team to do well, and that hasn't changed through when he's a player and as a coach as well.
Yes, there's talk that his job might be on the line if England didn't do so well in this tournament after what went on in the Ashes. Is that you've never felt that pressure being on him as you've seen him around the group?
No, not at all. Like I said, he's very consistent in his behaviours, and we've seen it's been no different here. We've turned up here. You can't control anything else than being involved in this tournament, and that's what he's done. We had the great series win, one-day series win, and the T20 series win in the lead up to this, and then the focus shifts to this World Cup, and that's one thing that he's big at. He's you are where your feet are, and that's right in the middle of a World Cup. So that's been the focus over the last few weeks.
Yeah. Do you think his coaching styles been tweaked at all during this tournament? There was talk of maybe that was needed after the Ashes. Maybe we saw him with walkie-talkies and things in the first game. Has there been any more tweaks to how he's gone about things?
Well, I think you come to this part of the world, it's so foreign to the conditions that the guys are used to, and we've like I said, won a one-day series, a T20 series qualified for the semi-finals of the World Cup with a game to spare, and we've been challenged with different surfaces. We've been to India, we've been back to Sri Lanka. The grounds and even in here compared to Palikali are different. So I think as a side and as a coaching group, you're looking to play what's in front of you, and we've been challenged in different ways, and we've won in different ways as well. So I think you're always looking to do that, and anywhere in the world you go, you're going to be challenged with different conditions and different things. But yeah, I think the side's been brilliant at adapting to different conditions, and as a coaching group, we're just trying to prepare the guys as well as we can for those conditions.
And it'll be a strange night again for you and Baz and Jeetan Patel as well as 3 New Zealanders on Friday night when you play New Zealand. Are you used to that sort of situation yet, that New Zealand are the opposition?
No, it's still Australia had a series in end of last year in New Zealand, which was the first time we came up against them, but the other two have obviously played a lot against New Zealand over the years. But yeah, it's always a strange one. A lot of guys are mates in the opposition, playing with them not that long ago. So, but yeah, you're here and you're looking forward to what should be a good game on I'd imagine a pretty scrappy wicket with two great teams.
Any secrets you've been able to pass on about your former teammates to England? Is that how this works now?
I think there's that much information out there now. There's not too many secrets, but yeah, I guess knowing the guys and having played with them a lot, you sort of pass on what you know and what you think might help. But that's the same with most teams around the world. The guys play a lot with guys nowadays.
That was Matt Henry speaking to Tim Southey. You'll have live coverage, of course, on BBC TMS at 1:15 local time in the UK for that game. England, of course, already have qualified. New Zealand with a lot to play for as the 2 Zimbabwe openers come out to the medal, Bennett and Marumani, and they will try and get, if not past, but certainly as close as they possibly can to that target of 257 that they need. Tatenda Taibu is alongside us, joining us again. It's a big ask, Tatenda, but Zimbabwe have everything to play for.
It is a big ask indeed. Zimbabwe still need to believe that they can still get this. I think sometimes there's a bit of a side tracking that happens when you're looking at a big score. If you keep your eyes on the scoreboard, they just want to play one ball at a time and remember their roles. I think they should go back to the traditional Brian Burnett plays through and everyone else bats around him. And if they can do that and start strongly with Marumani being explosive, I think that will give them a good chance to have a platform where they can launch from.
Yes, and I think a good start, really crucial. Right then, we're ready to go. Arshdeep Singh will start things off, left arm over the wicket, and the man on strike is Ryan Bennett. Here's Arshdeep. First ball of the Zimbabwe innings. Comes in bowls, and it's worked away nicely. Square of the wicket on the offside. They'll start off with a single, and Tilak Verma fields coming off the deep boundary.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of a challenge with Arshdeep Singh, who swings the ball both ways. Very dangerous with a new ball, and a constant performer for India over the years. And he hasn't played some of the games in the World Cup so far, but he's still one player that will get wickets up front, knows how to control the new ball. And Zimbabwe will be wary of that and want to make sure that they have a good balance between being cautious and being explosive.
Right then, the left-handed Marumani on strike to Arshdeep, who can bring the ball back in and take it away, as Tatenda Taibu just said. This one's pushed away off the back foot onto the offside, and Varun Chakravarti has to run into field, but they'll allow the single comfortably to be taken. So both batters off to a watchful and comfortable start. No demons in the pitch so far. We haven't actually seen any. It looked like a perfect batting track, and that will be the important thing, as former Zimbabwe skipper just telling us.
Yeah, you're definitely right. That will be important. It's important that they stay calm and they control what they can control, as opposed to just trying and watching the ball to swing hard.
Arshdeep in, long run up but easy, comes in, bowls, and he beats him outside the off stump with ones that just leaves the right-hander. A little bit on the move there, Brian Bennett, as he looked to play that stroke.
Yeah, he was still on the move. It looked like he wanted to run it down to third man, but not playing it as late as possible as he normally does. In the first 3 games, he wasn't dismissed. He batted through, carried his bat through, and got dismissed against West Indies. Obviously had to make use of the power play, and he's got to remember he has to bat through.
Here's Arshdeep in again, past the umpire, bowls to Bennett, who forcing on the onside. He's got it through the infield. He'll get runs here, maybe 4. Not the quickest in the field, but Ishan Kishan runs around in a new role today, not keeping wickets. Sandush Samson has the gloves, and he returns the ball in to make sure that he keeps the scoring to just 2. So Bennett and moves up to 3. Zimbabwe 4 now without loss in the first over. Yeah, and I think for question for you, Tatenda, Zimbabwe having played the entire league phase in Sri Lanka, very different wickets. We get your response after this delivery, but it must be quite an adaptation to the new surfaces that India offers. Very different from Sri Lanka, as Arshdeep comes in and bowls to Bennett, who has a swing and a miss.
Yeah, so that would be different conditions, no doubt. The boundaries in Sri Lanka were bigger. The wickets were taking a bit of 10. So I think the Sri Lankan wickets played to Zimbabwe because they weren't forced to hit big boundaries. They were forced to punch the ball and have a lot of 2s. And they did that, and they ran well between the wickets. And that's a different case, obviously, in India. Smaller grounds, better wickets.
Indeed. Arshdeep bowls good Yorker, and well played in the end by Brian Bennett. Digs it out, and that's the end of a fairly tight opening over. 4 runs coming off it. Brian Bennett there making one attempt at a heave through the onside. So unlike him, he's such a graceful player, and he lost his shape. And as you were saying, Tatenda, important that they play to their strengths.
Indeed. And what I like about Brian Bennett is he's such a cool, calm character for such a young guy. He's got a lovely header above his shoulders. And even when you're speaking to him, he's so calm. And he shows when he bats. He feels the same when he bats, and he doesn't really get excited about things. And he's definitely going to be one that a lot of people would look at in the future.
Absolutely, and long may he serve Zimbabwe cricket. From the members' end, the pavilion end, it's going to be the blonde hair-coloured Hardik Pandya, and he's going to bowl to Marubeni. He's in. Comes in, bowls, and this one's gone miles in the air, but it's also got the distance. Top edge, comes right behind the keeper for the first 6 of the Zimbabwe innings. They're going to need a dozen or more of those, and quickly. Looking to wank it over the square leg boundary there. Top edge, flies away, and 6 more runs. Valuable ones, 10 without loss.
That's what's going to be needed by Zimbabwe, and Marwani does that. He goes after the ball. He loves playing square of the wicket, and in this case it was a bit of luck, a bit of a top edge that went over the keeper. But Zimbabwe is going to need a lot of these, because hitting a lot of boundaries in the power play has been the weakest.
Hardik Pandya with a good response. Ball comes back sharply, and it's hit him, I think, on the glove. Doesn't look in too much pain, but it certainly cramped him. Very good response from Hardik Pandya. The ball jagging back, cramping him for style. And yes, in terms of the ball, the handle and the glove, and that is painful.
Hardik Pandya can be unpredictable. I mean, look at the movement that he got. And sometimes he just carries himself like a part-time bowler, but he does have a great seam, a great position with the seam, and he gets the ball to move, and he gets wickets sometimes.
There's Pandya now in again. Tomorrow many bowled, and this one's pulled with no timing on it, so it'll be fielded just inside the ring at short mid-wicket by Akshar Patel. There is no run. 10 without loss. Zimbabwe chasing 257. now need 247 runs of 111 balls. For those who are statistically minded, that is.
The Zimbabweans wouldn't want to be looking too far ahead. They want to be looking at ball by ball, over by over, try and get a boundary in each over and then get singles in between those boundaries, and they manage to hit through the infield, get those twos, run hard, maybe threes.
There's Hardik in again to Marumeni, who flashes outside the off stump, misses. This one was there to be hit. It was short, it was wide, and not quite in the right position there. Marumeni with that initial trigger movement back and across.
Yeah, that's the problem when you've got two bowlers that are opening the bowling from either end, who can swing the ball both ways. And as you can see, the seam position on that last ball was facing towards the slip cordon, so away from Marumeni, and he's managed to bowl some to come back in and some to go away.
Keep the batsman guessing. Here's Pandya in bowled, and this one's hit away into the offside again with no real timing. I think he's looking to hit the ball rather hard than time it, and as a result not quite getting it where he would like to on the bat. So no run again, fielded by Suryakumar Yadav at short extra. Remains 10 without loss.
You should have realized by now that in India you just need to pierce the gap. So it's not about power, it's just about making sure that you get the right timing, pierce the gap, and then the ball will fly to the boundary. It's not like Sri Lanka, where it was a little bit slower and a bigger boundaries.
Hardik Bose brings that ball back sharply, almost cuts the batter into two, and the ball ricochets down to short. Third end of a very good over, just the first ball, 6 of the over, 10 runs on the board, 2 overs have been bowled, and India certainly at the moment asking some questions of the Zimbabwe batters. Bennett and Marumani together in mid-pitch, having a bit of a chat, probably thinking about how they want to go about it.
Yeah, they've been asked some very difficult questions, and they've got to come up with some answers, because they do not have a lot of time to come up with those answers, because the run rate keeps creeping up. The moment you're needing more than 12 runs and over, if it's a dot ball, it's creeping up. If it's 1 run, it's creeping up. So you need to be going at 2 runs per ball at least.
Yeah, not easy. Here's Arshdeep with his second over. First ball into Brian Bennett, who waits and nicely glides it over the face of the bat, runs it down to square third for a single. He just looks such a compact player, doesn't he, when he's not necessarily looking to force the pace, Bennett.
Yeah, if he's got calmness like he's got, he can only get better, because he's still a young player. You can develop to be a really good hitter if he wants to, because he'll be developing his game from a good technical point. Similar to Hashim Amlam. He was known to be a test cricketer, but he ended up being a really good one-day.
Swing and a miss outside the off stump, looking again to flog that ball more than time it through the offside. Marumani.
Yes.
Now.
And so you'll end up being a real good cricketer who play all the formats. But Marumani, he has to come back to realize that, you've got to time the ball, you've got to pierce the gaps.
Arshdeep turns on the advertising patches on the ground and goes away and bowls to Marumani. Bouncer, good quick bouncer. That was nippy, and he got underneath it, let it go through. The umpire signals wide, as they are absolutely entitled to do, and so that ball will have to be bowled again, and a run to the total. 12 without loss in the third over.
Yeah, that surprised me as well. Yeah, that surprised me as well. It was a really good bumper, because it surprised everyone. It surprised the batter, it surprised us. I was busy thinking that he's probably going to be looking to swing the ball and attack the stumps. But he just had other thoughts in his head, and it was a timely bumper.
Indeed, just to keep the batter honest. Here's Arshdeep in again to Marumani, goes in bowls, and this time he's cracked it away, just carried, maybe it did, to the edge of the circle at cover. It's not a clean stop, and that'll allow 2 runs to be taken. The replay will tell us whether Akshar got a fingertip to it or not. It looked like it was in the air. May have just gone in on the half volley though.
Yeah, it looked like it just bounced just before.
Yeah. It's a perfectly spotted skip.
Yeah. It's a different angle from the one that I remembered, but it's again, he just didn't really time it. He used the middle part of the bat. Just more on the toe end.
And there's a hold-up in play, quite rightly so. Hardik Pandya had a quick drink, tossed the bottle back. It remained on the field of play, and quite rightly, that was pointed out. So interruption in play, and Kettleborough looking at the Indian sub who's on the boundary line with hands on hips, not at all pleased with that interruption. And Hardik, of course, looking like a cheeky guy who knows he's done something wrong, looking as far away from the umpire's eyes as he can. Errant lad there. 14 without loss. Here's Arshdeep now into bowl to Marumani. Goes in, bowls, and Marumani looks to swing it away. Again, makes contact with nothing but thin air, and clearly the ball taking something on its way. The umpire not signalling wide. This is very amusing. I don't know if the pictures are showing you that the umpire has his hands now crossed, and he's still not given up on
he's a quality
showing
bowler.
His displeasure.
Yeah, he's a quality bowler, this Arshdeep Singh, and Marumani has got to realize that is not the way to go. He's tried 4 times now, and it hasn't worked. He's got to change his plan.
Arshdeep bowls, and this time he plays with the full face of the bat. He'll take a single to Hardik Pandya at mid-on, and that's a little bit more like it. If you can't get a big stroke away, you've got to rotate strike, keep the scoreboard ticking along. Yeah, and then with the right-left combination, it adds to the fielding side's problems.
Yeah, it's very important for a batter to make sure that you are making contact. You cannot get runs if you're not getting bat on ball. And he's missed quite a few so far, Marumani.
Indeed. Arshdeep now to Brian Bennett, who's on 4. Marumani is on 10 with that one top edge 6. There's Arshdeep in bowls, and this time it's a good-looking shot. He's got the elevation, not getting all of it, not timing it as nicely as he would have liked to, but he'll pick up 4 runs upfield just to the right of our commentary position. And Zimbabwe will end the 3rd over on 19 without loss, with Bennett on 8 and Marumani on 10.
What I like about that shot is he didn't look to overhit the ball. He just kept a position. Even the bat turned in his hand. However, because he kept a very good posture and he kept the position of the shot, he was able to get the ball over the fielder. That's all you need to do because the boundaries are small, and also the outfield is really quick, and you'll get value for keeping a short position on a shot.
Undoubtedly so. It's a lightning quick outfield. It's a beautiful green carpet, and it does make for a magnificent view as we watch Hardik Pandya start a fresh over. Pushes Marumani back on his toes. He's in fact jumping to defend that, giving him no room. Well-directed short ball from Hardik Pandya.
I've been surprised with a lot of the teams, to be honest. Every time they play a ball around the batter. So, for example, this last ball that has just been bowled, that is dropped at the feet of the batter, and they didn't take a single. And back in the day, we used to say that's the easiest single in cricket. And any run is important, especially if you're chasing such a big total.
Indeed, and drop and run, right-left combination. It's the perfect thing that you can do if you don't have a ball that you can put away into the boundary. There's Pandya into Marumani, and this time he again has a bit of an ugly swipe at it, really. The ball just gets across to the practice pitch on the right of the square. No real timing, no real direction. A single, nevertheless, will accrue. But this is not going to do it for Zimbabwe. They need some crisp stroke play. And at the moment, I dare say, Marumani is struggling a lot more than Brian Bennett.
He's struggling indeed. And surely a message should have been sent, or Brian Bennett should whisper across and say, look, just try to play proper cricket shots. And all you need to do is to hit the ball past the infield and you'll be good.
Pandya comes charging in again. Goes to Bennett and he eases it away beautifully, nicely timed, away to the right of the man at square third, and they'll take two before the return comes in from Ishan Kishan, who's like a little terrier running around. It's remarkable how so many wicket keepers make great fielders. It's always baffled me, but it's probably just the way they look at the ball, is it?
Yeah, I think it's watching the ball all the way into the hands. I think the keepers do watch the ball all the way into the hands because you cannot afford to make a mistake if you're a keeper, because you are not forgiven whatsoever if you make a mistake. So you carry that simple habit, which is an important habit, to make sure that you watch the ball all the way into the hands.
Pandya in again. And this one's a short arm jab, really. A couple of feet to either side of Varun, and that would have been 4 runs. Bennett not quite able to place it, but did time it sweetly again. Controlled shot.
That's the good thing that's the good thing about Brian Bennett is it's not aimless hitting. It's calculated, and it's a shot that you can name. So often do we see some batters just trying to have a swipe, but when it's controlled, you make impact and you hit a cricket ball.
As Pandya into Bennett, and Bennett this time has launched it over the head of mid-off. It'll go all the way, will it? No, it plugs inside the boundary. It'll be dragged back in by Shivam Dube. They'll come back for 2, hitting him a little bit high on the splice area of the bat, but he again held his position, went through with the shot, which is what ensured both the elevation and the distance that he got. Not all of it, but he got 2 runs anyway.
I didn't like the sound of that, that came from that bat. It sounded horrible. I think he needs to change his bat. Should that have been a better bat? I reckon that should have gone for 4.
There's Hardik in now to Bennett again, comes in, bowls. And the inside part of the bat, it skews away to Tilak Varma at the deep backward square leg boundary area for a single. That'll be 4 overs done. Zimbabwe just a shade over a runner ball at the moment. 25 without loss. Bennett is on 13. Marubeni is on 11. And Tatenda, the Zimbabwean batters need some inspiration, something special.
I'm sorry to say 24 on this wicket, on this ground, that's way below par. If they were going at 9, 10s, that's understandable because you've got to give credit to the Indian bowlers who bowled well. However, they still have 16 overs to play. They still have a lot of batters out in the dagger, but they've got one problem. Jasprit Bumrah is holding the ball.
Yes, boom, boom, Bumrah, as they say, has the ball, and he's brought the crowd to its feet, as he often does. Goes away now from us to bowl the first ball of his spell into Bennett, and Bennett defends on the onside. Ishan Kishan fields no run. What a remarkable bowler he is, eh?
Oh, he's a lovely bowler. Look at his record. He's got a lovely record, and he's just developed, and it kept developing, and he's just become a threat to anyone who he plays against. He's a serious wicket taker, serious control, great execution. He's just a champion bowler.
He certainly is. Very unorthodox in many, many ways, but supremely effective, particularly when he's on song. Here he is, bowls again, and this one's been whipped away nicely by Brian Bennett, and he's going to get 4 runs at square leg. Lovely shot. Didn't try to overhit it, just clipped it over his hip, and he gets 4 very good runs.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. It's all controlled. He's not trying to hit the ball too hard, just getting into good position. And there he just let the hands do all the work. Just a little whip, a little bit awkward. But he just kept his eyes on the ball and made sure that he got good bat on it. And it almost carried all the way for 6.
29 now without loss in the 5th over. Bumrah in again to bowl to Bennett. And this time he has a wild slog at it. Very unlike Bennett. Cleared his front leg, looked to go through the offside, made no contact because it was a slower, well-disguised change of pace from Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, the moment he saw a bit of width, his eyes lit up, and he thought, "Well, I haven't had anything that has not been on the stumps. So let me have a proper wild go." And unfortunately, he missed the ball completely.
Yeah, didn't make contact at all. Slip still in place. India looking for that outside edge and the first wicket. Zimbabwe looking to get some momentum. Bumrah bowls, nicely dug out. Good Yorker from Bumrah. And it's well dug out by Bennett. Straight to shot mid-wicket, no run. Remains 29 without loss. The last 2 balls of the 5th over being bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. The crowd are on their feet. The atmosphere is electric here at the Chepauk Stadium, the M.A. Chidambaram Stadium. Just not necessarily on the outskirts like the older stadiums. This is one that's right in the city here in Chennai, and therefore access is easy for the paying spectator. Bumrah's in. Slow ball, lofted over the bowler. Good shot that from Brian Bennett. That's got some timing on it as well, and that'll take the total to 33. Bennett moves to 21. 2 boundaries off the champion bowler, and that in itself is an achievement.
And that is a lovely shot, and just goes to show, if you keep your shots controlled and you keep your eyes on the ball, you'll be able to get value for your shots, especially on this wicket, because if you can hit Bumrah over the top of his head, that shows a bit of class that is developing even for this young Brian Bennett.
Indeed, no question about that. Last ball of the 5th coming up. Jasprit Bumrah to Brian Bennett, who's on 21 of 16 balls. Here's Bumrah in. Bowls. He looks for the Yorker, and brilliant football skill there. I'm not sure if the ball was going on to the stumps, but as he clamped down on it, the ball ballooned up, and very quickly with his pad, entirely entitled to do so. Bennett with a big smile on his face now, and here this replay will show us what he's done. Clamped down on it just in time, saw the ball behind him, wasn't sure if it was going on to the stumps, but there it comes. The right-legged, right heel sort of flick pass just inside the D for his partner to knock it into goal. A quick word from you, Tatenda, and then coming in for commentary, Henry Moran.
Yeah, I think he's a multi-sports person. I'm quite sure after seeing that skill that he would have played some football at some point in time in school, and they couldn't have smashed that any harder. If he had hit it any harder, that probably would have gone for 6. That was quite interesting to see some soccer skills from Brian Bennett. And there's the introduction of another bowler to bowl the 6th over, and Zimbabwe just on 33 for no loss.
Yep, they need to be going at close to 15 and over, which feels a tall ask, because there's a good shot first up from Muramani. He's going to get 6. The reverse sweep goes sailing over the boundary, and that is some way to begin the 6th over. Goodness me.
Yeah, he loves playing across. He loves playing his sweep shot, his reverse sweep, and he's just gone for the reverse straight away. He has to make use of this final power play over, and to make a connection and hit it for a 6 is a special shot.
What a hit. Varun Chakravarti, shirt untucked, far end of the ground. He's pointing, gesticulating, and with his mystery spin will come into the left-handed Muramani, who waits now and tries the trick again, misses this time, goes through to the gloves of the keeper.
Oh dear. That was quite interesting. Just ended up trying to hit it with one hand, and he's definitely going to continue going across, either playing a sweep or a reverse sweep. He loves playing across when he's facing spinners, and I think it will continue.
In comes Chakravarti, back towards the bowler, who fields off his own bowling. Well, for some players now today, it's just become as easy as playing more conventional strokes.
It does. Nowadays, players practice a whole lot than before, and it becomes like a forward defense, or just a drive is just as good as any other shot nowadays.
If you want to join the conversation on the live text commentary, Millie Shah's looking after things, so do join us for that. The second highest total in the history of the T20 World Cup. 256 for 4 for India.
Big hit down the ground. It's got a mile up in the air. Can a fielder get underneath it? Oh, dropped. Rinku Singh has put down the chance coming over his shoulder. Normally such a good fielder. And one has to wonder if the somewhat traumatic week that he's had to go home for compassionate reasons, back in the squad, rushing to get here, not in the side today, but comes onto the field because he's such a good fielder. Toughest chance, but I can't help but feel 9 times out of 10 he takes it. Here comes Varun Chakravarti. Maramani waits. It's 41 without loss, deep in the crease, nudging into the onside for 1. It'll just be a single, 1 ball left of the power play. At this point in their innings, it is worth pointing out that India was 74 for 1.
It's never easy when you are running back. As we see the replay of Rinku Singh dropping the catch, always hard when you're running back. But as you rightly mentioned, he's a good fielder, and everyone would be expecting him to keep that.
42 without loss. Maramani dropped on 17 as in comes Chakravarti, smacked away down the ground by the impressive Bennett. But equally impressive work in the field by Abhishek Sharma, who was excellent early on today with his 55 off 30. Saves the boundary. And 2 runs taken, 11 from the over. 44 without loss is the score. The required rate's up to 15.21. Zimbabwe, after the power play, still need 213, which even if you had your full 20 would feel like a fairly hefty total to get. But they don't have that.
It is a hefty total indeed. One good thing is they have wickets in hand, but wickets in hand won't really matter if the asking rate is creeping up to 15, 16. That really becomes of no importance at all. Someone needs to start going. One of the two needs to make a decision to start going straight away.
Well, to tell you, the thing is, because having lost so heavily in the first match, they don't really have the room not to try and win it. You know, there's no point worrying about net run rate.
Yeah, that should really be the last thing they should be thinking about. Just winning the game should be the only thing that should be on their mind, because it's not a survival. Once you get to the Super 8, it's not about survival, it's about winning games. And you only hold the cup if you're going to be winning games. So you're definitely 100% right. It's never about the run rate and about how close you get to the total. It's about winning the game. So 44 after 6 overs when chasing, 257. You've got to think that, well, they should be getting a bit more than that. Around about 60, and probably another 15, 16 shot. But as soon as the power play is done, as soon as they get back to playing, someone has got to take the balls by the head and say, I will be the one to make a name for myself and to be remembered on this day that I made the team win.
Well, 44 without loss as drinks have been taken, and India will be the happier of the two sides, no doubt about that. Best of the action available to watch on the BBC Sport website and app. England in action tomorrow with coverage 1:15 from England's game, final group game of the Super 8. For them, they've already qualified for the semi-final, which is a rather luxurious position to be in. That gets underway at 1:30. Early hours of Saturday morning, by the way, 10 to 4, is the one-day international series between Australia's women and India's women continuing, which is a swan song for Alyssa Healy, the Australian great. So look out for that on 5 Sports Extra. And I should just tell you as well, just to make sure that you're well across everything. We've got some Celtic in the footy tonight, so do look out for that as well. Start of the 7th over, Akshay Patel into the attack, into the side, into the attack, 44 without loss as a dot ball is driven into the offside.
This will be an interesting contest between Aksa and Maramani.
In the air, caught. Maramani goes again, looking for the offside, and Akshay Patel strikes second ball. Zimbabwe lose a first wicket. Maramani goes, a run of all 20. Yeah. And those in front of me are up and about again.
Yeah, it was going to be a difficult task for Maramani. He loves playing across He loves his sweeps and his reverse sweeps, but with Axis Patel's length, it's definitely difficult to play those sweeps and reverse sweeps. So he had to change his game and try something else. And what he tried did not work on that occasion.
Well, he goes for 20, looking to try and activate that offside. Couldn't do so. We're out of the power play now, so you do have to try and find alternative places to score. You can't just look to hit through the covers and trust that there'll be no boundary rider. You've got to try and be creative. But Akshar Patel, who, with his stubbly beard and slightly messy hair and oversized shirt, looks increasingly like he might be a sort of gap year student to me. I always think he looks like he's very much sort of possibly learning to surf somewhere. Dion Myers comes to the middle. Mustachioed figure, right-hander, and there's an appeal for LBW from Akshar, which has given all of the attention it deserves from umpire Kettleborough, who takes one look at it and takes a little step towards the leg side. Nothing doing.
I would have sent in Ryan Bell in this situation. 6 overs gone. Continued with the left-hand, right-hand combination.
Akshar Patel bowls to Bennett, who's 23 from 19. Played off the back foot, bearded figure, back down the ground. No run. Good over this so far, just the one from it. There's a cry of catch it, but it's going to go to the right of the fielder. Tilak, who runs around from long on to pick up. We've only seen so far 5 boundaries. Compare that with the 34 of them that we saw in India's innings, including 17 sixes, which is frankly outrageous.
There's a huge difference there.
Final ball of the over is down the leg side. That'll be wide, so not quite the final ball of the over. A little bit of a quicker one there. Preceded that ball back to his regulation pace from Akshar Patel. Dion Myers, 23 years old, new generation of Zimbabwe talent. And he's going to get a single, his first, down the ground. Thinking of 2, they're going to have to take some risks at some point here. With that over yielding just the 4 runs. The required rate's now over 16 to 10. You're going to have a little bit of a break, but some final thoughts from you. What would you like to see from this Zimbabwe duo?
I would have liked to see Ryan Bell being promoted to 3, keep the left-hand, right-hand combination. Dion Myers is not known to be a big hitter. He's more of an accumulator, and that's almost a similar role that Brian Bennett will be playing. So I'm kind of trying to think what the thought process in the changing room was to bring Dion Myers into the crease as opposed to promoting Ryan Bell to come in at 3.
Good question. We will try and answer it for you with the next few overs. Thank you very much to Tender Toby, former Zimbabwe captain. As here comes Jasprit Bumrah for the far end of the ground, nicely defended, back up the track by Myers, and there is a single taken. WV Raman joins us once again, former India opener and head coach of the India women's side as well. It's all going to plan for India.
Yeah, they're right on top here. The number that the Zimbabwe side must keep an eye on is the required run rate. It's gone up to 16.21, and they need to try and find some boundaries here. They've been solid, that's understandable, but they got to try and get a move on here.
Again, a good crunching sound off the bat, but it goes straight back to Jasprit Bumrah, who is, for my money, the best in the world. He has this extraordinary approach. I've never seen anything like it. In terms of the high knees and the extended elbows and the jerky approach.
I tell you what, I've seen him bowl with his left hand. His run-up, his action is absolutely magnificent.
Really? Smooth?
Yeah, absolutely smooth. Wasi Makram would envy his action when he sees him bowl with the left hand.
He's in now. Slings it, driven through the offside, out towards deep cover, fielded by Ishan Kishan without the gloves today. Out in front of the stands to our right. See, that is so interesting, isn't it? And Jofra Archer's got a lovely left arm spin.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
So, I always find it rather frustrating, WV, when you see players doing something that really isn't their vocation. They're much better than you could ever be at it, even if it is yours. Do you know what I mean? Here comes Jasprit Bumrah again, kicking up those heels, runs in towards us, short delivery, swaying out of the way, nothing doing for the wide that is played for by Myers, 50 for 1.
Probably we are more demanding at times.
Well, I know. It's one of those, isn't it, where people who are good at sport can be very good at lots of different things, a bit like Johnny Bairstow as a youngster with Leeds United Football Club and all sorts of things. You get these multi-talented athletes, don't you? And here comes Bumrah. Bangs it in short, pulled away into the leg side. Nice connection, but again, there's protection in the deep. This time it's Arshdeep Singh, tall, rangy figure, who runs around to pick up. Just the one taken. 3 from the over so far. The required rate just shy of 17. Yeah. So what, if you weren't a cricketer, what was your next best sport then?
I'd probably played a lot of snooker.
Okay.
Maybe pursued my chess, which is something that I played almost about 14 hours a day between 6 to 10 years of age.
Here comes Jasprit Bumrah. Swing and a miss, goes through to the keeper. Well, I say swing and a miss. There's an appeal for a caught behind there, and Sanju Samson's pointing at his ear and suggesting that he's heard something there, and Suryakumar Yadav is having a little consultation. The TV umpire's not been required yet today, but Chris Brown finally gets the opportunity to test up the technology as the signal is made by umpire Alec Wharf, who had a very elaborate eye mask on the flight the other day. I can tell you that much for nothing. 51 for 1. Bumrah wasn't convinced, but the keeper has persuaded everyone. I'll tell you what. No, he's missed that by about 3 inches. That's a honking review, that. To be honest, it's closer to being a snooker shot. You mention it, WV. So 14 hours a day playing chess?
Yeah, I was doing that when I was between 6 to 10 years of age.
No way.
I was.
14 hours? I mean, that's a lot of chess.
Well, I loved playing chess. I played with a lot of older people. I sort of pitted my skills against some university champions and champions of different states. It was interesting.
What a wonderful skill. I mean, that is... very good, I imagine, for your future as a coach and in leadership roles. All those tactics as Akshay Patel bowls and coming forward to meet it. Myers clips into the onside for 1. Start of the 9th over. Caesar single, 52 for 1, chasing a mighty 257. Do you know, in the India side, the other person?
Chahal.
Chahal, yeah.
Chahal plays a lot of chess. Ashwin likes to play a lot of chess as well.
I can imagine that.
And you're spot on. Chess helped me a lot in life.
Akshay Patel bowling down the ground in the air over the field of a 6. Bennett gets a big piece of it. Over long on and away it goes, sailing over the ropes. 58 for 1. So yeah, go on. So I'm intrigued by this.
Yeah, because it helped me do a lot of things better. It helped me plan better. It made me think in a holistic manner. Because when you play chess, you can't really be having a single tunnel vision. You got to think in a holistic fashion.
Next delivery is clattered away over the offside for 4 more. Bennett's decided now's the moment. I think he's probably right. Something needs to happen. 62 for 1. That was a nice shot over the covers as well.
I don't know if Bennett plays chess or not, but he's making the right moves now.
He is. I'm sure there's a very tenuous joke I can make about a checkmate somewhere. I'll come back to you with that. 62 for 1. Akshay Patel. Forward comes Bennett, goes hard at that. That's going to bounce a yard or so short of Rinku Singh down in front of us at long off. 63 for 1. The score. Well, it's one of those wonderful games where there are infinite possibilities at all times. Just a relentless stream of options. This is smacked away out towards the deep. Arshdeep again busy at deep cover. 1 more taken, 64 for 1. The target 257, the required rate 17.28. Do you still play?
Not really. Once I stopped playing, once I moved on to cricket, I hardly played any chess at all, which is a shame, really.
Big hit into the leg side. Myers and Bennett have had a conversation, and the former or the latter, I should say. Bennett has taken the initiative. That was a big over, and they needed it as well. 19 from it. It's 70 for 1 after 9, chasing 2, 5, 7.
Bennett is doing the right thing here. He's putting the pressure right back on the Indian bowlers, and he's taken on Axar Patel, who's normally a very, very miserly bowler and a difficult bowler to get hold of as well. And he's done a good job here. 19 coming out of that over would provide a lot of confidence. It'll really boost those two out in the middle, apart from revving up the others in the dugout as well.
That was a massive hit, that one. 70 for 1. Varun Chakravarti continuing. It's nicely whipped away by Myers into the onside. He's now 6 from 8. Gets Bennett onto strike, so job done, rather. I love learning what people do in their spare time, what extra skills they've got, and learning that Yuzvendra Chahal was an All India chess champion. You'd never guess it, would you? Hit away, out towards the deep, towards a deep backward point for 1. Well, I suppose it's more likely than him being a All India wrestling champion, looking at his frame, but you know what I mean. It's
I'm sure that playing chess would have helped him in his cricket as well.
Chakravarti moves in again. Hit away, high. Can a fielder get underneath it? 2 converging. Who wants the responsibility? Well, it's a very good catch, that, running in on the bounce. Tilak Varma could easily have seen the opportunity there for a bit of self-preservation. Let it bounce in front of him, not a bit of it. Takes it on the full. And bounding in, the catch. Greeted in the appropriate fashion by these spectators in front of me, who have seen their India side be absolutely outstanding today. Myers goes 6 from 9. It's 72 for 2.
The local boy, Varun Chakravarti, doing what he does best, picking up a wicket, gets a breakthrough once again. Myers going for a wicket. He was undone by the extra bounce that Varun Chakravarti generally generates with his wrong ones. He's done this time and again, despite the fact that he's been around for a long time. The batters have still not figured out how to go after him. Okay, he does have an odd bad day here and there, but generally he's always in control of what happens out there in the middle.
Sikandar Raza to the middle. Very much the talismanic figure in this Zimbabwe lineup. He's made contributions throughout the tournament. 25 not out against Australia, 45 against Sri Lanka, 27 against West Indies. He could do with that and then some today, I think it is fair to say. Forward defensively is a delivery from Chakravarti. He's right on the money. He's such a good bowler. I could watch him all day. The variety, the skill, the complexity of thought comes in now. Nicely rocking back is Raza out towards the deep. Still no Burl. As to tender, I'm sure, will be frustrated about. 73 for 2. Ball left until we reach the halfway stage in the innings. Zimbabwe need 184 from 61. And I'm not a betting man. Were I would say at this point, my 2p would be very much with India. Chakravarti, that's punched off the back foot. Back to the bowler. Good over. 3 from it on the wicket. W.V. Raman, some more thoughts from you. And then you're going to be joined by Prakash Wakaka.
India doing everything just about right here at the Max Stadium. Varun Chakravarti picking up a wicket as well. And that has come about at the right time, because the left-arm spinner Axar Patel was taken down in his previous over for 19 runs. And India needed a wicket to try and keep Zimbabwe on the mat. That's exactly what Varun Chakravarti did. Picked up the wicket. And that's brought out Sikandar Raza, arguably the best batter in the Zimbabwe side. And he's been in good nick as well. Axar Patel starts another over. This is his 3rd over.
Yep.
Bennett has been really adopting the right approach.
Nicely punted up the ground for a single. Bennett's gone to 43. He's clearly looked the most accomplished of the batters in the Zimbabwe team so far. Akshar again, and unable to get any real timing on it is Bennett. One more run down towards long on. 44 now, 75 for 2, Zimbabwe. Akshar was the one who got the first wicket. Here he is in again. Bowls, and this one's driven again, not with any real timing. Just a single.
This is the big advantage India has. They got two of the top wicket takers in this World Cup in their ranks, Varun Chakravarti and Akshar Patel. And when they bowl in tandem, it's always going to be a big challenge, even for the best of batters.
Akshar in again, fires it in, looks to power it away, does Bennett. There will be no more than just a single. The sound coming off the bat, it's a little bit hollow, really. Not quite getting the meat of the bat, as it were. In comes quicker ball. How did that miss is going to be the question in the mind of Akshar Patel. That wasn't far, was it, WV?
It wasn't, but the only saving factor for Raza was that kept going with the arm.
Yeah. If it had held its line or just straightened up, that would have been curtain. This time he's lost it in the air. Is this a chance? No, he didn't go for it. It's a bit surprised there. WV, are you? Abhishek Sharma coming off the boundary.
He decided early enough that he's going to stop the boundary. It's one of those decisions the fielders in the deep have to take at times.
Yes, and he took it early. That's an important thing. Didn't risk it. Probably was a bit too far anyway. But and as we often say, it's so simple. It all appears very simple from the comfort of the commentary box. Oh, why didn't he take that? Why did he not play this stroke? But in reality, it's a little bit more difficult. 11 overs gone, 78 for 2. And Varun Chakravarti to continue. He's in, and Raza is looking to create some pace and space. He can't do either.
This is what Varun Chakravarti does really well. He darts the ball back into the right-handers, doesn't give them any room. It's going to be an interesting battle, this, between Raza and Varun Chakravarti.
Varun bowls again, and this time he's got hold of it. He's got hold of all of that. That's gone miles and into the stands over mid-wicket for 6. Terrific shot from the Zimbabwe skipper.
Getting it right as far as outwitting the bowler is concerned. He looked to make room of the previous delivery, and he was waiting with the ball to be dragged short. And once he picked the length, his chest comfortably carted it into the stands.
And Sanju now decided to make the run across the pitch, right up to the bowler, and said something to him. Maybe he just said, it's a nice day, but could well be just to create that little spectre of question in the batter's mind. What did the keeper tell the bowler? Bowls, and nicely whipped away. He'll take the first one quickly, think about the second, but Hardik might on occasion appear to be a little bit slow when he gets to the ball, but he's got a fantastic arm, and they wouldn't take him on. 85 for 2.
Perhaps Sanju Samson was of the view that Varun Chakravarti is better off bowling a fuller length to Raza, because he's waiting for the short deliveries.
Bowls again, and this one's a cutaway on the offside. Brilliant stop that. Akshar Patel, Bapu as he's called, diving away to his left.
What a cricketer. Multi-dimensional and equally good in all the departments. Picks up wickets very nicely as far as being economical is concerned.
Chakravarti bowls, and this time Raza drives it up the ground for a single. Run still coming in a trickle with the odd flourish of a boundary. Zimbabwe, I mean, let's be honest, I think practically speaking, not too many people in the world would have expected Zimbabwe to go and get 257. But even by that effort, it's been a little bit tougher than we would have thought. Chakravarti bowls again, and this time it's played back to the bowler. Just no room to do anything. It's like driving in a tight lane with no room to maneuver the car at all. 87 for 2, 12 gone. If you're statistically minded, we should point out the required run rate is 21.25.
Yeah, that's the number that the Zimbabwe dugout will be looking at very frequently. That's the reason it's important for the two batters out there in the middle to play some big shots. Doesn't matter if they get out in a bit to get some quick runs, but this is a game that they need to try and infuse some life into.
Absolutely.
A few shots.
Jasprit Bumrah is back into the attack for his second spell. His first 2 overs cost him 11 runs. He didn't get a wicket. And he is going to be bowling to the Zimbabwe skipper, Sikandar Raza, who's been such an inspiration for this side and has led them with great success and indeed, I dare say, with a lot of tactical acumen as well. He waits now and Bumrah is in to bowl to him. He bowls and he's fumbled at backward point by the same Akshar Patel, who brought off an outstanding stop just a moment ago. It requires a great deal of concentration. You often think it's only the batter who needs concentration. Every moment on a cricket field, WV, who better than you to talk about it?
Yeah, come to think of it, even the non-striker needs to be focused as hard as he is when he's on strike.
Into bowl to Bennett now, Bumrah. He's up, he bowls. And Bennett has struck this. He really got all of that. And that's gone sailing over long on for 6. What a shot that is.
Yeah, he's shown a lot of panache and pluck as Bennett. And that 6 has taken him past the 50 mark. Has been a terrific half century.
He looks like a terrific batter, isn't it? I mean, in that game against West Indies, he tried to do something so uncharacteristic of himself. And this time he just made some room for himself, withdrew to the onside, and then flat batted it. Look at those eyes. Steely determination to standing tall in a chase. Now, how does the champion bowler respond? That's what one has to see. Here's Bumrah into Brian Bennett. Expecting the Yorker, gets the Yorker and does well to push it out on the offside. He just looks very comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, Bennett has played really well, but I was going to talk about the Yorker that Bumrah bowled. Such great skills Bumrah possesses, especially the control with which he can bowl those Yorkers in any format of the game at will. That's a terrific quality to have.
Undoubtedly. And here's Bumrah now turned to the top of his run. Our commentary position here is almost in the middle of the stand, and it's really lovely in some ways, distracting in some others, but it's a lot of fun as Bumrah is in again, bowls to Bennett. This time gets his Yorker just a little bit wrong, but the full toss resulting. Clipped away for a single to mid-wicket. 95 for 2. Now Zimbabwe approaching the 100 of their innings. Again, the umpire is not pleased with something. Kettleborough's been doing a lot of teacups, or teapots, I should say. Having a word with Surya Kumar Yadav. I think it's the refreshments or whatever that's being served to players on the boundary, which is getting the umpire a little bit unhappy. It's all sorted now, and Bumrah goes into bowl to Raza. Slower bouncer, pushed away on the offside with a flat bat by Raza. He was expecting something else, but a single is all he'll get. 96 for 2.
Bumrah generally bowling at an average speed of about mid-130s. Now and then there's a bit of variation as far as speed is concerned, but he generally tends to rely a lot on varying his lengths rather than the speeds.
Change in field. Arshdeep drops back to long off. And a short third comes into the ring, Hardik, from his deep position on the boundary. Bumrah away from us in bowls. Once again gets the Yorker wrong. Over pitching, full toss, but not a knee-high full toss on leg stump. It's still a full toss on, off and middle. So not much the batter can do except pick up a single. End of the 13th over is 97 for 2. Bennett is on 54. Raza is on 14. And this partnership now worth 25 of 21. I wonder what's going through the think tank in the Zimbabwe dugout. Are they thinking about getting close so the run rate differential is reduced? Are they thinking about giving it a real chase? They've got 7 overs in which to try and get some degree of respectability. We will hear from Tatenda Taibu, who's still with us shortly. But WE, your thoughts after this ball? This one's pushed on the offside, no run.
The way generally teams look at things is that they look to play for a win to start off with. And considering the way the things are for now.
Akshar bowls down the wicket, looks for a forcing shot, smartly fielded by the bowler.
I was saying, considering the way things are for Zimbabwe now, it doesn't serve them any purpose if they're going to try and get close to the target. They need to win this game to stay in the race or give themselves a bit of chance as well.
Akshar in again, bowled, and this one's been cracked with the flat bat out towards deep point. On the bounce is fielded on the cover fence. Single is all they'll get. 98 for 2 now, and that'll bring the skipper Sikandar Raza on strike. Such a big role to play in this Zimbabwe team, the captain. And this one's slammed through extra cover. That's a beautiful shot, and Shivam Dube, at least from here, looked like he just watched the ball go through. I haven't seen Shivam really throw himself around. Maybe he's got a problem with his back or something, one doesn't know, but that's 4 runs. The 100 comes up for Zimbabwe in the 14th over. 102 for 2, and Raza goes to 18 of 13. Here's oh, lovely shot. That one has got enough on it. Maybe just inside the boundary and pushed back in by Tilak Verma. The umpires will have a look at it. They've come back for 2 nevertheless. One ball of the 14th to come.
2 very good athletes manning the boundary on the onside. Tilak Verma and Hardik Pandya.
Slower ball and a bit of turn and wide signaled. He was expecting was Akshar that the batter would charge him. He didn't. Bennett was very aware. Bowls and full, tracked on the offside for a single. Sprawling stop by Suryakumar Yadav. That will mark the end of the 14th over. And Zimbabwe on 105 for 2 in chase of that elusive target, it would appear, because now it looks, well, I think it's fair to say, a bridge far too far. 152 runs of 36 balls, statistically speaking. But hats off to Ryan Bennett, and we're going to get Tatenda Taibu's thoughts on that innings, which has been one of great character and application. Tatenda?
Brian Bennett has really played well. It's not the wickets that have been a problem, it's the strike rate that has been the problem for Zimbabwe. And Brian Bennett, as always, has been consistent. I think this is, if he carries his bat in this innings, that will be the 4th innings that he would have carried his bat. And he's had such a wonderful tournament thus far. And he's played a role where he's just anchored the innings for Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe,
he certainly has.
Yeah, Zimbabwe would need him to continue on that and then just up the strike rate at the moment and then be able to get somewhere over 200. Getting to the score, I think it's a little bit out of the reach now. But, you know, getting to about close to 200 or just over 200 is something that Zimbabwe should be looking at.
Yep, absolutely. And you did say this at the start of the innings that Zimbabwe have to look to Bennett to back through and others to bat around him. They've got an opportunity to do it. There's still 6 overs, and 6 overs in T20 cricket is a lot of balls to face and a lot of action can happen. W.V. Raman is going to be with us through this part of the innings, along with Tatenda Taibu, the experience of 2 international cricketers, one the former Zimbabwe skipper, the other a stylish left-handed opening bat for India, whose home ground this is. I wonder if the 2 of you ever crossed paths, did you? W.V. and Tatenda?
No, really. I've seen him play. He came into the scene after I finished.
I was just trying to be nice to you, to say you're in the same age group.
You definitely make an effort always, Prakash.
I definitely would have loved to be a left-hand batter. It just looks more stylish.
Yes, God has been kind to left-handed batters around the world. Brings her off the field. The little celebration with the mobile phone torches on is also concluded. And we're back to the cricket with Shivam Dube bowling the first ball of his spell in this Zimbabwe innings. Here he is. Comes in and bowls. And this one slammed off with a cross bat out towards extra cover. I don't think Harshdeep... Oh, he does stick a foot out. Now that I will get a view from W.V. Raman on, because that can be a very dangerous thing to do. But he did it well. Saved 3 runs.
Yeah,
Stick your foot
normally
out,
you're
fast
suggested
bowler.
that you don't use your foot on the boundary line, because if you happen to step on the ball, it might result in a very severe injury.
And that to a quick bowler with the knockouts looming. Well,
yeah, you
from
don't
his
want,
point of view,
you don't want to get injured, especially at this stage of the game, and especially in the situation the game is at right now.
Oh, that's a terrific shot. That is a baseball home run in my book. He waited on it, did Bennett, and then absolutely smoked it wide of long on. What a terrific shot.
Brilliant. This from Shivam Dube, trying to bowl into the pitch, but he doesn't have the required pace to really make the ball hasten off the surface. And the length was picked up very quickly by Bennett. And mind you, he's batting on 58, and he would have been absolutely delighted with that gift.
He's up to 64 now, is Ron Bennett, and Shivam Dube bowls. And this one's driven firmly. He struck it well. There's a chase on here. The ball wins. Beautifully struck. Great effort running around from Tilak Varma, but no chance for the ball. So 6 and a 4, and Bennett signaling his intent, and Shivam Dube getting some early tap. 117 for 2.
It is a great effort, obviously, on the boundary there. However, Brian Bennett has decided enough is enough. He's got to try and get a lot of boundaries in the last 6 overs, and he started off well in this. And should he carry on like this, he should be on his way to 100.
Yes, and it will be a well-deserved one, should he get there. Shivam Dube just making a slight change in the field, getting Tilak Varma to come a little bit straighter. And he goes away again and bowls to Bennett, who's getting a thin outside edge, and 4 to hitters runs, but 4 nevertheless. And he'll take them in any form they come. 72 he moves to, 45 balls, 121 for 2. And this innings is standing out like a beacon on a bleak, foggy morning.
Once again, the opportunity was there for Bennett, because there's a lot of width on offer, and he just threw his bat, and rightly so, because he's looking for runs, and there's a lot of width. There's no slip in place, and no protection out there in the deep on the offside as well.
If Shivam Dube is required to bowl in a crunch situation later in the tournament, I might be looking the other way. Here he is in to bowl now, and this time he swings. It'll be wide. It is wide. Kettleborough spreads his hands wide. You're shaking your head, W.E. Let's see what Tatenda thinks about it.
Brian Bennett has just gone right deep into his crease. He's trying to use the crease as much as possible, just try to offset Dube some more and more, and put him under more pressure. And he's been able to do that in the first few balls, and he wants to close off the innings.
50 of the partnership comes up. This was a quick delivery, and looking to carve it on the offside. Brian Bennett made no contact, but what was interesting for me as the bat hit the ground, I think it's Varun Chakravarti at shot fine who had his hands up in appeal, but that could be just enthusiasm maybe. 122 for 2. The last ball of the 15th over coming up. Shivam Dube, who's gone for 17 in this over. 2-6-4-4, wide ball, dot ball. That's been the way he's gone so far. Here he is bowling the last ball of the over, and he chases him. Bennett moving to about the 9th stump, and Dube chases him, and it gets some bat on ball, and that will be the end of the over. So 15 overs have now been completed. There's some conversation going on between the umpire and the no ball.
Yeah, because that was not on the pitch,
yeah.
So it was an interesting
It was
play.
not on the pitch now. Now, who's the bowler here? We only have batters here, unfortunately, so we're going to get a biased view if we get into this discussion. The batter had moved to the 6th stump or 8th stump, whatever it was. Is the bowler not allowed to follow? Look where he is. The batter's right foot is on the return crease.
Just bowl him out. he's too far on the offside.
Dube in and wide again.
The problem Dube is having is he's got to stick with The problem Dubey is having is that he's got to stick to the off-stump line because he's been given 6 fielders on the offside. And he's got any person on the leg side. So he's making sure he stays on the offside of the pitch, but he's bowling far too wide. Probably if he has a 5-4 field, he might get his line straighter and get better deliveries going.
Dubey in again, bowls, and this will probably be wide again.
Keeps happening. 6 are too many, especially if you're not a regular bowler, you're only used now and then. You don't expect them to have the same kind of control like a Jasprit Bumrah might have as far as line and length is concerned.
But we've seen this, WA, in the tournament. We've seen this in two earlier games as well. Dubey trying this wide line, attempting it. But the fact of the matter is, if it's experimentation, then there is some rationale. But otherwise, you want to try and close out an innings. He's gone for 20 already this over. And this one's lofted. Is this going to go to hand, or is it going over the top? It's, I think, cleared Tilak Verma by some distance. So a monster over for Zimbabwe, and well played to Brian Bennett. 26 runs off it. The last 30 balls, finally some momentum. 58 runs scored by these two. The partnership worth 59. More from W.B. Raman. I think the Taibu stays with us, and coming in for commentary is going to be Henry Moran.
That was a big over. In fact, it is also perhaps be called a wide over as well. 26 runs coming of it, and Zimbabwe piling the pressure on Shivam Dubey.
Brian Bennett is
going to be
having
interesting
some fun
to see what happens from now on.
Yeah, Brian Bennett is having some fun out there. He's
Here is the next delivery, which has been walloped in the air. Sikandar Raza with 6 into the leg side. Huge hit. Massive blow, and they're flying now, Zimbabwe. 137 for 2. It'll be too little too late, surely, but they're having some fun out there to tender.
Yes,
they're holding back from these two here. Bennett and Raza are really going for big hits now.
I'll get your thoughts after the next delivery to tender, but suffice to say they're having a good look at the ball, which has taken a fair amount of tap in the last little while. That was a big old heave. And Sikandar Raza, who has been such a brilliant player for so long for this Zimbabwe side, he's 25 off 15. The required rate is 24.83 as Varun Chakravarti is in once more. And this is flogged away through the offside. On the bounce, it'll go to deep cover. 138 for 2 to tender.
Well, it just goes to show if they'd started doing this a little bit earlier, who knows? I think I would left it a little bit too late. They're having some fun. They're hitting the balls nicely. They're getting into good position, and they're striking nicely. They just only started doing that a little earlier. Just have confidence that you could do it.
In. Oh, a big swing and a miss from Bennett, and Raza calls him through for 1. There may have been a bit of bat on that, but my sense is it was buys. Yeah, indeed. 139 for 2. It's a difficult one. You're chasing the second highest score ever made at a T20 World Cup, 256 for 4. It does show how good this pitch is, if nothing else, which has been a paradise for batting today. Nicely angled this time to short third, but the fielder is quickly in position to pick up. No run. I wonder if at the top's that decision to have a bowl first is, I suppose if you...
That is one thing that obviously we'll be thinking about. Was it a bat first or ball first wicket?
Chakravarti in. Nice lofted shot out towards the deep, bit of fade on it, and Akshay Patel can't get there. Raza picks up a boundary, 12 off the over so far, but just the 1 ball left of it, and the required rate is 27.36. Lovely view for us. That was it was a little bit like a mistimed golf swing, wasn't it? The fade away, but it worked beautifully as it angled away from long off for Akshay Patel. Here comes Akshay in now, another whack towards the offside. Oh, could be trouble. Throw comes in, and though the bails are removed, my instinct is that Sikandar Raza has got home here. W.V. Raman, what say you about the approach from Zimbabwe? 144 for 2. It's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, it looks like it because India's piled up a huge score. But as far as the decision of Raza is concerned of putting India in, it was right, given the fact that Zimbabwe had done well bowling first and Indian batting lineup was really not settled. So at the start of the game, based on the facts that he had to make a decision, and he made the right decision as far as I'm concerned.
It's just sometimes you come up against a side inspired, you don't take chances, and the game gets away from you in a big way. I mean, they're still smiling in the dugout, Zimbabwe, who, let's not forget, will view this tournament as a success, having reached this phase of it. Arshdeep Singh runs in, and Pull is going all of a yard from Sikandar Raza, who is just shaking himself down and dusting himself down to tender. Any thoughts on what WV has to say about the right call, but just not happened?
Well, the first half of the innings, when Zimbabwe was bowling, the fielding, obviously we can't talk enough about that. You have to take your catches, and we dropped a couple of chances that could have made a difference. Could have made a difference between 250 and 210.
Arshdeep Singh bowls, pulled into the leg side it goes, fielder underneath it, and Raza is dismissed. Didn't time it, and as it went out towards long on, it was pretty straightforward for Abhishek to take the chance. And he goes for 31, does Raza, 144 for 3, looking to try and clear that front leg, clear the boundary.
Yeah, he had to clear, he had to try and go for everything now. The run rate has creeped up to 30s, and you have to pretty much go for everything. I think just a little point of thought for the team, obviously, when the game is finished, is to talk about how early they could have started going. Yes, they didn't go aimlessly hitting at the very beginning, which is understandable. You've got to give yourself a bit of a chance. But how early should they have started to have a go at them? And could they have brought in Sikandar a little bit early? Maybe Ryan Bell a little bit earlier, because they're natural strikers of the cricket ball, rather than having Dion Myers, who, yes, is a good player, but in terms of ball striking, you would rather have Sikandar Raza or Ryan Bell doing that a bit earlier.
Well, the wicket falls. I love Arshdeep as a bowler. I think he's fab.
Yeah, he's worked up good pace. He bowled quick in his first spell. Now he's looking to work up pace as well. He's got the ability to make the ball swing and seam.
Left-handed Burl on strike. That's a quick ball. Goes fizzing on through high. I think that could easily have been given wide. It wasn't. One for the over signal. 144 for 3.
I like the way he's running in tonight. He's running in really well. He seems to be in good rhythm. And the very fact that he's working up good pace is an indication that he has got his rhythm back, and he's also in the right space in his mind as well.
He's got a very smooth approach. Everything looks not easy, but easy on the eye. A lot of effort goes into it. Runs in now, sprinting away from us past the umpire. Strikes the pad. There's appeal for LBW. Burl is running for the leg by. Arshdeep's got both hands in the air and is turning to see if there's any support for his enthusiastic appeal. In looking at it, I'm not sure there is really. India have got one review remaining, and I don't think that Surya Yadav is going to be... Oh, is he? No, he is. At the last minute, they are going to have a little look. They might as well, I think, is the feeling. But it was one of those where I don't think anyone's that convinced.
Sanju Samson, normally a very enthusiastic man, was not interested either.
Well, have a little look at this first view. Well, I'll tell you what. It's not a bad shout, this. It's whether there's bat involved. It's Chris Gaffney on TV umpire duty. Is there bat? No. Arshdeep is now looking at... you think it might be angling down. I mean, India are not coming together as a fielding unit. That's normally quite a good indication. It's left arm over to the left-hander. And yeah, you can see all of off stump. Here we go. Wicket's hitting. And he stands there at the end of his mark, ready to bowl the next ball. And umpire Kettleborough, I would say, does not look convinced by that technology. He's looking up at the big screen now, having a conversation with his umpiring colleague, saying, I'm not sure about that one, but the technology is done for Pearl, who goes second ball LBW without scoring. To tender, your thoughts? You've got a wry smile.
How unlucky is that? And even Sanju Samson is, if you had seen Sanju Samson is looking like, I'm not so sure as well. And a whole lot of us in the commentary box are thinking, okay, there's a little bit of a glitch in that. The umpire thinks that, everyone thinks that, and I think how unlucky is that for Ryan Bell? At first looked like some ball that was sliding down. That's why the whole Indian team went back to their marks. Even the bowler went back to the top of his run-up, and he was ready to bowl the next ball.
Well, he's on course for a double wicket maiden at the moment, is Arshdeep Singh, which is going some WV.
Yes, looking good, and he's doing the right things as well. Wearing his lens, keeping it straight.
144 for 4. He comes around the wicket to the new man. Right hand, edges Desmond Nyonga down to the boundary for 4. Not a convincing stroke, but it is 4 runs. And the required rate is still in the realms of plausibility. Well, no, mathematical plausibility, if not realistic plausibility. A required rate of 34.42 ain't happening.
That gets me to pose a little question here. Msakiwa has not walked into the crease as yet, and he's known to be one who hits the ball hard. So he's batting number 7, and he doesn't bowl. He hasn't had good success on the field.
Arshdeep to conclude the over. Running away from us. Around the wicket, bangs it in short. That's nicely played. Pulled down to the fine leg boundary for 4. On the bounce and away it goes. As the 150's brought up. 3 overs left in the innings. 152 for 4 off 17. That was nicely played. 2 shots, 2 boundaries, 1 convincing.
That's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot from Nyonga. And yeah, there's definitely no time to waste, no time to have a look and see how the wicket is playing. It's time to just have a go. And it's good to see that he's having a go and being courageous to have a go straight away. And he's only faced 2 balls and had 2 boundaries so far.
Well, WV, one thing that intrigues me is how this is all going to shake down in terms of what is required from India from the final group match. And we will know all of that come the end of this, and we know the margin of victory as in comes Hardik Pandya to start a new over, driven without timing from Bennett. Inside edge, he moves to 79. He's played 50 balls. It's 153 for 4.
It could perhaps be a shootout between West Indies and India, the way things stand as they are, but we'll have to wait for the numbers to be calculated. Were you a good match student, you?
Sometimes it depends whether I could use a calculator, really. I mean, that made quite a big difference, which I can for this circumstance, I suppose. Or if somebody else told me the answers, I tend to, my rate of pass tend to be a little higher. In comes Hardik Pandya, dug out. It's a good Yorker, pushed into the offside. And 1 run is taken. 154 for 4. The required rate's now 38.62. So India are going to get a huge win. I mean, as a day could have gone, it's gone about as well as possible.
Yes, definitely, because this is something they might have planned as well. Try to get a big score against Zimbabwe. Try and widen the deficit that you have in terms of net run rate. We repeatedly keep talking about the net run rate because that is going to be a factor.
Here comes Hardik Pandya, the big white boots running towards us now as a little shovel for the keeper's head, over short third's head. It's going to run away from the bat of Bennett, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. A few spectators decide that with a little over 2 overs to go, now might be the time to beat the rush. with the job done for India, but Bennett might still be thinking there's a job to do in terms of 100 here in a T20 World Cup to tender.
It would be lovely to see 100 at the back of the tournament for Brian Bennett. He has had a couple of 50s, has carried his bat, and it would be nice to see him cross the 100 mark.
Here comes Hardik Pandya. Runs around and drops at the toes of the batter. A good full delivery from Hardik, who's bowled 2.4 overs, none for 19. One thing I would say, WV, is leaving the ground tonight, if you had plans to meet somebody, say, I'm standing next to the bloke in the Virat Kohli shirt, I don't think that would narrow things down an awful lot.
Not really, because you have fan clubs of different cricketers here. Of late, you see Sanju Samson having a huge following as well.
It's the amount of merchandise that is sold is incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, everyone's got the blue shirts on. Full delivery, dug out, another good ball that from Hardik Pandya, who's getting into his rhythm with the ball here in this tournament now. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. They do get back for the second. Good running, 1-6-1 for 4 with one ball left to the 18th.
But just a quick look at the shirts in front of us. You've got just about 4 names.
Yeah.
Virat topping the charts, followed by Dhoni, then Rohit Sharma. Then we got a little bit of Hardik Pandya here.
There's not much variety beyond that. There other matches we've seen a bit of Abhishek, but here comes Hardik Pandya, the aforementioned. Big swing and a miss. Huge swing from the younger, and he's deceptively fast, is Hardik Pandya. That was the quickest of the over by some distance at 133 kilometres an hour. And for me, they've given it a really good go here to tender, but yeah, it was always going to be a losing cause, really chasing 257.
Yeah, it really was. As soon as they got beyond 220, I could not see how they were going to be able to chase down 220. Just looking at how they have gone about their batting, especially with this kind of traditional way of batting where one player anchors the innings, and then everyone tries to bat around them, which Bennett has been doing.
Arshdeep Singh bowls. It's nice dug out by Bennett for a single towards backward point. 162 for 4, WB.
Yeah, Tatinda, do you think the Zimbabwe side has achieved what it set out to achieve in terms of gaining confidence from this World Cup?
I think they'll be pleased with the way they batted, and not only batted, but played batting, bowling, and fielding in the first round. I think the fielding was outstanding during that period, and then it all went down south in the game against West Indies when we dropped those 2 catches, and that hasn't changed in this game against India.
Balls in. Manyonga's stumps rearranged by a full Arshdeep Singh delivery. He turns on his heel. He's picked up a 3-for. It was full, it was straight, it was savage, really. And it's 162 for 5. WV is a very, very canny operator, as Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah, he's literally nailed it. Quick, fast, and straight. There's nothing much any batter could have done with that particular delivery, especially if he's looking to play shots. He was always at risk of getting out, and that's exactly what happened there. Arshdeep really looking in good, like I said in this previous over. That's because you always look at the way a fast bowler is running if you want to see how he's getting on. And as far as his run-up is concerned, his rhythm is concerned, it's absolutely magnificent.
Fine delivery, not much you can do when you're trying to find ways of scoring runs there to tender.
Yeah, the execution of that delivery was impeccable. He's a lovely bowler, this Arshdeep. And to just nail a yorker like that right on the toe, even if he had stood still, there was no way he was going to be able to get any runs of that ball. Only maybe if he had sweated it down to third man, but just lovely execution. And in a situation like this, you have to go for everything. And what's the most difficult ball to hit is a well-executed yorker.
Well, Tashinga Masakiwa comes to the middle with the score at 162 for 5. 57 and over required. Yes. Full delivery, nicely angled towards deep third. 9 balls left of the game. Zimbabwe chasing a mighty 2-5-7. India hitting 2-5-6 for 4.
He's really bowling well. He's nailing his Yorkers. And bowlers nowadays, they do practice everything. Now look at that. That's real good execution. And to follow up with the same in the very next delivery. We saw earlier in the game today when Bosch bowled the last over in the game between West Indies and South Africa, how he nailed 5 out of 6 of his last over.
Round the wicket. In another full delivery, and there's half an appeal for a caught behind. Arshdeep likes it, but Surya Kumar, who does have a review left, doesn't look terribly enthusiastic about it. Sanju Samson as well, the keeper, also wasn't massively on board with the possibility of reviewing it, but I think they have for the sake of it, because you might as well. You've got a bowler that's taken 3 foot, why not make it a 4-for if you can, having got a bit of a speculative one through a little while ago. And my instinct is this has probably missed the bat. And yeah, looking at the initial visual evidence, indeed, Brian Bennett is going to be fine.
Yeah, they might as well take the review. It's only 9 balls left for these innings. And they might be thinking, oh, we don't want to give this young man a century. And he's got 9 balls to be able to get 15 if he can.
9 balls to find 15 runs. Can he do it? Can't rule it out. Here comes Arshdeep Singh round the wicket. Sliced away nicely towards backward point. No run there. 1 ball left of the 19th over. 163 for 5. Tilak Varma just briefly turns towards the crowd in front of me and gets a huge cheer. The crowd have been richly entertained tonight. 34 boundaries in the India innings, including 17 sixes. A frankly outrageous display of hitting. And Arshdeep Singh at the end of his mark. Final ball of an excellent night's work for him. 12 dots, 3 for 23. Zimbabwe 163 for 5, chasing 257. And this is punched down the ground, so Bennett will have the strike at the start of the final over. W.V. Raman, former India opener, alongside me. It must, as a Chennai man, make you very proud and passionate seeing this crowd loving what they've witnessed and enjoyed tonight.
Not a surprise at all. You would expect the public in Chennai to do this time and again. And especially with India being in the position that they were before this game started. I think it is a given that the crowd will definitely come in big numbers and support the home side. And it doesn't really matter for the Chennai crowd, as India, they would like to support more than the other countries, but still they support good cricket. And you would have seen it in the past as well, and that tradition is continuing, which is a great thing, because these days it's so easy for the crowds to dwindle, and that happens in many other centres, but Chennai keeps this tradition going even now, which is great.
Well, Shivam Dubey went for 26 in his first over. He's going to bowl the final over of the innings, and the first ball of it is whipped into the leg side. Bennett will only get a single. It's a low full toss that could have been deposited anywhere, really. Chennai, Colombo, wherever you like. It wasn't a great ball, that, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, he did get away with that, and it looks like Brian Bennett is a little bit tired. Just looking at the shape of the shot. Looked like he just took his shape away, and the bat turned massively in his end.
5 balls left. Oh dear, Beamer. And it'll be a free hit. Well, I understand the thinking from Surya Kumar, and I've tried and give your part-time bowler a bit of confidence, but that was a hideous delivery. And you bowl another of them, you'll be out the attack.
Definitely, he's not getting the release going tonight, Shivam Dubey. That is the back of the hand delivery. One would have thought it's easier for him to bowl those deliveries reasonably well enough, because he's not one who's lightning quick.
Well, Hardik Pandya's having a conversation with the bowler, as if to say, our flight is tomorrow morning. So if you could get through this over at some point, that would be most appreciated. 166 for 5, free hit. Oh dear. It's wide, very wide. It's like the IPL, where new and expressive ways of managing to drag a game to go deep into the night are found in as many different unusual ways as possible. And Shivam Dubé's, well, he's bowled a no ball now wide, so we've still got 5 balls left of the game.
I really can't understand this. If things are not going your way, all you got to do is to have a go-to ball, which is bowling just line and length.
He comes in again. There we go, that's better. Well, it's also better off the bat. 6 down the ground, smacked away. I'm not sure this was a terribly good plan, actually, from Surya Kumar. 6 runs, Zimbabwe smacks it away down the ground. 4 balls left of the game. Zimbabwe won 7-3 for 5.
He does hit the ball quite hard, Sekiwa. The question for me is, why is he batting so low down the order? If you're chasing a score that high, you want to have all your strikers coming as early as possible to face as many balls as possible.
Dubé gets the cheers of the crowd, runs in now, and edge taken, great catch. Well, hold on a minute, why is the umpire not signalling anything? I mean, that's out, isn't it? There's high fives, and yeah, I think we're all accepting that is a dismissal. Yeah, he's gone. Zimbabwe goes 7 from 4. It was a really good take from Sanju Samson high up to his right. Back of the hand, slower ball. Well, there you go. That's why he was brought back into the attack, just as I was saying, WV. It's a great plan.
That'll give him some solace as far as Shivam Dubé is concerned. A wicket always does the trick for a bowler's confidence, regardless of how he has been bowling until then. And this wicket will obviously boost his confidence to a certain level. Sanju Samson's confidence will also go up a few notches as a keeper, because he's got to really keep improving in that respect if he's got to play on a regular basis, apart from getting runs.
So how do they plan on who keeps? How do they make that decision when both of them are playing? Would you know?
Your guess is as good as mine, so I wouldn't really be able to give you a precise answer for that.
Well, we've got a new batter in the form of Brad Evans, who is going to work the ball into the onside. And though Bennett will have 2 balls to face, he's got 87, so unless there's a no ball, which is not impossible, then he's not going to be able to get to 3 figures, but he has played mighty well.
Jatinda, maybe it'll come down to their fielding skills. Whoever is probably the better of the 2 on the field, they might have him on the field. The other one keeps, maybe. I'm just taking a guess here.
It was a lovely catch nonetheless.
Here comes Dubé. Oh, lovely shot into the leg side for 6. Yeah, just about. Nearly takes out Robe Camera. And Bennett moves into the 90s. He's on to 93 or 58.
Will he end up on 99?
He could do.
99 not out. That will be so sad. No, not sad. I would rather 99 than 0. And I'm sure a lot of other batters would rather 99 rather than 0. So he's played really well and deserved 100, I would say.
Well, here comes the final ball of the game. 180 for 6, Zimbabwe. And he is going to finish perhaps on 99. No, it's going to drop just short, but it will be a boundary. Finishes on 97, unbeaten, Bennett. A brilliant tournament for him. 97 off 59, but it is India's night. They win, and they win by a huge margin. 72 runs, having posted the 2nd highest total in the history of this tournament. A record only surpassed back in 2007. 256 for 4, a target of 257, and Zimbabwe gave it a good go, but 184 for 6. They finish on an India win by 72 runs. W.E. Rahman, it's exactly what the doctor ordered for India.
Yeah, India needed to do a lot of things better, which they ended up doing. They've checked quite a few boxes tonight. They did better in the power play, and the opener Abhishek Sharma has regained his form as well. And they also got runs quicker against the spinners in this game, which they were not doing up prior to this round. they were perhaps getting the lowest as far as spin bowling is concerned, and they've rectified that in this game. And we've seen steady contributions from just about everybody who went out to bat. Tilak Verma has shown that he can be explosive as well. So the Indians will be happy as far as all those things are concerned. And this is a good outing for them in every respect. And the huge win is also ensured that their net run rate is improved too.
Yeah, very important, all of that. I mean, it felt at the halfway stage it would be too much to tender, and indeed it has proved thus. But Zimbabwe, how will they reflect on things as their hopes for semi-final place disappear?
I think they have to continue believing in the plan that they would have set out to play, and that plan is for Brian Burnett to continue to play the anchor role, and if he does that well, he can also hit at the end, which he's done, and to have everyone else playing around him. Unfortunately, the bowling did not go to plan. However, it's not all gloom for the bowling. It was more the fielding than the bowling. And that's one part of the game that they've really been doing well and should continue gaining some confidence from that. And they're having the seamers taking wickets as consistently as they've done. And the fielding has got to be looked at. They've got to go back to the drawing board and look at how they're catching and how they're fielding. We haven't had plenty of run-outs, and this is something that Zimbabweans are known for doing, which is something that has been disappointing in the last two games.
Yeah, it has been, and big moments, catches put down has really put a halt in their ambitions of stopping big totals, WV, and that at the halfway stage was always going to be too many.
Yeah, it was going to be, because India just ran away with it, and the Zimbabwean bowlers cannot be faulted because they are up against a very strong batting lineup. And of all nights, tonight they chose to be good as a unit, and that's what really put paid to whatever hope Zimbabwe might have had of achieving once they decided to bowl first.
Yeah. Well, 184 for 6, Zimbabwe finish on, and though their tournament has had some real bright moments, they've conceded a lot of runs over the course of the last couple of matches, which is a big disappointment for them, as their quest for a semi-final place has fallen rather flat. India winning by 72 runs, and we're about to get some reaction from here at the Chepak Stadium, as over the far end of the ground, the various dignitaries are gathering with a match that only saw 10 wickets fall in it. It was a good surface to bat on. India made the most of it. 55 from 30 for Abhishek. Hardik Pandya 50 not out of 23. Tilak 44 not out of just 16. And though Bennett's 97 unbeaten lit up the game, it was always likely to be in a losing cause, it has to be said. And ultimately it proved thus. Now tomorrow we have more action for you, by the way, and it's England taking part in their next fixture in this World Cup. Earlier on today, South Africa beat West Indies comfortably, chasing down 177 with almost 4 overs remaining to win by 9 wickets. So Group 1 is coming together beautifully. In Group 2, we know that England have qualified. New Zealand, well, they still have work to do in a big way, and that match tomorrow is a big one at Colombo. It gets underway 1:30 UK time. I'll bring you more details in a moment once we've got some reaction from here at Chepak Stadium. But it is unquestionably all building up beautifully now, and we're looking forward to the conclusion of these group stages, because if there's one thing that this tournament has taught us, it is to expect the unexpected.
Yeah, in that respect, it's been a very good tournament. We've seen quite a few inexperienced.
Here we go. Here's Hardik Pandya.
For his half century, came off 23 balls, accelerated at the end, and he gets the award from a World Cup winner himself in Robin Uthappa, former India batter and keeper. You taking a photo? Okay, nicely done. Hardik, tell me how happy you are with your own performance and what you had to do at the back end when you came in to bat.
Pretty happy. I mean, yeah, it sounds 23 ball 50, but I think I had to reassess in the situation as well.